Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 261. Under Attack / Child of Two Worlds. 2. Normality tugged at Sokka on every new day. It seemed to nudge him, to beg him to succumb to it, to simply allow things to run their course and accept his fate. He'd stare at his old hunting gear every morning and he'd ponder taking off to use it. His father had kept his blades sharp during his long absence, perhaps, at first, as a right to honor the son he thought had been killed by the enemy. Later, Sokka suspected, he had simply done it to feel closer to him. He hadn't talked about it with Hecate yet, but Kunna had explained his father had often done as much. Thus, his heart churned at the sight of that pack on one corner of the room, waiting to see proper use by the hand of the fully grown man who had crafted most of those weapons and hunting materials when he had been but a boy. He almost reached for them today, almost. His hand stopped short of wrapping around his old spear, and he sighed before leaving the room empty-handed. Suki's lessons wouldn't begin for a few more hours, so he didn't quite need to watch her daughters yet, but he'd do best to be nearby when the time came. Maybe he'd fetch Zi right away, hike around the tribe just to stretch his legs, sharing his many, repetitive musings with the baby. Sokka stepped outside his family's igloo, huddled safely from the cold inside his new, thick parka Kunna had sewn for him. He climbed the steps out of his childhood home, lost in thought, but the noise outside quickly forced him to set aside his plans to take a walk with the tribe's youngest member. Rows of large, dark spheres stood in the middle of the village, surrounded by many warriors who looked them over, some proudly, others approvingly. At their center stood Hecate, the renowned artificer of explosives within the Southern Water Tribe, whose expertise with his inventions had inspired his son, since his youth, to follow on his father's footsteps. Sokka stopped cold for a moment, catching the eye of a few warriors before he restarted his walk, his feet guiding him towards his father. Hecate noticed his approach and smiled at his son from over his shoulder. "I was about to go fetch you, Sokka," he said, arms folded over his chest. "I know they may not look like much, but..." "The Tangle Mines," Sokka cut off his father's modest remark as he reached a stop right beside him. "They're finished. We couldn't make more than these 40, admitted one of the older warriors, grimacing as he gestured at the cluster of bombs, grouped together by the vacant fireplace. Only lanterns lit up the location right now, a necessary choice in order to ensure the tribe's safety while the warriors handled the delicate explosives. We don't have enough materials for more, these days. If we manage them properly, this will help plenty." Sokka nodded, his gaze raking the men responsible for the crafting of the mines, his father included. "Thanks for all your hard work. I can't really predict how things will turn out, but these mines might turn the tides of the battle to our favor." "Quite literally, too," Hecate said, sighing as he cast a glance in the direction of the shore, distant as it was. "It always worried me to think of what effect they'd have on the environment and the sea, but I'll hope the spirits forgive us for slighting them, if we do, by using them. I'd think it'd be reasonable that we'd defend ourselves by any means necessary, but spirits don't quite understand human reason, as far as I know," Sokka said, casually. Hecate raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his skeptical son's words. Had he met spirits? On top of every wild adventure he'd already revealed, had he even found corporeal spiritual beings during the years he'd spent outside the tribe? "At any rate, we'll have to wait for the waterbenders to set them up, right?" "Right," Hecate nodded promptly. "We should bring them to the shore, though," said one of the warriors, rubbing his hands together. "Might as well store them in that bloody settlement, huh? If any of these went off by accident, I'd rather they wreck that building than our homes." "Good point," Sokka nodded, with a weak smile. "And they'll be stored close enough for Katara and Aang to set them up too, this way," Hecate smiled. "All right, then. No need to worry, Chief. We'll take care of it," Nanak said, patting Hecate's shoulder as he stepped towards the mines. "You've worked harder than anyone in building them, after all." "But..." Hecate blinked blankly, finding himself outnumbered by his dutiful warriors, who appeared determined to work out the transport of the buoyant mines by themselves. Within an hour or so, they'd set up the largest sleds of the tribe, carried by Nanak's dogs, for the dangerous duty ahead. Once the mines were loaded safely as the sled's cargo, The men climbed at the back of the vehicles and took off, keeping the dogs jogging at a safe, slow pace, lighting their way forward with the better lanterns available to the tribe. Sokka and Hakata, as well as a few others, watched their progress into the icy tundra with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Might be we won't need to use them at all, if we're lucky. Hakata sighed, hands on his hips. But if we're not so lucky, they might be decisive factors in whatever battle we wage. We have to be ready for anything, Sokka said, nodding emphatically. I don't think that Oze would be stupid enough to send his whole navy here just to catch me, but if he does, we're taking down as many of them as we can. I must admit, it's quite something to hear you talking about defeating the Fire Lord's forces with such sobriety, Hakata said. Not unwelcome, of course, but it's a far cry from, well, the reckless fool I once was. Sokka finished, with a weak smile. If I hadn't learned anything in all those years, well, I'd be an even bigger idiot than people keep assuming I am. If I had a choice, Dad, I wouldn't fight them at all. I don't want to. But I know what they'll do if I don't, and I know they won't stop until he's had his fill. Which, considering what Oze is like, he never will. The Fire Nation's strategies in the war were never quite so clever, Hakata commented, breathing deeply. They would be basic often, even simple. But the main difference between them and us was the willingness of the higher UPS to sacrifice the soldiers at the front lines just to gain footholds, little by little. As far as I'm concerned, it's a horrible strategy, but it won them many battles all the same. We won't let that be the outcome this time, if all goes well, Sokka whispered, frowning heavily. If he expects immolating countless lives will be a sure-proof method to attain victory, he'll be in for one hell of a rude awakening. Then you intend to win, and to survive their attack, at all costs? Hakata asked, smiling a little. That is good. Quite good. You expected I wouldn't want to? Sokka asked, softly. Hakata chuckled, shaking his head. I expected you to admit you're prepared to die if it's what it takes to keep the tribe safe, Hakata said. But if what the Fire Lord seeks is revenge on you, it means the success of their operation hinges on keeping you out of their clutches. It means keeping you alive. His words were reasonable, logical, perhaps even obvious. They struck Sokka suddenly, though, as he realized his willingness to sacrifice himself hadn't been quite as immediate now as it often had been, in the past. Yes, he would give up his life if that were the only way to keep his tribe safe, there was no question about that, but his plans were designed to ensure he and his people would live on. To ensure he'd take down Oze's forces, as difficult as it might be. His heart tightened upon realizing that, subconsciously, he abided by Azula's wish, he'd live on, even if in sheer agony without her by his side, but he'd keep going. He wouldn't sacrifice himself unless it truly was the only choice, and truth be told, he doubted it would be if they played their cards correctly. Their strategies might be limited by their supplies and resources, but they could work. They would work. At any rate, son. Hakata said, patting Sokka's back gently. Got any big plans for today? Not really. Thought I'd check if Suki needed me to babysit already, but that's all I had in mind right now. He said, swallowing hard. Thought about going hunting, but it's too late to start now, isn't it? And I'm out of shape, so we'll go hunting together one of these days, then. To get you back into shape, Hakata grinned. Whenever you're ready, of course. Well, if you really don't mind, Sokka smiled a little. I don't want to weigh anyone down, hunting in winter is bad enough as it is, a party member who hasn't been hunting in over half a decade isn't much help in that situation, right? We can go alone, then, Hakata smiled too. The others can and surely would handle themselves fine without me. You can join the hunting parties once you feel you're up for it, Sokka. If you say so. Sokka sighed, but he grinned gratefully at his father. Thanks. Nothing to thank your old man for, I'm here to annoy you by inserting myself into all your duties until you get mad at me and shove me away, Hakata declared, prompting Sokka to laugh quietly. Not sure that's going to happen, though you can keep trying anyway, if you're curious about how patient I might be, these days, Sokka said. I can tell you're far more patient than you used to be, but you cannot underestimate a meddling father's abilities to pester his children, Hakata smiled, prompting his son to laugh again. Guess that asking me what I'll do for the rest of the day is part of that meddling? Sokka asked, amused. Why, of course. Part of the package, we both know that, Hakata grinned. You're going to train the warriors today, too. Yeah, once Suki's done, as usual, Sokka nodded, though he recognized the spark of mischief in his father's azure eyes, so very similar to his own. Got any particular reason to ask that question, Dad? Oh, not really. I was just pondering if I ought to join in. Oh, what, to humiliate me by dueling me and kicking my ass in front of every other warrior of the tribe? Sokka asked, and Hakata roared with disbelieving laughter. Me? Humiliating you? You are such a flatterer, my son, truly. He laughed, patting Sokka's shoulder affectionately. Sokka smiled warmly, a strange tug of anticipation surging in his gut. His father had bested him in combat in each fair sparring session they'd ever had, when Sokka was younger. Sometimes, yes, Hakata would let Sokka win, but Sokka wasn't quite so foolish as to believe that was his father at his best. He had always been a remarkable, superior warrior, and frankly, through all those years of training as hard as he had while partaking in the Gladiator League, it hadn't even occurred to Sokka that he might have outdone his father where combat was concerned. I'll admit, I thought about joining in mainly to hear about whatever tactics we could expect from the Fire Nation soldiers. Hakata said, guiding Sokka back inside the tribe, an arm wrapped around his son's shoulders. But all things considered, you must be 10 times as experienced in battle as I am, at this point. No way, Sokka answered reflexively. Yes, it was possible, but he wasn't sure he was ready to admit it. Hakata chuckled, looking at his son questioningly. The more you refuse to acknowledge your own strength, the more you make me wonder about it, he said. How about a quick bout, then? One duel with your old man, for old time's sake, maybe? I do believe Katara says you've made a proper recovery, so you could use your weapons again by now, if you wish to. Sokka gritted his teeth, mulling an answer quietly. He hadn't attempted to touch his weapons since finding the necklace hidden in his pack. A stupid choice, he knew so, but whenever he trained the warriors, he'd borrow weapons from his students to show them how to perform certain movements rather than using his own. He wasn't going to borrow a weapon to defeat Oze's forces, that much went without saying, but if he kept allowing their very presence to hurt him, if they continued to serve as reminders of a life beyond his reach, he might even fail to wield them properly when the moment of truth arrived. However hard it might be, he couldn't be caught with his guard down. He knew his weapons, he knew just how to use them, and he'd be ready. But the best way to be ready would be by easing himself into using those weapons once more, after almost 2 months without doing so. Well, I won't use my sword, that's for sure, Sokka said, startling Hakata before explaining his reasoning, matter-of-factly. It can cut through most materials, even solid metal. We don't have so many weapons to spare, I don't want to risk cutting through them in training. Right, Hakata smiled, pleased to hear his son hadn't found his suggestion outrageous or unacceptable, regardless of the pain that still dwelled in his heart. Your boomerang would be fine, though. And your club, and your knife. Sokka nodded, trudging towards the center of the tribe with his father by his side. They stopped by the now empty fireplace, in the area where Suki would surely begin her training for the women eventually, a short walk away from the chief's home. You sure about this, Dad? Sokka asked. Hakata smiled and nodded. I'm sure I'll learn much from you yet, my son. I always do. His kindness, his encouragement, they were a gentle balm on Sokka's weary soul, one he had needed far more direly than he wanted to accept. He couldn't help but smile back as his heart seemed to jumpstart for the first time in ages. Trading blows on a training duel with his father had been the highlight of any day for Sokka since his youngest years, and as much as countless things had changed since then, it appeared that genuine excitement hadn't vanished after all. So he clasped his father's hand, the one over his shoulder, and squeezed his fingers gently with his own before finally complying fully with his father's idea. All right, Dad, let's try this. The once clear shores of the South Pole now sported a maze of tall ice spikes, walls that surged from the depths of the ocean to protect the frozen landscape. It had been the work of weeks, but as far as Aang could tell, he and Katara had crafted a resilient defensive mechanism that even the strongest of the Fire Nation's ice-breaking ships would struggle to overcome. Colliding head-on with any of the walls would still hinder their approach to the shore, littering the metal ships with shards of broken ice and potentially damaging their hulls too. Katara had been adamant about crafting extra spikes underwater, in hopes that they might halt the enemy's approach before they reached their doorstep. Her idea had taken Aang by surprise, but he had agreed to it, despite his apprehension. The Fire Nation ships might be sturdy enough that, even upon clashing into such solid, firm ice, the damage would take time to sink any ships, enough that the soldiers and crewmen aboard would have a chance to rush to safety. Perhaps they'd be able to jump ship and climb onto another ship of the fleet, once they escaped, upon realizing the Water Tribe would not be taken without a ferocious fight. However willing to obey Fire Lord Ozai as they might be, even the soldiers from the settlement had backed down and fled when faced with a fight they couldn't win. The ones Ozai sent next should be no different, Aang hoped. He bent himself back onto Appa's saddle right after ensuring the furthermost spiky walls were as tall and threatening as they were meant to be. "I think we're good now," Aang announced to Katara, who sighed in relief as she surveyed their surroundings. "We've done a lot of bending lately," she smiled. She wasn't sure if they'd bent their defenses a whole mile into the water, but it certainly looked like it, from these heights. If the Fire Nation approached with catapults and siege weapons of the sort, they would likely have to waste most their ammunition, if not all of it, on tearing down these walls to access the South Pole safely. The ice underwater, however, would still be sure to do a number on any approaching warships. They still had one more weapon to place within the water too, of course, one last weapon that Katara hoped would do enormous damage, if it worked as it was intended to. "Yeah. I guess we finally can take a break," Aang said, with a shy smile. Katara swallowed hard but nodded, unsure of what to say next as the Avatar steered the Sky Bison back towards the shore. Truth be told, she found herself in strange, unfamiliar waters with Aang these days. Her whole world had taken a tumble or 20 ever since Sokka had returned. Her relationship with Aang hit an abrupt stop in the wake of so many changes, and as much as they'd had plenty of time to talk things over while working on the tribe's defenses, they somehow hadn't done it at all. Katara's innards twisted with anxiety as she wondered if he'd bring up what they'd been talking about that very day, just before they were called to help the near-frozen Sokka. And maybe he did intend to talk about his almost proposal, but Aang's intentions were thwarted quickly when he caught sight of a group of warriors by the shore. "Oh? What's going on with them?" he said carelessly, startling Katara, who glanced over the side of the Sky Bison's saddle, seeking whatever had caught Aang's attention. The warriors on the sleds had stopped at the settlement's entrance, carrying some sort of luggage with them, which they were taking inside the metal building. Aang frowned, glancing at Katara with confusion, only to find that she wasn't quite as puzzled as he was. "Do you know what they're doing?" he asked. Katara nodded. "Guess they thought to store the Tangle mines in the settlement for now," she explained. "We'll probably distribute them little by little, so it's for the best if dash." "The Tangle what's it, now?" Aang said, staring at Katara with raised eyebrows. Katara mimicked his confused expression. "You didn't hear? Not even in passing?" she asked. "I mean, I know I didn't bring it up because I figured you wouldn't like it, but..." "I wouldn't like what, exactly?" Aang asked, his brow furrowed. Katara breathed deeply before eyeing him matter-of-factly. "They're bombs," she said, point blank. "Of my dad's invention. He used similar ones when he was fighting in the war. They're dangerous, they're effective, and they'll serve as yet another line of defense against the Fire Lord's armies if they really come down here, so..." "Wait. Hakata wants to blow up their ships?" Aang asked, frowning as Appa descended towards the settlement, gradually. "No. That's going too far. So many of their soldiers would die, Katara. We can't just do something like this." "We can't?" Katara repeated, raising her eyebrows. "So, defending our nation, our territories, isn't alright because we'll kill some of their soldiers?" "You can defend them without killing them needlessly," Aang exclaimed, frowning heavily before turning to steer Appa carefully, away from the bombs that were carried inside the settlement. "They may be soldiers, Katara, but they're people. They're like Kino, like Zuko." "Right, and while you're busy trying to find their humanity, they'll be more than happy to butcher us." Katara exclaimed, throwing her hands up in the air as Appa finally landed. The warriors had been working tirelessly, flowing through their motions without any trouble. The Sky Bison's descent hadn't appeared to be bad news, but the raised voices, a most unusual occurrence between Aang and Katara, brought the warriors to a halt as they waited to understand whatever was wrong with the two benders. Aang dismounted quickly, faster than Katara. He strode towards the cluster of bombs, eyes wide with disbelief. This wasn't what he'd expected, what they'd told him of their plans. Nobody had told him because they thought he would react adversely. Had Kino known? Had Zuko known? Had Sokka? "You're telling me Sokka is fine with this?" he asked, turning towards Katara, who had only just jumped on the ice. She scowled at him, and Aang took the expression as a sign of his suspicions being spot on. "He's going to be furious when he knows that you guys are." Sokka was the one who proposed this idea, Aang. After those words, silence. Tense, unnerving silence. The Avatar's expression betrayed how profoundly confused he felt, how distressing he found the notion of blowing up thousands of ships. Katara clenched her fists, waiting for him to react, knowing, too, that he wouldn't be likely to change his mind for the better, once he did. As much as she had grown to love him, Aang's understanding of the world, as well as his immense compassion, seemed utterly incompatible with these war-torn nations after over 100 years of war. "Why?" he finally said. He has Fire Nation friends, more of them than we do. He's known their soldiers, he can't want to kill them." "Who says he wants to?" Katara retorted, startling Aang. "You think any of us would be fighting to the death for the fun of it, really? The ones who started a war to dominate every other nation weren't the water tribes, Aang. This is defense. This is retaliation. They've killed people for 100 years, and they'll keep going for 100 more if nobody stands up to them. I'm not saying you shouldn't defend yourselves, but I can't believe the only answer is to kill them all," Aang said, gritting his teeth. "There has to be another way, Katara. I'm not being gullible, if that's what you think. I know the Fire Nation has done horrible things. And you expect that we'd be just as bad as them if we respond in kind?" Katara asked, raising her eyebrows. "Considering we'd even save other people from the Fire Lord's soldiers if we kill them, I don't think that argument would stand. They're attacking us because they can, we're defending ourselves because we must. It's not about who's bad or worse, Katara, but those people have families too. They have friends, they matter to someone." "Do they?" Katara asked, skeptically. "Well, damn, we never got Fire Nation raids attempting to find and reclaim Kino after he chose to stay behind with us. They even misconstrued his image and name on the wanted poster they made for him. He's never even said he wants to go back, because none of them ever even acknowledged his existence, while we do. Then, Zuko? He got half his face burned by his father, was treated like crap by the man for all his life, and he found a home, safe and sound, for himself and his family, right here. To this day, the Fire Lord has done nothing to find him." "His uncle did try," Aang said, frowning reproachfully. "And would his uncle think Zuko should go back to the Fire Nation just for his sake, if he learns that Zuko built a home for himself and his family here?" Katara asked, stretching a hand towards the pole. "A home and a family he never had, back in the Fire Nation? Suki keeps saying it, he's never been happier. He has a purpose, a life he's proud of, a life his rotten bastard of a father wouldn't let him have. And beyond this, I still don't know if I can believe everything about my brother's story, but look at what happened to his princess, huh? She'd be better off away from that disgusting monster they have for a father, but she chose to go back to him anyway because she hoped to minimize the damage to us. Which proves there's good people in the Fire Nation," Aang huffed. Katara shrugged. "And there's good people in the Water Tribe too," she said. "That didn't stop their soldiers from killing them. It didn't stop them from coming after my mother. And the good people from the Fire Nation? The ones we've known? They're better off away from that accursed nation anyway. So, am I torn up over the idea of killing Fire Nation soldiers, when I know their whole lives are just meant to be lived as goons for Fire Lord Ozai, whose whole purpose is to force them into doing his bidding while he doesn't even move a finger. No, Aang, I'm not. And I barely see why I should be. So, you're telling me you've learned nothing in all these years of knowing Zuko and Kino? Aang asked, eyes wide. Katara. Oh, I've learned a lot, Aang, Katara said, scowling. More than anything, that the Fire Nation's going to immolate their own, toss them aside like they're useless, destroy them if they so much as dare stand up for what's right, unless someone puts a stop to them. And that's what we're trying to do. If you disagree with that notion. I don't disagree with it, I just think there has to be another way. Well, great. Share it with us, if you can come up with something, Katara said, scowling as she stepped backwards, towards the silent, awkward warriors. Go back to the village and talk to Sokka yourself. Maybe he'll have a better chance at making you see things from our point of view than I do, but before you go, I want to ask you something. Aang tensed up, eyeing Katara with unease. She took a moment to compose her thoughts before finally speaking them aloud, a stern scowl on her face. What did you plan to do, when you tried to return to the Southern Air Temple upon hearing the Fire Nation had attacked them? Aang's brow drew, though not with anger. He hadn't expected such a question he had long stopped pondering, seeing as he had failed to save his people. That Katara would ask such a question couldn't be gratuitous. She had always held back from making him think too much of the past, or of his mistake, which, in her eyes, had only been an accident, that resulted in Aang being trapped in ice for far too many years. It didn't hurt any less that she'd asked it, however. Katara, he said, almost pleadingly, but she didn't appear to be ready to stand down. If there had been no storm, if there had been nothing to stop you from reaching them on time, what would you have done? Katara asked, firmly. Would you have used your bending to force the Fire Nation soldiers to stop attacking, perhaps? Maybe you could have frozen them over, I don't know, though with the comet's influence they might not have been easily stopped with just ice. Even then, I'll just pretend you could have done it, and kept the casualties to a minimum on both sides. What about the other air temples? The Fire Nation attacked them all. They killed countless of your people and got away with it, to next to no consequences. They destroyed a whole culture, and they didn't even show the slightest bit of remorse for it. For most people, airbenders are completely gone, have been for over 100 years. They're a thing of the past, and it's because the Fire Nation made it so. You tried to stop them, but you have to know they wouldn't have stopped. That they would have returned as soon as they had the chance, as many times as it might have taken, even if it meant defying the Avatar. They didn't stop, not for 100 years. When trying to conquer the Earth Kingdom and the Water Tribes, compassion may be a choice you can make once you've won a war, but you can't hope to win it unless you're willing to fight it in the first place. Aang gritted his teeth, lowering his head as Katara turned towards the warriors once more. She asked what their orders had been and they explained them. Within instants, it was as though Aang had already left even if he was still standing right there. He did understand Katara's reasoning, he did know she had a right to fight, to defend her people as best she could. But were there truly no boundaries, no extremes they wouldn't stoop to? He had been taught to protect every life, to respect them. Couldn't they simply disable their enemies, defeat them without killing them? Wasn't there something else they could do? He gritted his teeth as he leapt onto Appa's saddle again. Impulsive ideas surged in his mind, ways to put a stop to a violent battle before it could grow any worse than it would be already, yet even before taking off, Aang suspected the Water Tribe wouldn't be likely to respond well to his ideas on how to defend their territories. Katara's words had cut into him, deeply. He had failed to defend his people. He wanted to think he could have saved them, prevented the genocide of his nation, but Katara wasn't wrong to ask him how, exactly, had he intended to do so. Even without a storm raging, he might have been too late to save his friends, his mentors, and then what? How could he have fought and saved whoever was left when those powerful firebenders surely had been sent with orders to hold nothing back when laying waste on the world Aang had grown in and loved for all his childhood? He held back the tears, urging Appa to fly quickly. Katara had been frustrated when she had heard Hakata and Kunna didn't want him to take off and to fight blindly in the war against the Fire Lord. It felt like eons ago. For some reason, he had thought that meant Hakata was weary of the fighting, hoping to live life as peacefully as possible rather than letting the fury of revenge take hold of him. But maybe he didn't quite understand, maybe he didn't truly know how far the Water Tribe might go over their ferocious love for their community, and their willingness to defend it. Yes, he'd seen their training, he'd witnessed as Suki taught the women how to defend themselves, how Sokka helped trained warriors learn how to read an opponent better, how to make the most of the openings left by a foe. Somehow, it hadn't crossed Aang's mind that they were training to be able to kill before they were killed. And as sickening as that thought was, wasn't it right? Wasn't it fair, even? He clenched his fists on the reins as Apple landed inside the tribe, settling in his large hut. I'm sorry, buddy, Aang said, as he climbed off Appa's neck, patting one of his large horns gently. I know I said we'd have some fun once we were done with the ice walls and all, but I can't right now. I'll come back in a bit, okay? Appa responded with his typical, gentle-mannered grunts. He pressed his head to Aang, who sighed and embraced him for a moment that felt much shorter than it was. His hand ran through the creature's fur, finding companionship and comfort in him. He knew, no matter what happened, that Appa would understand him. He had been his companion throughout his life in the good times and the bad, and he stood by Aang's side no matter what. Even if he couldn't see eye to eye with the Water Tribe, he'd never have such fears with his faithful Sky Bison. See you later, buddy, he smiled, reassured by his gentle friend, although his soul remained distraught. He trudged out of the bison's home with heavier footsteps than usual, kicking snow lightly on his way to the center of the village. Suki's teaching hours would begin shortly, so the likelihood was that Sokka might already be by the training area, at the center of the village. If he wanted to talk to him, he'd do best to catch him before Mari started her typical demands to hear more about Princess Jing's adventures. His ruminations were interrupted when the sound of cheers and hoots reached his ears. Aang perked up immediately, puzzled by whatever might have stirred the tribe's spirits so much. Had Sokka started the storytelling session already, and most the warriors had joined in, going by the chorus of male voices? Though there was female laughter as well, perhaps they had been distracted from their lessons today? Aang's confusion wasn't dispelled when the center of the village came into view. It seemed everyone had gathered there, watching something at the center of the crowd. The Avatar pushed himself up on his toes to look over the tribe's people that cheered and laughed. His jaw dropped upon glimpsing Hakata brandishing a spear, circling carefully around Sokka, who matched his movements perfectly while only holding a knife. The jovial attitude of the townsfolk suggested this was no violent scuffle, no actual conflict between the father and the son. Hakata, in fact, seemed to be smiling when his face came into full view for Aang, and he wondered if Sokka was returning the gesture or not. Hakata stepped forward and jabbed at Sokka. The quick-paced, younger man stepped out of the way evenly, his movements perfectly timed and controlled as he swung his knife at his father. Hakata swept the spear towards his opponent, but Sokka ducked underneath it quickly and dashed in. The knife was at Hakata's throat before he could so much as blink in surprise. Another deafening roar of cheers and hoots thundered in the village, and this time Aang could see it was accompanied by the laughter of father and son. Hakata raised his hands in surrender instants before Sokka withdrew his weapon, shaking his head. Didn't I tell you? Of course you could beat me with just the knife. Hakata chuckled, patting his son's shoulder. Curses, Sokka, you move faster than lightning. No, I don't. He rebuffed, amused, and flustered by the flattery. Come on, Dad. You've beaten me on even grounds, beaten me at a disadvantage. If I told you to tie a hand and a leg behind your back, you'd likely get me too, Hakata snickered. Sokka's laughter had something of shyness to it, but it was genuine, just as when he laughed while telling stories to Zuko's daughter. Come on, Dad, you're just not used to my fighting style nowadays, that's all there is to it, he concluded, shaking his head. Give it a few weeks and you'll wipe the floor with me, like you always did. A few weeks? Sokka, you could give me 10 lifetimes and you'd still beat me. Hell, no. No way. Do you guys have time for another bout? Katon asked, excitedly, gazing at Hakata and Sokka in wonder as he stood at the front of the crowd. Just the one. This was supposed to be the last one, wasn't it? Sokka asked, smiling a little. Pretty sure Suki won't be long. His attempt to spot Suki, however, led his eyes towards Aang instead. Sokka's smile waned at once, replaced by a crooked eyebrow that most his admirers seemed to take as ominous, or at least, worrisome. All their eyes fell upon Aang, who tensed up underneath their stares. Never before had he felt more like an outsider to the water tribe, but as daunted as he might feel for a moment, he needed to speak with Hakata and Sokka at once. "Everything okay by the bay?" Sokka asked, immediately pinpointing trouble, judging by Aang's semblance. The Avatar didn't respond, electing to step closer instead. "Can we talk for a moment? I guess you were busy, but as you said this was the last bout," Aang said, quietly. Sokka blinked a few times before nodding, glancing at the lingering crowd. As much as they might have wished to witness Sokka's fighting prowess one more time, the change in mood upon Aang's arrival had been a more effective deterrent than anything else would have been. "Sure thing," Sokka said, clasping his shoulder to guide him away from the center of the village. "The lessons should start any moment now, so whatever you have to say, best say it before it's time for Jing and Wenta." "Right," Aang smiled, glancing back at Hakata. Maybe I should speak to both of you, actually." "Both of us?" Hakata repeated, raising his eyebrows. "Well, now. That sounds intriguing." Aang smiled weakly but said nothing. If Hakata was hoping to hear a request for his daughter's hand in marriage, he'd surely be disappointed. To think he had been moments away from proposing to Katara properly, not so long ago, and now he found himself wondering if theirs was still a romantic relationship, for starters. They hadn't kissed a single time since that day, all their conversations had versed around Sokka and all efforts to defend the tribe. Even while working together, by themselves, Katara had kept him at bay, as though wanting no distractions from their duties. Once they stepped away from the training area, standing between Hakata's igloo and the next one, the tribe's newest warriors had started gathering for their upcoming lesson already, though Suki fortunately hadn't arrived just yet. Aang breathed out and looked at the father and son with a distraught frown. "I only just learned about the bombs. The Tangle Mines, whatever Katara called them," he said, gritting his teeth. I understand her reasoning. I know why she thinks this is necessary, but I'm surprised to find either of you think so too. I'm not gullible, I know the Fire Nation won't show us mercy, but I'm surprised to find the Water Tribe doesn't intend to show any, either." "Mercy?" Hakata repeated, a hint of confusion and disbelief in his voice. "You may be thinking too much of it, Aang." "I'm not. Those are still lives that will be taken by the explosions of those bombs, soldiers who have homes and families, just like yours," he said, glancing at Sokka in particular. "You know it better than I do." Sokka gritted his teeth, averting his gaze from Aang. The Avatar thought he recognized guilt in Sokka's countenance, yet he took for granted he understood its source mere instants before Sokka spoke. "Yeah. They had homes, they had families. They had reasons to live on and fight for everything they believed in. And I killed them anyway." His words floored Aang and gave Hakata pause as well. The Avatar's eyes widened upon finding that the vacancy in Sokka's soul had reared its head once more. It wasn't the storyteller speaking now, or the instructor of the warriors. It was the gladiator. "I've taken many lives, Aang. Far more than you have, far more than I hope you ever will," he said, his voice deep and earnest. They did not deserve to die either. I simply was, faster, cleverer, stronger. I outsmarted them. I did whatever I could to survive. They were doing the same thing. There was an unspoken respect between us because of that. And every fight that left a scar across my body was a reminder of that respect. Of the fact that I carry countless deaths on my conscience, and so, I also carry the wordless promise that I'll make something of myself to prove worthy of my survival." Sokka. Aang gritted his teeth. He felt as though he'd swallowed a whole block of ice. Where he had tried to jug Sokka out of his misery weeks ago, now he found himself struck by a blast of wisdom he wasn't sure he knew what to make of. I don't mean the people you had to fight were worth less than these soldiers, if that's what you thought. It's only Aang. I know, Sokka said, cutting him off with a strange, gentle firmness that startled Aang. It almost felt as though he were speaking to Hakata, instead. I know why you're against it. I know why you're disturbed by the idea of us blowing up their ships. Even if the damage weren't severe, the likelihood that all of them would survive is poor, at best. They don't deserve to die, and if I can avoid killing them, then I will. If we can defeat them without going too far, I assure you, I'd choose to do that, without any doubt. Compassion isn't worthless, none of us thinks that, but that we can so much as wield compassion is already a privilege most people aren't granted. In fact, it's a privilege the Fire Nation army has long been denied. They fight to their best, to the death if they must. They might get blown up, drowned, buried alive, even set on fire, and they'll still never think of surrendering against the enemy. It's what they're taught to do, it's what the Fire Lord demands they do. They've been told that the world is theirs for the taking, and they're wielded as weapons, far-reaching and destructive weapons, to enforce their Fire Lord's will. They aren't free to make a choice, and because they're not, they'll march headfirst into death for the sake of a nation that will sacrifice them, one by one, until the Fire Lord gets what he wants. Sokka breathed deeply, his chest rising and falling as his father placed a hand on his shoulder. Sokka gritted his teeth, glancing at Aang pointedly once again. If you can defeat them without killing them, I'd be thrilled for it. If you can win this war for us without even fighting it, we'll all be grateful. But I don't think even the almighty Avatar can stop a massive force of Fire Nation battleships on his own. Your past lives, they seem to have taken their responsibilities onto their shoulders and shared them with very little people, if any at all. You don't have to do this. In fact, I did think you could be a great help in the battlefield, but I won't demand that you're there if you refuse to fight. I won't refuse to fight, Aang said, looking at Sokka pleadingly. It's just these bombs are necessary, Sokka said, shaking his head. Trust me, they won't stop just because of them. And even if we win the first bout, more are bound to follow afterwards. He will never tire, he will never stop, not until I'm dead, and even then, he might do his best to destroy the tribe afterwards just for the sake of it. I won't allow him to get away with that. The Fire Lord has taken too damn much from me as it is, and I'm not going to let him take anything else. I understand that, Aang whispered, breathing deeply. I just was raised to cherish and respect life, in all circumstances. He's the descendant of the man who destroyed my people, but so is Zuko. I can't condemn them for the actions of their forebears. And for the actions they take now? Hakata asked, raising his eyebrows. Aang gritted his teeth. Fire Lord Oze wants to kill my son. He would destroy my whole world if I don't fight back. Where Zuko has chosen to learn better, his father never did. I understand your apprehension, Aang, but you once said you wouldn't send me to fight a war on my own, Aang said, looking at him reproachfully. I thought you didn't wish to fight anymore. To pick fights? Certainly not, Hakata said, nodding. I didn't wish to sacrifice you to the war either, Aang. But if things go the way they probably will, the war will come to us, whether we want it to or not. I don't fight for vengeance anymore, Aang, but I will fight for the living. For those that remain. For those whom I might yet be able to defend, even if it takes me my last breath. I may not be as spry as I once was, and my son here is certainly the better warrior now. Dad, really. But my willingness to fight for my people has not changed, Aang, Hakata assured him, gazing at him intently. I would not make choices for you. I did not wish to send you to certain death in the Fire Nation clutches, thus, I ensured Katara would set aside her grandiose ideas and wishful thinking. She had no plans, no information, no means through which to attain victory if she took off alone with you to fight this war. The situation now is different, vastly different. But as Sokka said it, if you can't bring yourself to fight alongside us, you don't need to do it. Your strength and talent would certainly come in handy, and you could even have a hand at ensuring a fair number of those soldiers don't meet their deaths, outright, by defeating them yourself. But if you do not wish to face these battles, Aang, there isn't a single soul in this tribe that will drag you into it against your will, I swear it. But we will fight, Sokka said. Hakata nodded. We will fight, he confirmed. Sokka's fists trembled at either side of his body. That's the main reason why I came back, he admitted. Both Hakata and Aang gazed at him with uncertainty. Because Oze would attack, sooner or later. I'm here to help defend the tribe at all costs. I know the value of a life, of any life, thus, I don't take any fight for granted. But with all the lives the Fire Lords have already cost every nation, including those of their own soldiers, letting them win without resistance would only result in more violence in the end. I won't pretend that they'll surrender immediately if we win this battle, but there's even less of a chance that they'd do that if we don't fight back. I always believed there were other ways to stop a reign of violence, peaceful ways. It was one of the reasons why I stood at her side, without any doubt in my mind or heart that she'd change this world for the better. I didn't want it to be through violence, through death, and it wouldn't have been, if only. He couldn't finish that sentence. He felt choked up again, and he took a deep breath in hopes to chase away the unwanted sensation. The other two remained silent before he finished his thoughts. This wasn't the only way. Ideally, none of this would have had to happen, Sokka whispered. But these are the lives we have to lead. As much as we wish things could be simpler, they're not. Wasting away, wishing for time to turn back and for the chance to do things over, to change fate, it will do no one any favors. We're the ones who get to choose who we want to be. I could just continue to grieve, in all honesty I still do, every damn day, but if I don't stand up and fight now, there's a chance I never will have the choice to fight again. I already have to live with the consequences from enough bad choices I've made. I refuse to make the wrong one this time, too. Aang gritted his teeth, in silent surrender. Sokka did understand. Sokka didn't wish to do this, just as Katara had said he didn't. But he had no choice, or at least, he thought he didn't have one. Whether he was right or wrong, though, Sokka was willing to respect his stance enough to let him sit out the battle while the rest of them waged war on the likely invaders who would reach their shores sooner than later. If I could think of something else to prevent more casualties, a plan we could set in motion. Aang asked, anxiously. Do you guys think we could do it? Would you agree to that? Well, I'd think so, yes, Hakata said, nodding as he glanced at Sokka. While a few of our warriors are quite bloodthirsty, whether because they're old and vengeful or young and resentful, I know I would welcome a peaceful solution. Just, don't turn yourself into the Fire Nation forces by striking some sort of deal to keep them outside our waters, Sokka said, eyeing Aang pointedly. It'd be a seriously bad idea, so don't even think about it, alright? I wasn't thinking about that. But I'll keep that in mind, Aang said, smiling sadly. I guess I'm sorry for not really understanding you guys earlier. I know neither of you are eager to kill anyone, but I was afraid that you might be going too far without thinking of the consequences, I guess. Trust me, once you kill people without wanting to, there's no chance you'll ever kill again without thinking of the consequences, Sokka said, with a heavy frown. I've fought Fire Nation soldiers before. I've stood against and beside them in battle. I know how single-minded they can be about victory. I know all I need to know about their willingness to sacrifice themselves for a wretched Fire Lord who could spend the rest of his days tortured and locked in a dungeon, eating nothing but festering muso shit, and it'd still be too good for what he deserves. He doesn't deserve their loyalty, their faithfulness. He doesn't deserve his own nation. He certainly doesn't deserve his daughter or his son. If it was in my power to do so I'd target him, and him alone, but this is all we can do for now. I don't really know what to expect after the first battle ends, but I guess we'll have to wait and see if a first battle happens at all, for starters. It's bound to. But until it does, we have time to prepare, time to plan, Hakata said, glancing at Aang earnestly. We know who the true enemy is. You needn't fear we'll lose our way. Like Sokka said, compassion is a privilege, and I certainly hope we'll have a chance to exercise it. But there's no chance you'll exercise it if you don't fight first, Aang finished, echoing Katara's earlier words. Hakata nodded as the Avatar sighed in defeat. Alright, then, alright. I'll give this more thought. I will be there, and I will fight alongside you if I can't find another way. But I do hope that the princess succeeds at keeping the Fire Lord from sending soldiers at all. Your people deserve to live in peace, to not have to worry about fighting wars against the Fire Nation. Just as theirs deserve to be set free from their horrible tyrants' clutches. He was the Avatar, after all. Wasn't it supposed to be his duty to deal with these sorts of problems? The idea felt gargantuan, immeasurably large, but perhaps that was why he had a lifetime to make it happen. He didn't think he knew where to start, but perhaps defending this beautiful village and tribe was a good starting point. All right, then, if that's settled, I think someone needs Sokka's attention, Hakata said, smiling a little as he patted his son's shoulder. One glance at the center of the village revealed that Mari, who had arrived along with her mother by then, seemed quite distressed upon not spotting Sokka nearby so far. He couldn't help but smile and shake his head at the child's concern, glancing back at his father and Aang as he started to step back into the light. If you need to talk more about this, we can do it over dinner, maybe, Sokka suggested. For now, though, my babysitting duties beckon. Aang offered him a half-hearted smile as he approached the child. Mari's eyes brightened immediately, and she took to chanting Wenta and Jing's names happily while Sokka reassured her he had a great story for her today, yet again. I know it can be hard to wrap your head around changes often, it is for everyone. Don't let all those legends about the water tribe's adaptability fool you, Hakata told Aang, patting the young man's shoulder now. Aang sighed but nodded, bowing his head in defeat. You get to choose who you want to be, however, just as my son said you did. It's astonishing how wise he's become over the years, you know. You must be very proud of him, Aang smiled a little. Hakata nodded. Of him and Katara, of course, of this whole tribe. You included, naturally, Hakata grinned, squeezing Aang's bony shoulder gently. I know the dark moments make the brighter ones feel, well, dim and weak in comparison. But those bright moments are the ones that make life worth living, the ones that fill you with the strength to fight at your hardest whenever dark times arrive. It isn't easy, of course, but once you find something so beautiful, your heart just beats to protect it, right? Aang gritted his teeth but nodded, feeling tears burning in his eyes, his jaw tight as he gazed out at the tribe, the same people who had cheered earlier while watching Sokka dueling his father, the same people who now laughed and chatted as they waited for Suki's lessons to begin. The same people who had welcomed him when he had fallen out of time, right into their laps, the same people who decided to protect him from the Fire Nation and to give him a place among them. Building his resolve to fight back felt a lot easier when he allowed the better moments to shine the brightest in his soul. Maybe he'd waver and hesitate again when the moment of truth arrived. But for now he could only accept that they were right, all three of them. Katara, Sokka, and Hakata, they were right to protect their beautiful home, no matter what it might take. It was Zhao who'd had enough of living in muck, and Zhao who had decided to do something about it. Devoid of any form of motivation, Azula had simply laid in bed silently, offering no input, no opinions, no opposition or agreement to his grand decision to find his maid and bring her to clean the room, for none of the servants seemed willing to do so. Their refusal made perfect sense. Over half the previous staff had worked for Azula in some capacity and their services had been terminated for no other reason than that. They would cook for her, but even entering the princess's room to deliver the meal was too much of a risk, apparently. Thus, Renkai took to bringing her meals himself, dutifully ensuring she wouldn't starve to death, or at least, that she'd have the means through which she could prevent starving to death, if she could be bothered to eat at all. Her dragon wasn't much better off. The guards pushed food towards his jaws carefully with a large pole through a barely open door. He would refuse to eat unless he thought he wasn't being watched, but at least he seemed more willing to feed himself these days, surely because his body's energy reserves were much too weak to resist the temptation of food anymore. He had spat plums of fire out of the refuge upon every attempt to feed him, but his weakened flames couldn't achieve much more these days other than scorching his meal lightly. It was a miserable existence for the two connected beings, as physical and not-so-physical trappings seemed to hold them down in captivity. Azula climbed out of bed only on occasion, only when Zhao wasn't around. She would do it to eat, or to drink, or to wash herself slightly. Or to hurl, at times. It kept happening throughout the weeks after the wedding, but she did her very best to contain the urge if Zhao was nearby, only giving into it in his absence. So far, he seemed to credit her sickly appearance to her depression, and he wasn't entirely wrong to do so, truth be told. Sometimes, the bed was her only comfort. Then, some other times, she wanted to set it, and the whole room, on fire. It matched the flames that kept popping up in her dreams lately, fire, swirling and rushing, overwhelming and powerful, consuming everything. Consuming the man with the metal limbs until he was nothing but ashes, consuming a whole building until it was nothing but its foundations, consuming the men immolated on those pyres, screaming in righteous fury, a final act of defiance against a world that had granted them no mercy. Consuming a twisting weapon, one that exploded in a burst of blood, corrupting everything in its wake. Consuming her brother's face as he screamed, kneeling before the Fire Lord who refused to acknowledge him as his son, the Fire Lord whose wrath now turned to her. But his fire did not burn her, for he had aimed above her, he had aimed at a 2-story house, so familiar and comforting, a safe place where there was nothing to fear, where she could crawl into another bed and find true belonging, happiness. And it was on fire. The flames licked the walls and the roof, the crackling of every collapsing column, of the building slowly crashing onto itself, seemed to destroy and consume her at the same time. A shape in the fire, a humanoid shape, extending a hand towards her, and she reached for it. They could get out, he could get out, if she could save only him alone. She couldn't. The flames engulfed her too. Fire had never hurt her before, but it did now. The first time it happened, she'd woken with a start. She'd climbed out of bed, scrambled to her desk and perched there, refusing to close her eyes for another moment. The darkness of the room in the middle of the night had done little to chase away her nightmare, neither had the shape that laid beside her, breathing calmly and easily. Either he hadn't woken when she leapt out of bed, or he had, and he'd also decided to do nothing about it. Which, frankly, was for the better. His very presence felt like a nightmare of its own, and it would do nothing to chase away the dreadful, singed feeling digging into her gut, even now. So she'd taken her seat there, and she'd poured out her sorrows for a night. The result of said surrender had been stuffed away quickly, safely, so no one would see it, but no one would, as nobody wanted to clean this place anyway. Her mostly untouched desk had been lined with dust except where she had perched herself, and as far as she could tell, it would remain that way forever. On her birthday, she'd stayed in bed for most the day. She wasn't sure if Zhao's grand gesture of finding and bringing Rei to serve them was intended as some sort of birthday present, but the way he behaved suggested he either didn't remember the date or didn't care to acknowledge it, if he did. Rei, of course, hadn't known what day it was, but to Angela's surprise, the young woman, daunted as she appeared to be, hadn't seemed genuinely scared of her. She hadn't judged her, hadn't looked at her like she was a hazard of some sort, a bomb waiting for ignition or so. Zhao did. The soldiers who had brought her to the palace on that airship did, too. Even her father did, on some measure, though his behavior suggested he intended to stop said ignition by any means necessary. Not Rei, though. She seemed to be perfectly happy around the bomb. Hell, it was as though she didn't even realize there was a bomb in the first place. After watching the young woman work on the days following her arrival, it seemed she truly didn't think the princess represented any form of danger. She dusted every piece of furniture, swept the carpeted floor as thoroughly as she could, then she proceeded to clean the solid marble floors by pressing a wet rag to the floor and running from one end of the room to the next. Angela had no idea if that was how all the servants cleaned, for she was never present when they did it. But there was something childish and innocent, to Rei, a purity that might be attributed to her youth. As far as Angela could tell, she might be around a decade younger than herself, give or take. The circumstances surrounding Rei's very existence were rather mysterious for someone who appeared as straightforward and kind-hearted as she did. Today marked a week after her first day on the job. She had cleaned the room thoroughly for the 7th time in a row, and she had been thrilled when lunchtime arrived. Renkai now brought food for the two of them, perhaps under Zhao's orders? Angela wasn't sure, but she suspected as much. Then, Rei had taken to her duties again, cleaning the bathroom next. Angela heard the noise as she returned to the bed from the dining room after eating her meal, watching the closed door with undeniable curiosity. How many times a week did anyone need to clean a bathroom? Was it supposed to be done daily? For Rei certainly had done as much. Did she expect that to be necessary for a royal? Perhaps. Had Zhao somehow given her an order to do so? Part of her wanted to ask Rei, but at the same time, she didn't dare. The young woman appeared profoundly nervous whenever she addressed her, no matter if Angela had no ill intent towards her. After 2 hours of devoted work, Rei finally left the private bathroom, brushing her sweaty brow with the back of her hand. Angela blinked a few times as she watched her walk across the room, towards the water jug that rested on one of the pieces of furniture near the dining room, a set of cabinets where many valuables were stored. Upon noticing Angela's gaze on her, though, Rei glanced back at the princess warily. "See, can I have some water?" she asked. Angela eyed her with a slight frown for a moment before nodding, though she didn't respond with that nod alone. "You don't have to ask that every time. Drink as often and as much as you need to," she said, simply. Rei flinched, blushing and nodding. "Yes, princess," she said, her voice soft and small, as though she'd been scolded. Had she truly lived her life feeling guilt for even something as simple and vital as requesting a drink of water? Her behavior certainly suggested as much. The girl triggered far more reactions in Angela than she ever expected to feel again, especially towards someone she'd barely known. She remembered Rei fairly well, as her awkward reverence had always lingered in her mind as one of the silliest, and most endearing, somehow, that she'd ever received. Even then, 2 years ago, Rei had seemed remarkably nervous, but that had been the normal behavior of a servant, in Angela's eyes. Maybe now, upon falling from grace, she had far more compassion for those in Rei's role than she'd had before. Maybe, after everything she had cost to her own staff, Angela found herself wishing she'd been better to them, wishing she hadn't assumed, blindly, that her father would be sensible enough to focus the brunt of his rage on her rather than burning down everything around her and forcing her to watch it, to live on with the knowledge of what her choices had cost to everyone else. Rei, Angela suspected, was utterly unaware of all those things, for her behavior hardly reflected the horror that should manifest upon knowing that her job might be a death sentence, or at least, a slavery sentence. In fact, her behavior reflected nothing but the anxious eagerness to do right by a respected figure of authority. Everything indicated she had no idea what had happened to Angela. Zhao hadn't told her anything. Water trickled on the cup, and Rei drained it quickly before refilling it anew. She released a happy sigh after she had her fill, and now she turned a grateful smile, and performed a small bow, towards Angela. "Thank you for your generosity," she said, a twinkle of genuine happiness in her voice. Angela raised an eyebrow as she stared at her, pointedly. "This isn't generosity. It's normal. It's only right," she said, simply. Rei blinked blankly before that same hint of nervousness struck her, but this time, Angela caught notice of it quickly. "And no, you didn't do or say anything wrong. You have no reason to apologize." Rei's mouth opened, then she closed it, and then she blushed. Clearly, she had been about to apologize again, but the princess's last sentence stopped her on her tracks. It seemed she was predictable enough, regardless of how mysterious she could be. "I'm not trying to say it's wrong," Angela continued, biting her lip. "None of what you've done is wrong. This room was, well, not cleaned at all for a very long time, so cleaning it many times over can only do it good. Were you given orders to clean everything so thoroughly every day, though? It seems it exhausts you." I'm fine," Rei assured her, still very much red in the face. "I can clean every day, I promise. I am still learning how to polish the gold embellishments properly, but I'll do better." "That's not an answer to my question," Angela pointed out. Rei flinched. "Did Zhao tell you to do this?" Did the Fire Lord?" Rei shook her head. She betrayed no surprise, no confusion, upon hearing Angela referring to her father through his title rather than through their filial connection. Again, more small mysteries that Angela suspected painted a much more complex picture than she dared unravel just yet. "Admiral Zhao wanted me to clean. But he didn't say how often, so I assumed it was to be every day," she admitted, hands behind her back, once again acting like a scolded child. I can come by less often, if you like. If you prefer it." "I'm not saying this for my sake," Angela said, eyeing Rei with uncertainty. Rei blinked blankly. I can't help but think you could probably use some time off, whether resting or reading a book, or just anything, really. I don't mind if you take breaks when you need them. If anything, I'd rather you do. You shouldn't overwork yourself." Rei said, gritting her teeth. "I don't know if that's allowed." What? Breaks? Angela asked, frowning. You're trying to say Zhao never gave you any breaks at his estate? No. I did have them, I did, Rei answered quickly, though she still seemed to shrink in place. I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to have time off here, if that makes sense. If you say I am, then I guess so, but I don't know what I'm allowed to do. I just told you to read a book if you wish. You can borrow any of them, I have plenty, Angela said, gesturing carelessly at a bookshelf near the window. Rei's cheeks reddened further. What did you do in your free time at Zhao's estate, if I can ask? I shouldn't say, Rei mumbled. Angela raised an eyebrow. That's a bad answer, she said. I'm going to start imagining rather outlandish things unless you clear up whatever it was. Outlandish? You switched the salt and the sugar, so whenever Zhao drank tea, he'd pour salt into it and then be disgusted upon taking the first sip, Angela suggested. Rei gasped in horror. You threw secret parties for your friends whenever Zhao wasn't home. No. I didn't. Rei said, shaking her head vigorously, but Angela continued. You doodled funny shapes in the mirror so that, when Zhao looked at his reflection, he'd have spiky hair and a mustache thicker than his sideburns. That. I wouldn't do that. Rei said, though she seemed to be somewhere between mortified and amused, by now. Ah. I know. You snuck all the sweets in the kitchen and ate them before dinner. Then he arrived and found you weren't hungry, and he told you off for having dessert before you were supposed to. No. Rei laughed at last, shaking her head vigorously. He wouldn't have noticed if I had, and, For a moment, it seemed as though time had stopped, the princess was smiling. It didn't last very long, but she saw it. In that whole week, it hadn't happened once. Unbeknownst to Rei, it hadn't happened in far longer than that. Even if the slight curve of her lips returned to its natural form quickly enough, her amusement had been real. Rei had made her smile, somehow. Well, it's a bit strange if he wouldn't have noticed, Angela said, taking a deep breath. I did that a few times when I was a child, and my mother never failed to be outraged by my gluttony. Mochi is much too addictive, you see, if the kitchens ever make mochi for you, refrain from offering me any. The next thing you know, I'll have nicked all of yours in a heartbeat. I wouldn't mind sharing, Rei said, with a shy smile. Angela scoffed. If the day ever comes, I assure you, you will regret saying that, Angela said, and again, she smiled a little. Just a little. This had been their longest conversation so far. Rei found herself more and more intrigued by the princess, unaware that the princess felt the exact same way about her. Still, the implication of the princess's words just now lingered, unspoken, until Rei suddenly grasped for it. Her brow drew slightly as she gazed at Angela, warily. Why you said your mother would be upset if you ate all the mochi? She asked. Angela nodded. You expected Admiral Zhao to feel that way too, if I did anything like that? I guess so, Angela admitted, frowning at the young woman's unexpected, sharp assessment. For an innocent, quiet maid, Rei wasn't half as meek as she pretended to be, Angela suspected. Rei started, but she lowered her head quickly. I mean, well, never mind. I'm sorry, Don't apologize when you've done nothing wrong, Angela said, curtly. Rei flinched. And don't apologize now for apologizing too much, either. I swear, I thought no one was. No one was as bad as Sokka at apologizing excessively. Yes, she thought that. But how to utter those words? Her heart pumped pain through her system immediately, and she fell silent without finishing her sentence. Which left Rei to make guesses to complete that thought by herself. Why you thought no one was bound to have a child with Admiral Zhao? Her sudden admission revealed the young woman wasn't unaware of her identity, something Angela had wondered about so far. Her willingness to give away the information, however, implied she had either deemed Angela worthy of knowing that truth, or determined Angela had already learned it, through any other means. The princess clenched her jaw, studying the girl before her with uncertainty. Well, I didn't quite expect it until I learned of it, it's true, Angela admitted. Rei flinched, eyeing Angela with a strange glint of hope. What was that about? I'd never known the Admiral to have a relationship with anyone, he never spoke of looking forward to settling down, and, well, he didn't want a wife. I'm well aware of that, it doesn't change my circumstances in the least. Thus, I was surprised when I realized what your connection to him was. He told you? Rei asked, uncertain, her eyes widened when Angela shook her head. No. Well, he confirmed my suspicions after I guessed it correctly, I'd say, Angela whispered. It must have happened well over a year ago. I'd forgotten all about that so far. About? Rei asked, biting her lip. About Han, Angela said the name with spite, and Rei flinched upon hearing it again. The princess turned a remorseful, compassionate gaze on her. He was already harassing you when we first met, wasn't he? And then he did something bad enough that you fled from home. Zhao said you'd run off to your mother's place, that it was where he'd found you, and that you were safe. I guessed you were his daughter after that. Oh. I see, Rei said, softly. Her large eyes still raked Angela's own in quick glances that drew back to the floor, shortly afterwards. Zhao said Han hadn't done anything to you, Angela whispered, gritting her teeth. I don't know if that's true, though I hope so. It's hard to believe a disloyal piece of shit like him could be Water Tribe. He didn't do anything, no. Rei said, breathing deeply. He tried, but I got away. I rode away, rather. Rode away. Angela repeated. Rei blushed and nodded. That's what I liked doing most, in my free time, she confessed, as the conversation seemed to circle back to its initial point. The dragon moose in the estate's stables. I liked riding him if the Admiral wasn't home. Huh. Angela blinked a few times. That's not even a little mischievous. I wasn't allowed. Rei mumbled. Angela, however, smiled again. You weren't allowed, or you never asked if you were. You well. I guess the second thing, Rei admitted. Angela snorted, shaking her head. You've spent your whole life assuming everything's out of bounds, seems to me, Angela said. Well, you can set aside those concerns when you're in here, at least. If you're planning on cleaning everything thoroughly every single day, the least I can do is give you freedom to do whatever you wish to once you're done. Or to ask for permission to do whatever you wish to, that is. Really? But, Rei swallowed hard. Is there a dragon moose I can ride? If there are stables, they'll think I'm a nobody and won't let me ride them, but if things were any different, I'd say I could give you written permission to get whatever you wanted, but my word's not worth much, these days, Angela admitted, with a sigh. And the truth is we don't have stables in the palace. Only a dragon refuge. And nobody's going to be riding Xin long, for a fairly long time, I fear. Is that your dragon? Asked Rei, softly. I heard that, back when I was, at my mother's place. That a new dragon was found and that it was yours, is he sick? Is that why no one can ride him? Sick, Angela repeated, with a deep sigh. Maybe that's not the right word, but it'll have to do. We both are. Rei remained perplexed by Angela's odd answer. Could dragons and riders share a sickness? It was odd, though, for, as sickly as the princess appeared, she seemed relatively healthy sometimes, such as right now. Perhaps it wasn't quite the kinds of sicknesses Rei was used to hearing about. Either way. I'm sorry. Under any other circumstances, I'd have seen to it that you could ride a dragon moose whenever you wished to, but I guess at best you'd have to ask Zhao. Maybe he could pull some strings. I'd rather not inconvenience him. The words sank ill in Angela's heart. The shy girl before her offered an unwanted mirror, a reflection of who she was now, a broken woman who had once been proud and strong instead. Curses, Rei didn't call Zhao her father either, much as she wasn't allowed, apparently, to call Oze anything but Fire Lord, these days. She didn't want to inconvenience him, she didn't want to get hurt. She didn't want to lose whatever privileges she'd earned. Has he ever been cruel to you? Angela asked. REI's eyes flew wide open in surprise. Has he hurt you somehow? No. No, of course not. REI answered quickly. Too quickly, perhaps, yet Angela detected no dishonesty in her words. The nervousness, the fear, they seemed to have another source, not necessarily Zhao. Her mother, then. Who was her mother, in the first place? Admiral Zhao he has been kind to me. He never hit me even if I did things wrong. He gave me a room of my own, and he always bought food so I'd have enough to eat while he was gone. He has never done anything to hurt me. Good to know, Angela muttered, breathing deeply. Maybe the problem was more complex than she realized. She shouldn't pry, for she suspected REI didn't quite appreciate being poked and prodded at in this manner. Well, at any rate, riding certainly is a fantastic feeling, but you can resort to smaller means of entertainment instead, for now. I suppose you are not comfortable with the other servants yet, but maybe they'll have a few ideas on what you can do with your time off. I doubt they spend every waking moment panicking about their duties. Well, I doubt they did. Maybe they do now, come to think of it. It's fine, princess. I don't mind cleaning every day, REI said, softly. I don't mind at all. But, is it a problem for you, if I'm here? Do I inconvenience you? What? No, Angela scoffed. You're the first person I've talked to since the Dem wedding, that was right. She was the first person she'd actually felt like talking to, because REI seemed lost, much like she felt. Because REI didn't seem to understand any of what was happening right now, because REI couldn't possibly judge her a rotten, disgusting excuse of a human being, at least not until she learned the truth. Zhao had refused to share it with her. So far, her innocent behavior implied as much. Maybe, by the time she started looking at her with that reproachful disappointment so present in the eyes of REI's own father, Angela wouldn't feel like talking with her anymore. Though, for now, REI remained happily oblivious, and now she was utterly flattered by Angela's second, interrupted confession. Her eyes widened, her cheeks flushed, and she stood in place, fiddling with her fingers awkwardly. I'm sorry. I didn't know that, she said, smiling a little. I just thought maybe I was a bother, but I'm glad I'm not. I like it better here than in the rest of the palace. The other servants are, strange. And there's soldiers everywhere, and it's also dark. At least in here, it feels better. Safer? I guess. It wasn't safe here, though. It hadn't been for well over 2 months. Angela shivered, her downcast eyes shifting to the floor as pangs of unwanted memories struck her, the guards holding her down, caring nothing for how they might hurt her, then the whole slew of men positioned within her room, forced to watch over her at every given moment. Even Renkai's presence, once he helped her back here, and Zhao. The man hadn't done anything intent on hurting her, and yet. She shook her head rapidly, enough to make the world spin for a moment. It wasn't safe here, but if REI still felt safer in this room than outside it, Angela certainly could understand that. Well, you're free to stay all you want. But you don't have to overwork yourself to have an excuse to be here, Angela clarified, resting back against her pillow. You can just sit around and do nothing. Doodle funny pictures if you want, there's still enough ink and paper in those cabinets, if you feel like making use of them. I know. I put them away yesterday, REI said, with a small smile. Angela froze. I guess I left them sitting out there, did I? She mused, frowning. Curses, she was losing her mind, truly. Had she left everything lying out there in the open? Oh, yes. Because she'd had an ungodly urge to puke halfway through writing, and she'd rushed to the bathroom. She'd stayed there for hours, then she'd found REI was back, already working on cleaning up the dining area once she stepped outside the bathroom. She hadn't remembered to put away the papers before getting into bed. Which meant REI had seen them and stashed them away herself, hadn't she? It's all right, REI said, smiling. I put it all away, I found the ink cabinets, and I also found a stack of papers in another cabinet. I'm not sure if that's where they should go, but as they were also scribbled on. You really did see that, did you? Angela asked, her heart tensing, racing, all at once. Rei blinked blankly and nodded. I wasn't supposed to. She asked, before shaking her head. Oh, don't worry. I didn't read any of it. I suppose you didn't. You don't strike me as an eavesdropper, but... Well, I wouldn't be a very good one, if I tried to be, Rei admitted, with a weak grin. I can't read. For the second time that day, it seemed as though time had stopped. It was a truth the girl admitted without a shred of guilt, of self-awareness, or inadequacy. She simply blurted it out in hopes that this, somehow, would serve as the ideal reassurance for Angela. Naturally, it wasn't. You can't. Angela repeated, blinking blankly. You never went to school. Your mother didn't teach you? I'm assuming Zhao was too busy in the war at the time, so I guess he couldn't have, but... Now it seemed Rei wasn't quite sure what to make of the princess's reaction to her confession. Wasn't it better for servants not to know how to read? Didn't it make them more trustworthy if they couldn't pry into the content of their master's letters? And no, I didn't go to school. Nobody taught me, but it's all right. I think it's all right. Servants and maids don't really need to read, as far as I know. I may not be the best at my job, but I haven't done it poorly just because I can't read, or at least, nobody's said as much. Rei. Angela frowned, clenching her jaws. It's not quite like that. You did your job just fine so far. I'm not saying you would have done better if you could read. Heck, it's probably good for me that you couldn't read if you've been through my cabinets, but it's not good for you that you can't do it. It isn't. Rei asked, uncertain, and she jolted upwards, her hair standing on end, when Angela suddenly made a move to climb out of bed. Oh. Why, you don't have to. I won't go through your cabinets again, I promise. You don't have to make any such promises, Angela sighed, sitting by the edge of the bed before rising to her feet, tugging her sleeping robe into place properly. She rose to her feet, walking towards the cabinets in question, right by Rei. The girl was at least half a head shorter than Angela, though her hunched shoulders and willingness to make herself as small as possible certainly made her look smaller than she was. The princess approached the desk and tugged the cabinet open to find the papers she'd forgotten about. The ink was in the right place, but these papers certainly didn't go there. She bit her lip before fishing them out, leaving the cabinet open as she pulled another one below it. It was empty, and it wouldn't host these papers for long. She'd put them someplace safer later, for as much as Rei seemed to be the most harmless being ever, and she couldn't read, on top of it all, Angela couldn't trust her blindly. She couldn't trust anyone, plain and simple, let alone a girl whose loyalty surely belonged to her father, no matter how distant their relationship might be. After closing the other cabinet, however, Angela rose to the open one and drew out blank paper, several brushes, and a set of black ink. She closed the cabinet with her hip before reaching for the water jug, pouring just a little water on the ink stone before rubbing the ink stick delicately against the solid stone. Rei watched the process with wide, intrigued eyes, as though such a simple process were the most enthralling sight she'd witnessed. Then, Angela picked up a brush and dipped it in the ink delicately. It dripped slightly at first. She weeded out the excess ink first before bringing the brush to the paper. Rei watched intently, appreciating the detailed, controlled motions of the princess's hand as she dragged the thin brush delicately upon the paper. It seemed as though there were always more and more lines to place upon whatever she was writing. Then she stopped. She breathed in before starting again, dipping the brush on the ink once more, and this time, she drew something else entirely. It was another figure with many strange lines, puzzling but intriguing to Rei nonetheless, and she continued to do so for about 5 minutes, until the paper was fully occupied with symbols Rei couldn't make heads or tails of. There we are. The ones I can think of for now, at least, Angela said, looking at her pointedly. All these are different ways to write your name, Rei. The young woman's eyes widened. Her mouth fell open for an instant, then she closed it again. How on earth was it possible to write her simple name in so many ways? It was so simple, too. It can mean wise, here, Angela said, pointing at the right ideogram with her index finger. Then there's small bell, beautiful, order, even oyster and whetstone, manners or, maybe, honor, plant or mushroom, inspire and that's my name doesn't mean anything. REI exclaimed, blushing crimson and shaking her head. It's just REI, it's just REI. Oh. Angela smiled a little, watching the flustered girl beside her with compassionate amusement. Do any of these make you uncomfortable? Or maybe the idea that your name can represent something is what makes you uncomfortable, instead? I think you're rather lucky, you know? Maybe your parents had some reason to call you REI, a reason beyond my understanding, no idea if they shared it with you. But me? I'm burdened with being named after my grandfather, Agellan. A horrible man, whom my father hated, and yet he named me after him because, well, I suppose in a pointless bid to gain his favor, a bid that didn't even pay off. I've done my best to make my name my own in spite of that, and I'd hope I've succeeded, but... A voice echoed in her head, the voice of a memory, calling her name with affection, with longing, with true devotion. He had every reason to hate her name, but he had never let Agellan's shadow hinder her worth in his eyes. Just one more of many generous, kind gifts Sokka had granted her, gifts she grew to appreciate now, more than ever, when she barely had anything left to be grateful for. At any rate, unless you know the intended meaning of your name, if you were ever told it had one, you can choose whichever you prefer, Angela said. In fact, you can pick one meaning right now, if you wish. Maybe you'd rather ask Zhao what your name means, but... He didn't pick it, REI whispered softly. Angela raised her eyebrows. He wouldn't know what it was supposed to mean, if it was supposed to mean anything, to begin with. Huh. Then, short of asking your mother, I'd think you can just pick one and use that ideogram for yourself, Angela said, shrugging. It's definitely better than having no choice at all, as far as I can tell. I guess. REI said, biting her lip before smiling. One was, mushroom. Really? That's the one you like? Angela asked, amused. REI giggled and shrugged. It's better than oyster, she said. I'd have thought wise was the best call. Oh, no. I'm not wise, I don't know. REI said, shrinking again as Angela smiled gently at her. You don't need to know how to write or read to be wise. Just so you know, she whispered. REI's cheeks were aflame once more. How about order, then? Or honor? They're too important. I'd have much to live up to. She mumbled softly. Angela shrugged. That's fair. Is it easier to live up to mushroom? She asked. To her surprise, REI nodded immediately. Angela smiled again, shaking her head but pulling up another paper, setting it before the young woman. Then, let's write mushrooms, shall we? She said. REI flinched. Why you'll write it again? And you'll write it with me. No idea if this is the right way to learn, but it's all I can think of doing right now, Angela said, picking up the brush and dipping it in ink before handing it to REI. She shook her head promptly, flustered still, and Angela sighed. Come on. Do you have anything better to do? Want to clean the room a second time? Maybe. Cleaning it so thoroughly every day is already more than I'd expect, and you want to do it twice a day so long as you can avoid learning how to do this? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Come on. It's not going to be as hard as you think it will be. REI gritted her teeth, she raised a hand and then withdrew it quickly. Angela sighed, shaking her head. If a mushroom could learn how to write, don't you think it'd give it a shot? She asked. REI pouted a little. Maybe they tried and were no good at it. That still means they went further than you have, so far, Angela pointed out. REI sighed, and she raised a trembling hand again. Why you're sure it's okay if I do this? She asked. Angela nodded. As you can tell, I don't have anything better to do with my time either. So, try, she said, nodding towards the paper. Rei grimaced but surrendered at last, taking the brush into her hands carefully. Angela picked up another brush, dipped it in ink and stepped forward. She ushered Rei to follow her lead and trailed one horizontal line on the paper. Your turn. Do what I do, Angela said. Rei swallowed hard and raised her trembling hand towards the paper. Her shaky pulse saw to it that the line was effectively unsteady, nothing like Angela's own smooth one, and Rei grimaced immediately, but Angela didn't say anything. Instead, she continued line by line, placing two short vertical lines around the middle of the first one. Then, a roof-like shape below it, as an incomplete triangle, followed by one smaller horizontal line, then another one that dipped down, with a slight curve, and the final stroke was vertical, right below the final horizontal line. Rei did her best to follow along, only for the outcome of trembling, wobbly strokes to look next to nothing like Angela's. She groaned and hung her head in disappointment, only for Angela to smile sympathetically, even if Rei didn't notice it. Try again, she said, hoping it'd sound encouraging to say so. You'll only get it right if you practice. I'll try, Rei sighed, collecting herself and starting anew. It was no surprise that she tried another order of strokes. Angela corrected her whenever she recognized that intent, and Rei continued to work while utterly flustered, no matter if Angela wasn't harsh in her teachings. Rei's second attempt looked better than the first, but the third was worse, in her opinion. She grimaced but continued, on and on until the paper was full of mushrooms. The idea brought a small giggle out of her lips as she glanced at Angela with uncertainty. Is it better yet? She asked, softly. To her delight, Angela nodded, with a small smile of her own. Rei rose up to her full height, gazing at Angela in wonder. There's a lot more for you to learn, of course, but if you want to keep practicing mushroom, that's fine too, Angela said. I've never really taught anyone how to do this. I barely remember how I was taught, it was so long ago. Why, you don't have to go out of your way for me, this is enough. It's plenty. Rei said, bowing her head towards her. I'm grateful that you took your time if just to teach me this one. I have nothing else to do with my time. Like I said, teaching someone how to read and write seems better than anything else I've been up to lately, she said, releasing a breath. At least it's something to do. Thoughts had crossed her mind throughout her conversation with Rei. Heartbreaking thoughts, no doubt, but thoughts that she'd been able to set aside while helping the girl as best she could. For the first time since the initial catastrophe had struck her, Angela finally had something outside of herself to focus on, and it had never even crossed her mind that this, perhaps, would be the best way to live on, at least, for now. Whatever might happen in it would be 7 months soon, it was far away enough that, if just for now, teaching Rei how to read might be the best way to pass the time. You're sure? Rei asked, softly. It's not wrong. Or an inconvenience. I'm probably too old to learn anyway. Now that is utterly wrong, for certain, Angela smiled. I helped a group of people, who used to be homeless, with readapting to society. Those who didn't know how to read and write learned from scratch, and many of them were older than you. Maybe you didn't have a chance to learn earlier, but that doesn't mean you can't learn now. It may be a lot to learn in one go, but we'll figure out a way to make it smoother for you. Why, you're much kinder than well. Rei said, gazing at Angela with unbridled admiration before pulling her eyes away. Than anyone else I've met so far. In the palace? Angela asked. Rei took a moment to shake her head. Angela gritted her teeth. Well, this world is messed up, so I can't say that's entirely surprising. I wasn't always so kind either, truth be told. But I guess I've changed a lot. Grown a lot, perhaps, and I'm sure you can do the same, if you set your mind to it. Teaching people how to read and write, it allows them to learn about countless things that are written into books. You can even question the contents of a book, if you read it yourself. If you want someone else to read it for you, would you know for sure that they're reading it in its entirety? Would you truly understand and interpret things in the way only you can, if someone else is there to filter content out for you if they feel like it? I don't really know, Rei said, blinking blankly. Angela smiled and shrugged. Guess you'll understand once you learn to read a bit more, she said. Rei gritted her teeth. I may not learn very fast, though. I'm not that smart. You're not? Why do you say that? Angela asked. Rei lowered her head and Angela huffed, reading her silence perfectly. Someone or another told you so, once? And you thought they had to be right. Maybe. Rei mumbled. Angela shook her head. People who refuse to open their minds and hearts to the possibilities, who can't find any value in that which everyone else already dismisses, people who just follow the beat someone else set for them, without thinking of what anything means, those aren't all that smart, Angela said. Typically, those are the kinds of people who call others stupid. The people who make horrible decisions and land themselves in a world of trouble for it, while acting like everyone else is the problem. I don't know you all that well, but you don't strike me as someone who'd be like that, Rei. I don't want to be like that, Rei whispered. Angela nodded. I should learn to read so I won't be. Well, some people who know how to read are that stupid anyway, Angela smiled. It's about your mentality, about who you truly are, deep down. Reading, however, should serve as means through which you'll acquire more knowledge and discover more about the world. It may make you dangerous, surely I won't be able to leave my nonsense writings lying about without risk anymore, but I don't think it's fair for you to live out your life without learning how to do it just for my comfort. If Zhao's fine with making you live like that, well, I disagree entirely. Do you think he'll be mad if I learn? Rei asked, softly. Should we keep it quiet? A secret? Angela said, breathing deeply. Heh. I don't know. Those can certainly bite you in the ass if you are not careful about hiding them well. We'll hide it well. I think, Rei said, swallowing hard. Or, well, I will try. It's not like I can learn so much so fast, can I? It might take time, sure, but I guess we'll see how fast it goes over the next few days, Angela said, smiling a little at Rei, who grinned back with innocent, blissful enthusiasm. Thank you, for taking your time. For talking to me and letting me stay here, Rei said, nodding towards her. Angela's eyes narrowed. Come to think of it, I forgot that one, she mused, turning towards the first of her papers again. Rei watched silently as Angela scribbled another ideogram, perhaps simpler, yet still tricky enough, to her untrained eye. Upon finishing the second element of it, a single line that curved to the right and slanted upwards slightly, Angela smiled and set down the pen. Another possible meaning for your name, she said. Rei raised her eyebrows. This one means thank you. Rei's cheeks flushed. Suddenly, the mushrooms seemed a very silly practice idea when there was a much more beautiful meaning, still humble and yet honest, a meaning that encompassed her feelings for this strange, unexpected moment she'd shared with Princess Angela. A brighter smile than before spread over her face as she nodded in Angela's direction. I like this one best. Thank you, thank you. She grinned. Despite herself, Angela's smile gained strength as she gestured at Rei's brush. Go ahead, then. Practice it as much as you need to, she said, and Rei nodded enthusiastically, no longer hesitating to do as she was told. Her genuine innocence hid so much more than Angela dared imagine just yet. Something told her the young woman beside her had seen strife of sorts she never had endured. Much as Rei hadn't pried and asked questions she shouldn't have, though, neither would Angela. The boundary, invisible as it appeared to be, still stood there, between them, and Angela found she was in no hurry to breach it. At least, not beyond the progress they'd made so far. Angela stepped back to her dining room, where the empty trays from lunch still waited to be taken away whenever Renkai dropped by. She ignored them, however, picking up a chair instead and carrying it silently to Rei. She had already drawn the symbol twice by the time Angela arrived, setting the chair behind her. Try some more, Angela requested, and Rei did as she was told. Angela nodded appreciatively, once Rei was done. It's easier than the other one, right? Yeah, Rei giggled. Angela smiled. You have the right stroke order. Keep it up. And, you can sit here, 2, she said, patting the chair behind Rei. The young woman gasped at the sight of it. I can stand. You can, but you don't have to, Angela said, simply, before making her way to her bookshelves without another word. Rei blinked a few times, smiling again at the princess. Thank you, she said, turning brightly towards the sheet of paper before her, and taking her seat, regardless of her previous, flustered attempt to reject the gesture. She continued to work on writing her new, chosen form for her name for much longer this time. Her strokes weren't as shaky as they were at the start, and she performed them more quickly each time. Maybe she hadn't needed to read and write to be wise, as the princess had said, but something inside her heart jolted with pride every time she finished that ideogram on paper. Angela, in the meantime, scanned her books with a frown, finding no content for a beginner to read. Her childhood books had been removed long ago. In all likelihood, she couldn't remember seeing them in storage anywhere. She did remember, however, an old book Loenli had used to show her the meanings of many words through beautiful, artistic depictions of each ideogram's meaning. She closed her eyes, forcing herself as best she could to remember the artist responsible for it. Perhaps she could still track down a copy, if she remembered it. A knock on the door caused Rei to jump on her seat. Angela glanced at her from over her shoulder, finding the girl appeared struck by panic now. Did she truly expect Zhao would be upset if he found out that she'd been learning to read and write? The notion seemed more than a bit outrageous to Angela. If he truly found any fault in his own daughter learning how to read, she'd have no problem confronting him about it. It'd be their first argument after the Dem wedding. It might even make their relationship feel less stiff and fake, Angela guessed, though it would never feel genuine, regardless of the efforts either one might make, and neither one, as far as she could tell, wanted to make any in the first place. Keep going. I'll get the door, Angela said, though Rei seemed uncertain about carrying on for now. She gazed at Angela warily as the princess stepped to the door, pulling it open without a second thought, with confidence far more suitable for the woman she had been well over 3 months ago. Renkai nearly fell over upon glimpsing her by the door. Rei had opened it for him lately, and he had taken to knocking as a courtesy for the young woman who served the princess these days. The princess who, last he'd known, had been bedridden by choice, isolated, unresponsive and depressed. Princess, he uttered, and Angela raised her chin. Picking up the trays again, she asked. I suppose the kitchen staff won't do their jobs still, will they? I don't mind. I'll be quick, Renkai said, nodding in her direction as he strode inside the room silently. Rei shrank in place still, self-aware and insecure, no doubt fearing the guard might scold her for sitting on the princess's chair, writing with the princess's ink, on the princess's paper, but Renkai simply trudged onto the dining room, and he scooped up the empty trays that he carried carefully on his way back to the door. Renkai! Angela called him, startling the man just before he could leave the room. I have a request to make. Oh? To me? He asked, puzzled. Angela sighed. Yes, it's just as shocking for me as it is for you, she admitted, guessing Renkai wouldn't appreciate the dramatics, but that might see him taking off faster, and she wouldn't mind if he did that. I need you to find a book, or rather, several books. Namely, books to study writing with. A few easy ones, at least, maybe a couple of complex ones, if it's not too tricky to find them all together. Books on. Renkai repeated, his helmet angled towards the young maid, sitting quietly, nervously, with a brush in her hand, and with a familiar set of papers where the same ideograms had been repeated several times. He had a few recollections of writing many ideograms just like that. Back in his younger years. He tensed up immediately before nodding at the princess. Any book in particular? There's one I can't quite remember, it was illustrated, is all I know, Angela sighed. I don't know if there's a copy of that someplace, maybe it's nowhere to be found anymore. But if you do track down any illustrated books, I'd appreciate it. Very well, Renkai said, bowing his head down. I shall do so. Angela breathed out softly, relieved by his compliance. It still struck her as odd, but this time, she could be grateful for it. I'll get you some money, give me a moment. Angela said, but Renkai jolted upright anew. No, he said, firmly. Angela raised an eyebrow, questioningly. I mean, I'll take care of the purchases. If it's more costly than my monthly commission, then I'll let you pay me back. And if it's not? Angela asked, looking at him skeptically. Really, Renkai? Keep this up and we'll end up braiding each other's hair before you know it. I don't know how to braid hair. You'd have to teach me. She almost laughed at his response. It was a scoff instead, and she shook her head at his unexpected, insolent response. All right. That's an image, she said, jerking her head towards the door. Take those trays where you're supposed to, then. And, thank you, I guess. You're welcome. I guess, Renkai responded, walking backwards in that same, mechanic rhythm the guards ever used. Angela's eyes sharpened at his clever response, and she continued to glare at the door after he closed it behind himself. He made a joke. Angela turned towards Rei slowly at that question. She appeared to be utterly confused by the notion that any of those guards might possibly have a sense of humor. Normally, Angela would reassure her that none of them were half as serious or dangerous as they appeared, but Renkai's weird sense of humor had certainly caught her by surprise ever since she had returned. Either he was a nightmare of a man, trying to earn her goodwill by innocuous jokes to lower her guard, or he was genuine about them, and she wasn't sure, to this day, which option sat worse with her. A lot of guards are much less uptight than you'd ever imagine, though I never thought Renkai would be one of them, she said, breathing out slowly as she stepped closer to Rei's workspace. Those are looking quite good by now. Nicely done. Rei set aside the matter of Renkai as she smiled brightly, thrilled by the compliments. She returned to her dutiful work, quietly writing her name once more, newly comfortable with wielding the brush carefully. Angela watched over her quietly, offering occasional ideas, such as decreasing the size of the ideogram little by little, as most books had smaller text than what she'd practiced so far. If she ever had the need to write a letter, perhaps, it wouldn't do for Rei to be utterly inexperienced writing smaller ideograms. The young woman left by dusk, reiterating how grateful she was, and promising she looked forward to coming back on the next day. Odd as it was, Angela still felt slightly invigorated once she'd left, and that feeling returned when Rei did, too, by the next morning. She still cleaned up, as she always did, but this time Angela wasn't in bed, to Rei's surprise. Instead, she was writing down important ideograms on different sheets of paper, intending to teach those to Rei today. The same process continued for the rest of the week. Rei cleaned, then sat down to study. Her ability to write increased gradually, and Angela even took to asking her which words she wanted to learn next. It came as no surprise that her very first request would be Dragon Moose. Zhao didn't drop by very often, he hadn't before bringing Rei, typically taking off early in the morning and only returning by night. When Angela asked Rei just how often she saw the Admiral, Rei shrugged. She hadn't seen him over 4 times since he'd brought her to the palace. Rei assumed he was busy. Angela wondered just how much. Her heart clenched, for she had no true understanding of what her father, and Rei's father, were up to anymore. If there had been more meetings, if there had been grand decrees and outlandish decisions, she was entirely unaware of it. Perhaps, if she chose to go out and meet Mai entirely, she could ensure the Fire Nation wasn't in any worse trouble these days, but she couldn't do it. Her friends might not have been there, they might not have witnessed the wedding, but she felt no less ashamed because they hadn't seen it. Her heart twisted unto itself just to think of letting anyone of her past see her as broken, as lost as she was right now. So she didn't do that. Instead, she taught Rei how to write and, in the process, how to read. Renkai hadn't delivered the books yet, despite still bringing their every meal, but Angela made do as best she could in her lessons to the young woman, and it seemed to her that Rei made quite a bit of progress in a single week. She couldn't read full sentences yet, but she recognized many important ideograms by now. Angela counted that as a victory. But it wasn't the only victory she'd claim that week. An important date approached, slowly and surely, filling her heart with a drumming, tense anticipation. She had done everything for this moment, she had endured everything, just for this. So when she laid down that night, crouched unto herself, feeling Zhao's unwanted presence behind her, their backs towards each other, for fortunately, The man hadn't crossed any boundaries again since the wedding. Angela had lain awake, knowing the time was right, knowing the rules of this game would change on the next morning, whether her father liked it or not. Rei almost skipped happily on her way to the princess's room. To think she had been intimidated once before, but the princess was nothing like Rei had feared she might be. She might even be the first friend she'd ever made, and imagine that, she had a friend. Of course, her dragon moose still counted, but this was new territory for her. Her anxiety constantly reminded her not to take things too far, to give the princess space, to never breach any limits that Angela would find unacceptable, though so far, she found a lot of surprising things acceptable. How odd that the royal had less punishing standards than Rei's mother did. She was surprised, though, to find that the guard who frequently brought them their meals stood by the door today, carrying a large package covered in brown paper, from the looks of it. He didn't seem all that tense for a moment, no matter how much armor he wore. He released a deep breath, slouching on himself for a moment before rising to his full height and making to knock on the door, though he stopped suddenly, turning towards where Rei had been walking, perhaps far more noisily than she realized. Oh, sorry, Rei said, reflexively. Darn it, the princess told her not to apologize for no reason, but maybe there was a reason, this time. Had she disturbed the guard? Ah. It's you, Renkai said, simply, before showing the package to her. I thought you and the princess were displeased by my lateness in bringing these. But I suppose she's indisposed. You've knocked and she hasn't answered? Asked Rei, blinking blankly. Well, she didn't used to answer before. I guess, maybe she's feeling sickly. Or she's still asleep. Maybe, Renkai said, shrugging. Should we go in, then? I don't think she'll mind, Rei said, biting her lip as she reached the door. You brought the books she asked for, so, it might cheer her up to see you. Doubtful. Renkai said, waiting for the young woman to turn the doorknob. The room, however, was empty. Renkai frowned immediately, stepping towards the cabinets and setting down the package of books there. Rei bit her lip as she glanced at the dining room, but the princess wasn't having breakfast. She wasn't in bed, either, but the door to the bathroom was ajar, she noticed. Oh. She's probably in the bathroom, then, Rei told Renkai, with a shy smile. I'm sure she'll thank you once you come back at lunchtime. If you have other duties. I should take my leave, then, Renkai nodded, turning towards the door. The sudden, guttural sound that drifted from the bathroom caused him to freeze on his footsteps. Rei's placid smile dwindled immediately, too. It was followed by something dripping, a gross, liquid sound that Rei was all too familiar with. She winced before rushing towards the bathroom, nervously, and to her surprise, Renkai stood beside her once she stopped by the door. Princess. Rei called softly. The answer she received was yet another round of retching. Renkai grimaced before pushing the door open fully, knowing he might risk the princess's wrath for his insolence, but also knowing he couldn't ignore this situation, uncomfortable as it might be. The spacious bathroom looked larger yet that day, when the princess lay crouched by the privy, pale and sickly, wearing her crumpled sleeping robe. Her hair was in disarray, and her hands trembled as she clung to the edge of the privy, her whole body racked with unwanted, uncontrollable shivering. Princess! Rei gasped, hands on her mouth as Angela raised her gaze, with difficulty, towards them. Please. She spoke, her voice rougher than it had been in weeks. Send for the physicians. Please. Renkai didn't need to be asked twice, he knew exactly where to go, whereas Rei didn't. The young woman stood in place, watching Angela in utmost helplessness, her excitement about learning to write new words quickly fading into nothingness. I can help, if you need me to do, whatever you need, Rei offered, anxiously, but Angela shook her head. Don't worry, Rei. I should be fine. Everything's going to be fine. Her words carried far more conviction with them than Rei could detect. Morning sickness had plagued her every day, although she had done her best to accustom her body to releasing all such toxicity and flushing it away, cleaning up as best as possible before Rei could see any signs of it. Finally, she could stop hiding it. Finally, the Dem plan could be enacted. Zhao would be kept at bay for the next 7 months, at least. Her father would have no right, no reason, to think she wasn't abiding by his demands and doing exactly what he wanted from her. 7 months. If all went well, if the head sage did as he had sworn he would, she'd have 7 months of tranquility. 7 months to regain her center, to plan forward, to set Xin Long free, and to see to the safety of the child who, starting today, would become a reality for many more people besides herself. She still didn't quite know what she'd do, going forward, but at last, she was in control again. At last, she made a move that didn't devastate her. At last, Fire Lord Oze would be the one forced to back down, even if not quite surrender. For now, that would amount to a considerable victory for the fallen Princess Azula. Chapter 262. Under Attack / Child of Two Worlds. 3. After much ruminating and mulling it over, much hesitation and uncertainty, that morning, if it could even be called that, marked the first time Sokka picked up his hunting gear. It had taken him a long time to build that resolve, but someone had helped him do so. "Ready, son." Heikata smiled by the igloo's door, his bags and weapons slung over his shoulders. After Sokka had confessed to wanting to try his hand at hunting once more, Heikata offered to join him in an outing once he was ready. Delaying it would serve no purpose, Sokka had reasoned, so he had decided to do it today. His father's gray hairs, and the new wrinkles on his face, often could go ignored, but sometimes their presence would take Sokka by surprise, much as he suspected his own changes startled Heikata. Their last memories of each other were as distant from their new reality as could be, and perhaps that was for the best. They hadn't parted ways on the best of terms, and Sokka knew he was at fault for that, but his father's kind smiles and warm hand on his shoulder ever reminded him that what most mattered to Heikata was his son's safety, well-being, and happiness. All their past conflicts could be set aside without much struggle. After spending so long away from his father, fearing he might never meet him again, Sokka felt the same way about him. "Yeah, ready, Dad," he offered Heikata a small grin that Heikata welcomed with a proud nod. He pushed the door open, and they stepped outside together. It was early still, but several hunters already had started their own preparations for their respective outings. Sokka and Heikata carried a soft, dim lantern that they'd mainly use for tracking any paw prints of non-hibernating animals if they came across any, and to make sure they'd find their way through the tricky, icy terrain of the South Pole. They waved at the other hunters as they passed them by and continued onwards, crossing the open gates at the wall, buffeted immediately by the icy breeze once they were past the safety of the village's enclosure. "Might be better if we don't spend too long outside," Heikata said, glancing up at the overcast sky. "Could be we'll have a storm upon us soon." "I suppose the weather had been too nice so far," Sokka sighed, shaking his head. "You sure it's wise to go hunting today, then?" "I don't mind waiting for better weather to try." "Good to know you wouldn't mind," Heikata smiled, but he shook his head. "But let's see if we can find something quickly. If it's not looking promising, we'll come back before the weather takes a turn for the worse." "All right," Sokka said, with a weak smile. "Then off we go, he said, patting his son's shoulder gently as they continued their trek into the wintry landscape. The obvious choice in prey during the winter were seals. The creatures didn't hibernate and provided the tribe with many resources to work with, not only as far as food was concerned, but also for crafting tools and weapons. They also reproduced quickly and effectively enough that hunting one on occasion wouldn't represent a severe hazard for any groups of seals living by the South Pole's shores. Heikata and Sokka didn't talk much as they braved the cold weather, walking as smoothly as they could across the snowy grounds. The seals' shores stood at a fair distance from the tribe past a few tall, dark mountains. There was a crossing through the mountains, frequented by the tribe's hunters, and the two men would hike it until they reached the other side. As ever, they were greeted by the dark ocean once they'd traversed the shortcut fully. The moonlight lit up the snow, allowing them to glimpse the seals as they lounged lazily by the water. A few would dive into the sea on occasion, where they would become the predators rather than the prey. "All right, let's go carefully. We don't need to rile up the whole herd," Heikata said, and Sokka nodded. "I remember. The outliers," he said, softly. Hekada smiled. Didn't expect you'd forget, but, the way you talked about being out of practice, it sounded like you'd lost all your hunter's training and instincts, he teased his son. Sokka smiled. I suppose I could have traded them for fighting instincts, instead, he said, tossing a light barb at his father, who chuckled and shook his head. You most certainly did no such trade, my boy. You're surely better at this than you remember, even now, Hekada determined. All right, let's head left. It should be easier to target one of those, I believe. Sokka nodded, following Hekada's lead. Hunting ever proved an invigorating, nerve-wracking practice for him in his younger years, for failure would be devastating. He had to find food for the whole tribe back then, even if it was only a small group of women and children. Any mistakes would have cost him their lives, a trade-off he refused to accept. The return of the men had allowed him to share those duties with others, and the merge of all tribes had seen a spike of growth for the Southern Water Tribe's food reserves, all in all, but those dark times hadn't lost their grip on Sokka's heart. He'd still fought his hardest, feeling an unwanted sense of foreboding every time he found prey that might slip through his fingers. Today, strangely, he didn't feel that sensation nestling in his chest, at least, not for now. This time, he followed Hekada down the mountain's ridges, carefully following the path that would lead them far from the bulk of the cluster of seals. As always, a few creatures lingered on the outskirts of the group, making them their ideal targets. That one, at the ridge, Hekada said, raising a gloved hand towards it. Sokka nodded upon glimpsing the sole creature, distant enough from the others that the herd wouldn't pose much threat to the two hunters if they attacked it, but close enough that the rest of the group of seals would surely realize they were in danger. Want to do the honors? Hekada asked, as he dimmed the lantern's fire further. Sokka clenched his jaw. We'll still have to move in closer, but we won't have to. I think I can get it from here. We'll be safe enough if we stay behind these rocks if the others want revenge or so. Sokka reasoned, reaching for the boomerang he carried across his back. Hekada blinked blankly. Well, after our duel, I suppose nothing should surprise me anymore, coming from you, Hekada smiled, nudging him gently with his elbow. All right then. Let's see how badly out of shape you are, Sokka. His father's teasing remark landed on a slightly smirking Sokka. He focused on the seal again afterwards, drawing his boomerang carefully. It was a long distance, certainly, and the throw would need to be powerful to deliver quick, swift, and deadly damage. He seldom resorted to his boomerang to deliver the worst possible damage in the Gladiator League, but it had often dealt meaningful blows to his enemies, especially when they least expected it. Such would be the case now, too. After taking a deep breath and measuring the strength necessary to toss the boomerang across that large expanse of ice, Sokka's eyes narrowed as he aimed the weapon. Hekada watched him intently, intrigued by the enhanced focus he saw in his son now, as opposed to how he worked in the past. He took in his target and worked towards taking it down, no distractions, no carelessness. His brow furrowed as his azure gaze grew more frigid than the air they breathed. He swung his arm forward without holding back any of his power. Once he released his weapon, the boomerang arched upwards. Hekada watched the weapon's trajectory as it soared towards the sky rather than horizontally. Sokka didn't intend for the boomerang to return to him, putting forth all the strength of the weapon's flight and momentum into a single journey instead. It seemed to soar and spin for a long time, almost fading into the darkness of the sky, but then it swung down, beckoned by gravity, still spinning most lethally once it struck its prey. The effect on the rest of the seals was immediate. A symphony of alarmed barks and bleats rang all across the shore, and many of them leapt into the water in a panic, no doubt warning each other that they were under attack. Sokka and Hekada waited by their rocks, watching as the creatures escaped in a rush. Hekada's heavy hand fell upon Sokka's shoulder, and the son bit his lip with uncertainty as his father grinned proudly at him. Quite good, for being out of practice, he said. Sokka smiled a little. Well, that wasn't quite a hunting technique, more of a gladiator technique, he said, sourly. Hekada's hand tightened gently over his shoulder, a comforting gesture that only caused Sokka to flinch, alerted that he was allowing his misery to get the better of him again. Well, not that I used it that way very often anymore. I didn't have to kill a lot of people after you left the amateur league, is it? Hekada said. Sokka swallowed hard and nodded. I see. I think they've cleared out now, Sokka said, gesturing at their prey. We can go get it. Right. Off we go, then. Hakuda patted Sokka's shoulder once more. Together, they hiked to where the seal's corpse lingered. It had been a swift kill, effective and immediate. Sokka certainly preferred it that way. Clean your boomerang first, we'll haul it out of here once you're done, Hakuda said, and Sokka nodded promptly. We're lucky the seals have been at predictable locations lately. With the awful weather we had last year, they'd fled to islands north of here, apparently, escaping from all the blizzards. That's why you were having so much trouble finding food? Sokka asked, wiping the blood off his weapon with the nearby snow. One of the reasons, yeah. We're better prepared this year, fortunately, and the seals aren't beyond our reach, at least, Hakuda said, smiling a little. We'll get by, for sure. Did you use up all the money? Sokka asked, impulsively. He regretted it immediately, for a painful jab struck his heart as his father worked on binding the seal properly with strong ropes. For a moment, he hoped his father hadn't heard his question, but in the silence of the South Pole, only affected by the tide brushing against the icy shore, it wasn't likely that Hakuda would have failed to hear him. I don't believe so, no, he answered, finally. Sokka's stomach twisted and turned at his response. Though I can't say I know for sure. Zuko would have kept whatever was left from the purchases, he took care of that himself, from my understanding. Right, Sokka said, nodding as he put his boomerang away at last. Want some help? I think I have it well in hand, but if you're offering. Hakuda smiled, passing another rope to his son. We haven't needed to do it again, by the way. Returning to Whaletail Island to find more food, I mean. Good to know, Sokka said, with a tight-lipped grin. I don't know if we'll have to at any other point in time. I almost hope not, frankly, Hakuda admitted. But, if you don't mind me saying so, that money saved our lives. Our whole tribe. Sokka swallowed hard, grinding his teeth together when he was immediately choked up by Hakuda's admission. So far, the only one to bring up the topic was Suki, who, by definition, always had been the easiest person with whom he could talk about the Fire Nation, about Azula. Yet the truth was that Sokka usually fled from the topic, and most Water Tribe people had no interest in pressing it, especially now that he appeared calmer than he'd been on his first days of returning to the South Pole. Hakuda had been just as respectful of Sokka's need for distance, of his silences, as everyone else, if not more so. He had comforted Sokka when he'd broken down at the end of that feast. He had spoken words that had meant the world to his son, too. In that moment, Sokka had found far more similarities between himself and his father than he'd ever known could exist, similarities that had nothing to do with the many regards in which he'd always dreamt to follow Hakuda's example. The chief had grieved over so many losses throughout his life, the loss of his father, the loss of his wife, the loss of his best friend, and then his son had vanished, too. Many members of the tribe had died as well, and each final farewell would hurt anew, for no matter how practiced in grief one might be, the pain could never be kept at bay. It wasn't something where experience helped, as far as Sokka could tell, but experience did help in empathizing with others. In understanding each other's sorrows where others might fail to relate to them fully. Sokka had made progress lately, perhaps more than he thought he would, when it was almost 2 months since he'd lost Azula. His pain was no less real, but he had learned to walk again. To talk, to share his thoughts, to speak of what he'd thought he'd never have the strength to, even if under the guise and masquerades of Jing and Wenta. Perhaps he was wrong to think he could, or should, share such thoughts with his father. One part of his heart refused to do it, wanting to hide away the pain, to keep it to himself, in a bid to protect himself as selfish as it was poisonous. The other part of his heart, though, knew that Hakuda would understand. Even if he wouldn't see eye to eye with Sokka, throughout, he'd understand. I'm glad it helped, he finally managed to say, breaking through the silence when he finished fastening the knot around the creature's body. It was what she would have wanted. What we hoped for, and it's great that it paid off. It is, Hakuda smiled, nodding positively at his son. I wish you had seen the feast we threw, though, of course, we didn't spend all the food right then and there, if you thought we had. Good to know that you didn't, Sokka said, with a weak grin. I wouldn't have expected you guys to be reckless with the food distribution. We weren't, Hakuda chuckled. Though, I must say, we did eat quite some unusual meals for the tribe's standards. Most of those meats. I'd only ever tasted some of them while I was out in the war, and then there were others I'd never eaten before. And the spices. Oh? Did you like them? Sokka asked, surprised and amused. Well, they were a little overwhelming, Hakuda admitted. Sokka chuckled as he hoisted the creature by the head, and Hakuda by the tail. I suppose you built up better resistance against them while you lived there. Of course, frequent exposure should serve that purpose, huh? I had thought it would, but it didn't work as well as that, frankly, Sokka admitted, smiling weakly as they returned to their previous spot. They'd left their packs there, along with a large enough basket to transport their catch, which Hakuda had carried in his rucksack. At least, I didn't build up enough resistance to endure the spicy ramen challenge. The what? Hakuda repeated, perplexed. To his delight, his son laughed suddenly, much as he did at times, when retelling the story of Jing and Wenta. It was a contest we joined. Angela and I, Sokka whispered. The pain jabbed again, but tenderly, smoothly, no longer akin to an uncontrolled hemorrhage but rather, the bleeding out often done to weed out poison from a wound. It was shortly after we went to Whaletail Island, actually. She was overwhelmed with work, so we took a vacation for a week to help her unwind. We visited a few places, but the first was Firelight Town, and I was hungry, so we went looking for food. We found an inn called the Dragon's Casserole, and they were offering a special deal. You'd eat for free if you could finish 10 bowls of spicy ramen in one go. I assumed I could do it. I figured, 10 bowls? Not that big a deal. Oh, Hakuda grimaced, and Sokka laughed again. She warned me I wasn't going to withstand the spices. I taunted her, said she wasn't enough of a glutton to eat all 10 courses, he said. In the end, we wound up challenging both the restaurant and each other, but mostly each other. I was so confident, but the spices were far stronger than anything I'd ever tasted. Than anything I've tasted since. Burned through your tongue? Hakuda asked. Sokka snorted. Felt like they would, yeah, he said. Meanwhile, Angela, she was in ramen heaven, pretty much. Oh? She liked the wild spices. Hakuda smiled. That probably makes perfect sense in a firebender, I suppose. Though I don't think I've heard Zuko complain even once about lacking spices in food. I don't think it's a firebender thing, it's just an Angela thing, Sokka said, with a weak smile. Nobody ever ate anything quite as spicy as she did. Even in the palace, they'd make special, extra spicy courses of food for her in the kitchen, wilder than everyone else's. The first time we went to the Earth Kingdom she seemed disgusted with all the meals. I think, in the end, it just boiled down to her palate being far too used to all her favorite, crazy spices. By the last time we were there, she liked their food far better than before, I think. That's good to know, Hakuda said, with a gentle smile. I suppose she learned to appreciate variety, though I guess she still preferred her meals as spicy as could be, huh? Yeah, if she had a choice, yeah. Sokka nodded, taking in a deep breath. The scent of the seal snuck to his nostrils, and he heaved out the air quickly. They returned to silence as they focused on bringing the seal to the mountainside. They only spoke to give each other warnings about unstable ice or deeper snow than it appeared, until finally they reached their goal. Hakuda pulled out the large, folded basket from his pack and together they hauled the seal into place, locking the basket safely before strapping it to both their waists with a set of ropes, wound together as harnesses. They'd carry it together, sharing the load as they returned home before the storm started to pour down upon them. This was pretty quick, huh? Sokka said, glancing at his father with a small, appreciative smile. Hakuda nodded approvingly. Thanks to your perfect aim. It was a great throw, the poor thing didn't even hear it coming, Hakuda said, patting his son's shoulder affectionately again. Now, let's see if we can outrun the weather again, though if things get bad, I guess we'll look for some place to take refuge in the mountain. Right, Sokka said, putting forth none of his usual qualms about caves. Strangely enough, the matter seemed insignificant nowadays, perhaps because he'd found plenty of cruelty in the world over the last months, cruelty that seemed far worse than that which had afflicted Roan's soul. They would hoist the basket and carry it together at first, then they would simply drag it over the snow on their way back to the village. The mountain path, as much as it was quite smooth, had enough complications that could severely damage the basket if they dragged it carelessly upon the rugged terrain all along. So, side by side, father and son began their trek back through the mountain, an easy silence between them, a silence that was broken when Heikata suddenly cleared his throat. "And, who won?" "Huh." "The spicy ramen challenge," Heikata said, with a small, mischievous smile. "You didn't say so." To Sokka's surprise, his father's surge of curiosity didn't sit ill with him in the least. He actually smiled, his heart appeased, perhaps even more than whenever Mari begged to know more about the stories he'd shared with her. He wasn't hiding behind alter egos with his father, he wasn't embellishing the story for Heikata's sake, somehow. No, he had told him the pure truth so far, and his father wanted to know more about it, still. "Neither of us," Sokka answered, still smiling. "Or maybe we both did. At this point, it's hard to say." "How does that work? You won and lost at once?" Heikata asked, amused. Sokka chuckled. "Well, the spices were out of my comfort zone, like she said they'd be, and the amount of food was outside hers, like I said it'd be. By the final dishes, I couldn't stand the heat and broke the rule of only drinking 1 glass of water to chase away the burning sensations, and she only managed to sample 1 bite from the last bowl before she surrendered. But after I soothed the stinging in my mouth a bit, I finished both her bowl and mine." "What? You ate them both? Is that really so surprising?" Sokka said, with a guilty grin, that was followed up by a resounding bout of laughter from Heikata's lips. Before long, Sokka joined him with softer laughter of his own. Heikata asked for more details on the wild spices, flinching at the descriptions Sokka made of the strange sensations, astonished that there was any food out there even his son would be daunted by. They had crossed the gorge when the first flecks of snow began to pour down, and as the skies seemed quite dark, Heikata determined the safest course of action would be to take refuge in a nearby cave by the mountainside. "It's not so deep," Heikata told his son, as they hauled their prey into the cave with difficulty. "I've had to hide away in here a few times, though I doubt we'll have to wait long today. The clouds don't look that bad now that the snow's falling." "Right." Sokka released a breath, unfastening the basket from his waist and pulling it to the cave's wall. Heikata released a breath before digging into his bag again. As a norm, every hunter had to bring food for themselves and some bones to serve as tinder, in case they were stranded in a blizzard that took a worse turn than expected. Within moments, the chief crafted a small fire, filling their cave with warmth and a gentle glow that matched that of the lantern they kept by the cave's opening. "Well, there we are. Now we wait," Heikata said, with a sigh. Sokka had taken his seat by the cave's furthermost wall, finding his father's assessment had been accurate. The cavern didn't swirl into the depths of the mountain, the way many others did. It was as good as a small opening in the mountainside, suited for the purpose of offering refuge to tired hunters. "It's a safe cave," Heikata reassured him, and Sokka's stomach clenched upon hearing the distinct tone in which his father spoke this time. "If the snow starts piling up much, we'll shovel it away from the entrance. It should be fine." "It's okay, Dad. I don't feel unsafe here," Sokka responded. Heikata smiled a little. "Good. I guess a lot has changed, but I figured you might still be apprehensive about caves, after all." "I'm not as apprehensive as I was once," Sokka admitted, swallowing hard. "Not that I'll pretend they're not dangerous, but there's worse things than being stuck in a cave. Such as getting out and becoming a medkiller, hell-bent on revenge." The thought brought a frown to his face, his gloved hands tightening around his own elbows as he sat, cross-legged and with arms folded, staring at the small fire. The glow of the flames revealed the change of his expression to Heikata, however, who only gazed at his son in silent compassion and uncertainty. You were right, you know," Sokka finally said, and Heikata raised an eyebrow with puzzled curiosity. "About?" "Well, everything, I guess, but about what you told us when you returned from the war." "About Roan?" Heikuda's nervous, calm demeanor suddenly shifted into wary, unsettled confusion. His brow was more furrowed than Sokka's, a glint of fear gleaming in his blue eyes. What's that supposed to mean? Heikuda asked. Sokka gritted his teeth as he glared at the fire like the one that had scorched Roan's corpse, right before his eyes. He did it. All of it, Sokka whispered. Killed his parents, betrayed the Water Tribe. Heikuda's silence compelled Sokka to glance at his father, to find him horror-struck, eyes wide, lips parted and trembling lightly. It was one thing to hear the story, to struggle to believe it, even then, and another to hear his son speak those words with no hint of doubt, of uncertainty. Again, a part of Sokka's long story appeared to rear its head, and this time, Heikuda would be the only member of his audience. He became a gladiator. Called himself Kinslayer, Sokka explained, bitterly. Heikuda covered his mouth with his ungloved hand, shaking his head as he struggled to believe Sokka's words. He challenged me, and that big scar I have on my back? That one's his doing. Sokka. Heikuda gasped. His son gritted his teeth, unwilling to meet his father's eyes anymore as he continued his tale. He owned up to it then. Told me I didn't understand, said he'd betrayed no one with his actions. It took me some time to learn why he thought so, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. He could speak of Roan, share his overwhelming rage over how his former friend had acted, even own up to his death without regrets. But sharing this with his father, it would be hard, even if he suspected it was also necessary. I came up with an explanation before I met him a second time. Figured it out because of some things Zhao said, and... Zhao? Admiral Zhao. Heikuda cut him off. Sokka glanced at his father to find that, as much as all the information he'd shared so far had taken Heikuda by surprise, that one tidbit seemed the first to truly displease him. Guess I didn't mention him much so far, huh? Sokka whispered. Heikuda grimaced. He's a weird man. The way he acts, it feels like he's a much more reasonable guy than Oze could ever be. Sometimes it felt like he truly respected me. I wouldn't be alive anymore if he didn't, I suspect. But he also made terrible choices. He's done a lot of harm in more ways than I can even imagine, I'm sure. Certainly, Heikuda said, scowling. His fleet was responsible for the destruction of many Earth Kingdom ships, and who knows how many deaths can be pinned on him. He came after us, once, fortunately, Water Tribe ships still outrun their machines when the wind's in our favor. If he'd caught up to us, I have no doubt he would have butchered every warrior he'd gotten his hands on. And then he went north and tried to do that there, too, Sokka sighed. It's just, really messed up. People are complicated. Kindness and cruelty shouldn't go hand in hand, but it does in some people. People like him and Roan, at least. What did you learn from him that had anything to do with Roan, though? Heikuda asked, confused. Sokka took a deep breath. I can't really remember why, on one day, he spoke to me about the Southern Raiders. The bastards who attacked us, who, according to him, were tasked with capturing every waterbender long before I was born. When I told him they'd attacked when I was young, he seemed confused. They'd apparently celebrated their final raid many years before that, so he thought it was strange that any attacks had happened later. I told him I wasn't mixing anything up, my mother had died that day, and afterwards, he explained that waterbenders were made prisoners until one woman escaped capture. The Fire Lord's orders were usually to capture waterbenders, not kill them, let alone kill non-benders, so he guessed that escaped prisoner had changed things. He offered to put me in touch with the man who led their last attack, but I refused. I didn't know what I'd do if I met the guy, and whatever I did, it wouldn't have brought Mom back. So, I thought, there was no point to it. Right. Heikuda almost barked, his voice unusually jarring. His whole body trembled at Sokka's words, at his still unlinked explanations. Vengeance would have amounted to nothing. It didn't when I tried to fight in the war, and it wouldn't have worked now, either. The true culprit was Fire Lord Ajalon, Sokka whispered. Even if the bastard who killed her had enjoyed his assignment, the ultimate blame is on someone who's already dead. Of course, Hakata said, nodding and swallowing hard. But, what does this have to do with Roan? Sokka gritted his teeth, closing his eyes as he dropped his head against the wall. I didn't want to think about it. But that night, my mind it went wild as I tried to piece together what Zhao had said. If they thought they'd killed every waterbender, but then sent a raid later, didn't it mean they'd learned there was another waterbender, somehow? It's also very strange that they attacked on that day and never returned. As if they thought they'd actually killed the waterbender as they were told to. As if no one had given them any information that revealed Katara was still alive. Wait, you're saying they had a source? Hakata scowled, staring at Sokka in chagrin. They knew about Katara? How? The easiest, most instinctive explanation struck him then. His sudden silence, his horror-struck features, all of it told Sokka his father had reached the right conclusion before he'd spoken it aloud. Only 3 people had left the tribe when I was a kid, Sokka whispered, gritting his teeth. Only Roan and his parents. Everyone else, if anyone else in the tribe had been the source, they would have revealed Katara had survived afterwards. The raids would have continued until they got her. But if it was them, they wouldn't have known, because they were already gone. So, they were captured by the Fire Nation? Forced to reveal the existence of our waterbenders just to survive? Hakata asked, desperate. Sokka gritted his teeth and shook his head. Didn't sound like it, the way Roan put it, Sokka whispered, gritting his teeth. I confronted him some time later. There were murders in the Fire Nation capital, we had no idea who was responsible at first. Roan happened to be there at that time, too, and I questioned him. I watched him to make sure he wasn't doing anything sketchy. We talked, and it came up. He always said I shouldn't talk of what I didn't understand, so I made it clear I might have understood far more than he realized I did. I don't know how he found out. I guess his parents didn't tell him the truth right away? Whether out of shame, or out of guilt, or just because they thought he'd never understand. Not that what they did could ever be understood, but, as far as I can tell, he killed them as soon as he learned of what their intent had been. When he learned they'd tried to have Katara killed. And he thought they'd succeeded. Katara. Hakata repeated, eyes filling with tears as Sokka gazed at him mournfully. He didn't know Mom had died instead. So. I'm guessing Mom lied to the Southern Raider bastard, said she was the waterbender. Azula says, they wouldn't have waited for a demonstration to make sure it was her, so, Kia sacrificed herself for? Hakata asked. Sokka couldn't answer through anything other than a nod. The sight of his father in tears was rare, even these days. He had always been stalwart and strong, he only remembered seeing him cry after Kia's death, and upon seeing Hakata again, after he'd woken in Zuko's igloo. But there was no containing the tears now, not when he'd only just discovered the truth behind his wife's actions from many years ago. He covered his mouth with his hands, tears streaming freely down his cheeks as he closed his eyes tightly. Sobs shook his shoulders, even if he tried to contain the sounds, and Sokka's own heart clenched at the sight of such a vulnerable side of his father. Sokka crawled towards his father's side, near the cavern's entrance. Much as it had been months ago, when Sokka had broken down over the sacrifice Azula had made to save the tribe and Hakata had held him, now it was the son who held the father, wrapping his arms strongly around his body, rubbing Hakata's back gently as the man's head fell on his shoulders. Sizzling tears fell upon Sokka's parka, as his father shuddered with every sob. It wasn't fair, it wasn't right for him to mourn over a woman as kind, as good, as selfless as Kia had been. She should have lived, she should have been here, raising her family all along, encouraging her husband to live proudly every day, as he did the same for her. I'm sorry, Dad, Sokka said, softly. Hakata shook his head, and Sokka gritted his teeth. I didn't want Katara to know. That's why I haven't said anything about Roan to anyone else. She'll blame herself, I know she will, and it won't do her any good. Please, don't do it, Hakata said, sobbing against his son's shoulder. She has enough burdens as it is. Roan, his actions, she'd blame herself for those, too. Guess so, but whoever died or lived, Roan still acted as he did, Sokka said, gritting his teeth as he rubbed his father's back gently. There was a reason, though. He didn't simply lose his mind, then. Hakata said, sniffing as he tried to sit upright again, though Sokka's arm remained around his shoulders, keeping him steady and close to himself. He was avenging Katara, Orkia, without his awareness. I guess, but he shouldn't have done it anyway, Sokka said. To his surprise, Hakata nodded. I can't say I would have done any better than he did, had I known. They were our friends, Hakata said, snarling as he glared at the fire. We had our meals together. You and him, you played often, and they even talked in passing about how Roan and Katara might be a good match, once they were older. They were upset when the cave accident happened, but that would never justify their actions. This revenge of theirs, nothing could justify it. Nothing. No, nothing could. Nothing would, Sokka said, nodding. Hakata breathed out and shook his head. But Roan wasn't all that sane anyway, Dad. I know, I understand, but you don't yet, Sokka said, softly. Hakata frowned, glancing at him in confusion. Why do you say? Was he killing those people? He asked. You said, you suspected him. He wasn't the culprit back then. Oze was, Sokka said, bitterly. Hakata's frown returned to his face immediately. He wanted to kill everyone working for the White Lotus, an organization that's tried to destabilize his rule a few times. I resented them for enough reasons, but, after everything, I almost wish they'd succeeded now. Anyway, at that point, Oze, there's an assassin who serves him, some strange man with corrupt, black fire, who could make himself invisible at will, and he was killing everyone he believed was part of the White Lotus. Azula, she was beside herself when we found out. Oze was killing his own people, spreading chaos and fear all across the city, albeit on some ego trip to prove himself stronger than the White Lotus, I guess. Roan's sponsor was part of the group. We only managed to save him, the others died. I helped Roan get away, and I thought I'd done the right thing. I thought I might never see him again, but as long as he could make something better of himself, that'd be fine. We didn't part ways on the worst terms, but I was wrong. Of all the people Oze's fucking assassin could have killed, the only one he should have caught was Roan. Why? Why do you say that? Hakata asked, shivering again. Sokka gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on his father's shoulders. I had a strange dream once. Near a swamp with spiritual powers, Sokka said, glancing at his father almost guiltily. I didn't really believe in anything spiritual. I didn't either, that night. Then I actually met a spirit later, and you truly met a spirit? A solid, corporeal spirit? Hakata asked, perplexed. His tears had slowed, and he dabbed at them with a thumb as Sokka shrugged. You have been through far too much in too short a time. I mean, you've been gone a long time, Sokka, but the more stories you share, the more I wonder how all that happened in less than 20 years. Guess it feels like it didn't happen all that fast when you actually lived through it, Sokka said, with a watery grin. Either way, what I dreamed was that Roan was going to find a spear, him and a group of men. Then I glimpsed Azula's body, unmoving, and I woke up to find she'd had a strange dream of her own, too. Everyone else around us had weird dreams. But many of them dreamed of impossible things, or of past events. Me? I was dreaming of the future, Dad. Of what Roan meant to do. He gathered people? He attacked the princess? Hakata asked. Sokka chewed on his lip more violently than he should have. He found a spiritual weapon. A horrific one, at that. The bloodlust spear, he said. Hakata frowned. If you've never heard of it, it's no surprise, but it was an old spear, possessed by the bitter, vengeful spirit of its wielder who was betrayed in battle, or so. It killed everything it cut into, not genuinely by chasing blood but by consuming and corrupting their chi. Roan found it, somehow. I guess he found it because the universe has the most disgusting sense of humor ever. Either way, he gathered a following and charged into the Fire Nation with that damn spear in hand. It took us a while to figure out what he was up to even figure out it was him, and then to come up with any plans to fight back as best we could. Jose wasn't in the city then, he'd left Angela in charge briefly. She came up with the strategies, and she wanted me to lead a group of reinforcements that would take down Roan's allies, or Roan himself, if he didn't split his group as I'd guessed he might. I didn't want to leave her, but she convinced me to do it. So, I did my part. I helped fight back, I did what I could to save soldiers from this mad northern waterbender Roan allied himself with, but when I was arranging safe transport for the injured on the airships, they told me she was fighting him. He was chasing her, and she appeared to be wounded. Hakata frowned, his arm looped around Sokka's waist upon recognizing that Sokka's comforting embrace now seemed to seek comfort for himself, rather than providing it for his father. He shivered violently, but after a pause, he continued. I went after him. I threw a hot air balloon at him. Sokka said, shaking his head. But I couldn't keep him from hurting her. He'd hurt her shoulder somehow, she was bleeding, but she wasn't out of it yet. I went to help her, she and her dragon would keep the spear at bay, while I fought Roan. The spear. How could it move on its own? Hakata asked, puzzled. Sokka nodded, and the man's eyes widened. They destroyed it, Sokka said, swallowing hard. With my sword. I tossed it at her, Angela used her fire, and her dragons, to neutralize the spirit's corruption long enough to cut it cleanly and destroy it. But, the corruption spread out of the spear after that. Some of it leaked into her wound. It festered inside her and it damn near killed her. Hakata shuddered. His mouth was open, but no words came out as Sokka snarled viciously at the fire, tears streaming down his face now. I killed him for it, Sokka said, fists tightened so much his cold bones resented him for the violence of the gesture. When the spear was finished, I ran him through. I killed him. Sokka. Hakata managed, raising his hand to his son's head, which Sokka tilted down as he shook his head. I don't regret it. I know I had to. I gave him a chance to make something of himself. He had full freedom to do whatever the hell he wanted, once his sponsor and him were saved, but the son of a bitch decided he'd destroy the whole Fire Nation with that chance. Worse yet, he wanted to kill her. I couldn't let it happen. I wouldn't. That he even touched her at all was unforgivable. So. I don't regret it. Even if I hate that there was no other way, I don't regret it. Oh, my boy, Hakata sighed, and now it was his turn to hug Sokka tightly. But she recovered, surely. If she brought you here, then. Sokka gritted his teeth, his silence sent a pang of distress straight through Hakata's chest. Sokka. She recovered. To a fault, Sokka swallowed hard, shivering again. She couldn't even stay awake for long, at first. Still, she was getting better, but by the time I fought Toph, she wasn't fully healed yet. She couldn't fight back when. Hakata gritted his teeth and pulled Sokka closer. His son shuddered, pain splitting him open as the tears poured down his cheeks. Hakata released a breath, rubbing his son's back affectionately before glancing outside. The snow continued to fall, perhaps a bit more enthusiastically now. Sitting so close to the entrance wouldn't help, he thought, so he squeezed his son's shoulder gently, ushering him to move with him. Come. Let's sit by that wall, Sokka, he said, wrapping an arm tightly around his son's waist as he led him there. Sokka followed his father's instructions quietly, breathing deeply through his nose, exhaling through his mouth. A white fog hung in the air whenever he did so, dispelled in instants, but ever returning when he breathed out again. Shivers plagued his body still, even as he tried to restrain the tears. He hadn't intended to share this, only to tell his father the truth about Roan. Now, however, he found himself sharing the worst moments of their story instead, the horrors he'd never wanted to tell Mari. The nightmares that plagued him still, that forced him awake most nights, reaching out to take Angela's hand, only to find it wasn't there. Only to find she wasn't there, and she might never be again. The mournful thoughts were interrupted when his father offered him a chunk of jerky out of his pack of supplies. Sokka blinked the tears away before reaching for it. Hakuda patted his shoulder gently, munching on some jerky of his own, hoping the food would serve as some comfort for his heartbroken son. Don't feel the need to keep anything to yourself so you won't burden others, Sokka, Hakuda whispered. At least, not with me. Your sister. I'd protect her from the worst of it, certainly. This tale about Roan, she would be beyond distraught if she learns the truth. But, you don't have to hide it from me. Any of it. No matter how much it hurts, Sokka, because you're my dad. Sokka whispered, his voice still strained with tears. Because you care about me. And you're always there for me, no matter what. That's right, Hakuda replied. Sokka gritted his teeth, glancing at him with uncertainty. I'm sorry I couldn't be like that too, for you. That I couldn't share your burdens the way you're trying to share mine. Sokka, you were a child, Hakuda said, gazing at him mournfully. Even asking you to be the man of the tribe, to be responsible and protect everyone, it broke my heart to burden you with so much. Of course, you were capable of that and more. I knew you and Katara could take care of everyone, as well as yourselves, and I hoped to come home to reveal the war was over, that we'd won and saved everyone. But, that's not how it happened. I came home with nothing to show for my efforts, without my best friend, even. How could I ever burden you, a young man and a strong warrior with so many dreams and hopes, with everything that weighed me down? I guess you felt that way. I can't even swear I would have been good at listening, if you'd shared anything at all, Sokka said, swallowing hard. I was a pretty stupid kid back then. You weren't. I didn't understand a lot of things you tried to teach me, Sokka admitted, gazing at Hakuda remorsefully. If I had, then. As far as I can tell, we make our own mistakes. You learned enough from mine, too, Hakuda said, placing a hand on Sokka's forearm. But your path was your own, Sokka. You've been crafting it for yourself since you were a child, and I always knew you were capable of grand things. Everything Zuko said, everything Kino learned about, all the news they brought of you convinced me that you were making the most of that devilishly clever mind of yours and achieving countless things I'd never thought possible. Nobody has been closer to changing this world for the better than you were, as far as I can tell. But I failed, Sokka said, drawing his knees up to his chest, letting his arms rest atop them. I didn't change a damn thing, I probably just made everything worse in the end. For her, for us. For the Fire Nation, for the whole world. Because, if he doesn't allow her to succeed him, after this, we'll all be worse off for it. Everyone will be worse off for it. Well. I can't say for sure that you could have prevented those outcomes, Hakuda said, softly. But I'm sure you reached far more people than you ever knew you had. If even a monster of a military leader like that Zhao would respect you, perhaps the Fire Nation, at large, will see the Fire Lord as in the wrong for his actions. Perhaps they'll side with her, and if they don't? If they decide to condemn her, just to stay on his good side? Sokka asked, bitterly. Not everyone would do that, I know, but, damn it. I don't think anyone could even voice support for her without Ozai striking them down immediately. He was ready to kill me, but I don't think he would have stopped there, even if he had succeeded. No, I guess not. Hakuda sighed. Sokka gritted his teeth, shaking his head as he buried his face in his forearms. None of this was supposed to happen, he said, with a soft sob. The ending I'll tell Mari? It won't be this one. It won't be. Wenta and Jing torn from each other forever. I can't do it, because this shouldn't have happened in the first place. It certainly shouldn't have, Hakuda agreed, rubbing his son's back gently again. We had plans. Ozai, he wanted to give her more power, Sokka sobbed. His admission startled Hakuda. More power? As in, he was going to name her High Governor of all the Fire Nation colonies. Hakata fell silent, his hand rigid on Sokka's back. Sokka sobbed again, pressing his face to the sleeve of his parka. We were supposed to relocate there, once she felt better. To move, and live away from him. To help the Earth Kingdom people, to ensure they were treated fairly, to stop the worst of the abuses by the Fire Nation. We could have reunited slaves with their families, helped keep them safe, protected them with the enforcers, the way we already had in the capital. There was so much we could do, damn it. So much we wanted to do, to change the world for the better. To make true balance a reality. But, all of it crumbled into nothing. One stupid mistake, one we didn't even realize we were making. We just were impulsive, we thought we could get away with it. No one should have, and no one should have seen us. No one should have known. But Iroh, either he did see something, somehow, or he just went to Oze with a gut feeling, whatever it was, and all of it was over. Iroh. Hakata repeated, gritting his teeth. Zuko's uncle, right? The Dragon of the West. Another infamous man, though one I never met in battle myself. He was long retired when I went out to war. Zuko's never talked much about his family, but he never said anything bad about that man. Of course he didn't, he never knew this side of the bastard, Sokka hissed, shaking his head. All he wanted was Zuko to come back. He convinced himself Azula was to blame for Zuko's departure. He tried to pry the truth from her about us, once, and she shut him down. But I guess he just had been biding his time until something angered him enough to take action. And I suppose us beating Toph was what did it. His gladiator. Hakata said. But I suppose, if Iroh were the worst of it, none of this would have happened either. No. I mean, I resent the bastard and I always will, Sokka said, swallowing hard. But, it's not even a fragment of the hatred I feel for Oze. He just demanded for that damn purity examination. She didn't tell me much about it, she mustn't have wanted to, but they hurt her. In more ways than I can ever know. Her dragon couldn't help her. I had no idea what was happening either, but I couldn't sleep. Something felt wrong, and the next thing I knew, a whole group of Imperial guards barged into my house, beat me up and they just dragged me off to prison. Hakata's eyes grew colder as Sokka explained the story. Never had he thought the Fire Lord would show any kindness or true mercy to anyone, but hearing of how he'd treated his son, of how he'd treated his own daughter, set a fire of outrage in Hakata's soul that he hadn't felt in a long time. I had no idea what was happening. No one gave me answers. I just knew we'd been caught, Sokka continued, shaking violently as he hugged himself even more tightly. Then, at one point, she came to me. She disguised herself as a prison guard, and she came to me. She told me what had happened, she swore she'd get me out somehow, but she was so broken. She was more distraught than I ever saw her until then. I hate Oze for what he did, for how he hurt her, but the minute I remember her face that night, I could do without revenge. I could do without tearing him off that pedestal, so long as I could erase her pain somehow. If I could have done away with it, if I could have spared her, if I could have taken it all for myself, I would have. I begged for that, but nobody listened. And not the guards, not the fucking Fire Lord. Not the Dem Universe, for all that matters. The next thing I knew, a bunch of guards started keeping watch on me, at all hours. I feared she'd been caught visiting me, but she had confronted her father. He suspected she'd try to break me out, so he did that to prevent it. But then Zhao showed up and offered me one chance to die with supposed dignity. As a gladiator, in the ring, fighting against his own gladiator, Combustion Man, who'd never lost a single fight. I was supposed to die that day, and I was ready to. I was allowed to get my weapons. I picked up Azula's necklace too, hoping she'd be able to recover it from my corpse if I didn't make it. But you did. You survived, Hakata said, frowning. Long enough to come to us, no matter how strong that combustion man was. I had weapons. Means to fight him with. Sokka nodded weakly. We'd come up with some strategies long ago, but I wasn't ready yet. Let alone was I ready when I'd barely recovered from getting beaten to a pulp by those fucking guards. At the end of it, I'd done damage, but he was going to kill me. I tossed my bombs at him. My final weapon, volatile gas bombs, and he blew them up, like he did with everything. The next thing I knew, everything was fire. I really thought I'd burn to death right then and there, but she wouldn't let that happen. She flew with her dragon to snatch me out of there, she dove into the fire for me. We almost died there. But we got out, at the last moment. Her personal guards, they were the only trustworthy ones. They helped, they had set things up so that, if she could save me, they could help us escape on her barge. I wasn't all that conscious by then, but I was alive still, even if I couldn't believe it. I thought, stupidly, that we'd both go hide somewhere, figure out a plan, survive together. But when I asked her what she wanted to do, she chose to go back, Hakata said. Sokka whimpered softly as he nodded. It was probably the right choice. If I were in her place, I would have done the same damn thing. But the minute she sailed away, Dad, I couldn't keep on living. I couldn't keep going when I thought I'd never see her again, when I saw her vanishing in the horizon, on her way back to the monster who'd done everything he could to break her. I'm scared, Dad. I'm scared of what he'd do to her, whatever he's already done to her. It was bad enough already. I don't know how much worse it could be, but I know that piece of shit would hold nothing back. And I just have to sit here, waiting for nothing, because I can't do anything to help her. I can't do anything to save her. Well, not now, you can't. Hakata's words broke the spell in which Sokka had submerged himself. The tears still spilled down his eyes, trickling over the fabric of his parka, until he raised his head towards his father. What do you mean, not now? Sokka asked. Oh, I know you, son, Hakata said, breathing deeply. Probably because I know myself, you'd take all the pain, shield her from it, the same way I wished I could have for your mother, when I found her at the verge of death. It was too late, though, but all I could think of, all I could want, was to take her place. To be the one who died in her stead, so she could be with you, with your sister, for as long as possible. My life, it didn't seem to matter at all at that point. Or at many points, going forward. My mom, she tried her best to help me regain my center, to calm me down, but all I could feel was grief I kept translating into rage. I wanted revenge, Sokka. I wanted it so badly I nearly took off on the wake of your mother's funeral, anything so I could find the damn southern raiders and snuff the life out of their eyes myself. But then I saw Katara crying, right next to me. I saw you, standing firmly, with that determination you gained, since that day. You were holding her hand, you were stronger than I felt, at that moment. And I knew I had something to live for when I saw you. I knew it was what Kia would have wanted me to do, so I couldn't possibly turn my back on you just for revenge. It didn't work that way. It couldn't. So, when it was clear the war couldn't be won, not with our resources, I knew I had to go back to you. To you and your sister. I'd wanted to better the world for your sake, but I failed at it. But Sokka, I couldn't bring back Kia, no matter what I did, just as you said you couldn't have, even if you'd confronted the Southern Raiders' leader. Nothing I did would change the reality that she was taken from us. Your princess, however. Azula isn't gone for good. I know that. I hope for that every day, Dad, with every beat of my heart. Sokka said, his jaw clenched. I mean, I don't want to think the Fire Lord would have. I don't want to believe he could have gone that far. But, even if she's still alive, even if she survives his rage, what can I do? She's out of reach. I can't go back to her, Not while Ose's still a hazard for the tribe. I'd say, that hinges on how that eventual battle turns out, Hakata said, enigmatically. Sokka frowned as his father eyed him with uncertainty. There's more ways to win a war than just by outnumbering the enemy. Sometimes having more troops isn't enough. Superior tactics, they can win the day against odds that appear insurmountable at first. But Sokka gazed at Hakata, his heart drumming strangely, strongly, in his chest, stronger than it had in what felt like ages. Perhaps as strong as it had when he'd still fought for Azula, as strong as it had when he'd taken her into his arms, knowing their place in the world was found by each other's side. She gave it back. The necklace, I made her promise she'd come back if she had a chance. That she'd return to me, but then I found the necklace and it seemed she never would. I might be wrong to think that's what it meant, but it could be. It might have been a way to say goodbye, Hakata admitted, with a sad sigh. But it might have been a way to seal that promise, too. If that necklace is meant to be hers, shouldn't she come claim it, someday? I don't know, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. Maybe, but it feels wrong to return a symbol of betrothal, of marriage, like. A symbol of what? Sokka gritted his teeth upon Hakata's reaction. He hadn't intended to say it, truthfully, he had barely intended to tell Katara when he had. There was no point in backtracking now, though. Sokka yanked his right glove off slowly before showing his palm to his father. The chief's eyes widened at the sight of the scar, one he hadn't noticed when Sokka had been unconscious, brought home by Zuko. It happened on that trip. I mean, we did it then, Sokka said, softly. We did it by the Fire Nation right first. Under the names of Jing and Wenta. That's where those names came from. Hakata asked. Sokka swallowed hard and nodded. We used them one time before. But it was even better then, because we just got to live life, for a week, with each other. After that, we did it again once we were by ourselves, following the water tribe right. She has a scar of her own, then? Hakata asked, softly. Sokka nodded again. Then, you are bonded, for life. We are, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. I'm part of her, as she's part of me. The way it always will be. Then it's even harder to believe she could have returned that necklace to break your promises, Sokka, Hakata whispered, a hand on his son's head. Sokka winced, tempted to bury his face back into his arms. I can't speak for her, evidently, but I'd think it's even another way to make a promise. Almost, like a challenge. So that, when you're ready, I'd go find her? Sokka asked, choked up. I don't think so, Dad. The way she talked, the things she said, she asked me to live my life here. To be as happy as I could be. To live on because she couldn't keep going if she believed I was gone. All of which leads me to think, that she knew the gesture might hurt you, but she might have hoped, even against her better sense, to convey a deeper message than her words did, Hakata said, hugging his son kindly. She didn't make this commitment blindly, carelessly, did she? Everything she sacrificed for you, all the struggles you endured for each other's sake, none of it was done in ignorance. Both of you knew what they meant. If you were married, if you intended to spend your lives together, to make hard choices for each other's sake, all the more reason to believe she wouldn't want this. Right? Yeah. I mean, of course she didn't, nobody could have wanted this. Sokka managed, rubbing his eyes again as more tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Your mother, if what you learned is true, it means she died while doing what Princess Azula has done for you, Hakata whispered, swallowing hard. Sokka shivered and nodded. Two extraordinary women, I'd say, who somehow settled for dorks like us, I have no idea why. I really don't, most days, Sokka said, softly. Hakata chuckled, shaking his head. Most people cannot understand or grasp their own worth, so I'm not surprised to hear that, Hakata said. You, in particular, have spent far too long measuring yourself in other people's example, trying to fit into, I don't know, some mold of what you should be, completely unaware of the fact that you've long outgrown the mold in question. If you stop thinking of who you should be, and look at the man you are now, a warrior without compare, capable of returning to the habit of hunting with ease upon first attempting it, wise beyond your years, a leader everyone looks to for guidance, why would you ever look down on yourself? Because of your mistakes? Well, those actually make us human. The true measure of a man isn't found in the greatness of his actions, the power of his words, the boldness of his decisions, but in who he chooses to be when his path leads him in the wrong direction. Can someone claim they've never let themselves fall into dark thoughts, into the temptation of doing something they never should have? I sincerely doubt it. But if they can accept the consequences of their actions, more than that, if they can learn from them and grow from them, they prove their worth and show the world that there's more value in growth than in perfection. And, as far as I can tell, that's who you are, my son. You didn't have all the answers from the start, but you've found them, day by day, until you've become someone even a princess would sacrifice everything for. Someone she bonded herself to forever, no matter the distance between you. Sokka gritted his teeth, closing his eyes as his father spoke earnestly. Tears spilled down his cheeks, kept warm by the fireplace before them, fire, just like that which burned inside her. The fire she had channeled through him, shared with him, as they became dragons in the eyes of those magnificent creatures, as they fought, side by side, against fearsome foes. The look in her eyes when he'd held her against his chest, when blood had still trickled down her shoulder, she had been willing to do anything, to go anywhere, to fight her hardest, because she knew he stood beside her through it all. Because she counted on him, because she wasn't alone, since he'd never willingly leave her. He hadn't been all that willing, he had walked away, climbed off that ship, only because she'd needed him to. Only because she'd asked him to. She knew he'd never wanted to leave, he made sure she understood he needed her, just as much as she needed him. The discovery of the necklace had felt like a punch to the gut, even more powerful and painful than the one she'd dealt him when they first met. The possible meanings of the necklace's presence had barely phased his misery, he'd never realized just how much it had mattered to him to ensure this necklace would stay with her, that she would keep it forever. It was a symbol of their commitment, but it was, indeed, just a symbol. The mark on his hand served as a symbol, all the same, that connection, that commitment, remained deeply etched into his aching heart. His love for her would last forever, for as long as he drew breath, even if each of those breaths broke him, even if each memory would inflict further pain upon his weary soul. The measure of a man was who he'd choose to be, in the face of hardships. Those words resembled his own when he'd spoken to Toph after the race. Losing would reveal who you truly were, it challenged you. It was as true to losing a gladiator fight as it was true to losing the person he'd intended to spend his life with. He raised his gaze again, glancing at Hekata. He gritted his teeth, wrapping an arm around his son, reeling him closer. Sokka sighed, letting his head fall on his father's shoulder as he kept his silence, waiting for Hekata to share further wisdom, if that was his intent. Right now, he just wanted to listen, to learn whatever he might yet discover thanks to his father. We are not so different, you and I. Hekata whispered, swallowing hard. Our pain is terribly similar, I fear. Our grief, it's overwhelming. Once you've lost what we have, my boy, it's impossible to look back without melancholy. It's impossible to reclaim the person we once were. We learn to live with the scars, to bear with them, much as you have, even with scars that threaten to shatter us for good, like these do. You kept going for us, for me and Katara, Sokka spoke, softly. Hekata nodded. For the tribe that would need you. Even if deep down, you were just as lost as I am now? You wish you could see her again, every day, don't you? You wish you could talk to her, show her everything that's happened since she died. Why, yes. That's true, Hekata smiled, as tears trickled down his cheeks as well. But, more accurately, I see her again every day. Whenever I close my eyes, I evoke her in my mind. I let myself imagine just how beautiful she'd look now, if she still lived. Maybe she'd have a few gray hairs like mine, a few wrinkles, here and there. But that smile, it'd be bright enough to light the dark period all on its own, as it ever was. And I speak to her too, Sokka. I tell her about every new day, about every hardship and every blessing. All I wish is that I could hear her voice, responding to me. But sometimes I swear I can hear an echo of it. Sometimes it seems she's merely standing behind me, furtively, teasingly, and when I turn, even if there's no one there, I can still feel her close. I suppose I'm mad, but... No, why you're not, Dad. That. I want to think she's always with you too. Always with us, Sokka said, with a sad smile, dabbing the corners of his eyes with his fingertips. And so, I still feel her right here, even now, Hakuda said, nodding gently. There's no consolation at first, not for a long time, of course. But, it helps, a bit. To speak, maybe even to write to someone you've loved and lost. Somehow, it feels like they'll still hear you, they'll still feel you, even if they no longer belong in this world. It's odd, though, how it's even appeasing to think of death once you've lost someone you don't wish to live without. We fear it, for years, fight it off on every new day, but once the one you most treasure is gone, the immediate urge you feel is to follow them wherever they've gone, no matter what. It may be odd that I'd find comfort in this thought, but Kia is waiting for me. I know I will find her again, so I can take my time. She wants me to, I'm sure of that. She wants me to live my life, as best as I can. She wants me to watch over you, your sister, my mother, the whole tribe. As much as I may struggle on the worst of days. I have purpose still. My time hasn't come, and I intend to make the most of however much I have left of it until I can be with her anew. That way, when we do meet again, I know she won't be disappointed in the man I've been since she died. Sokka nodded, sniffing softly as he huddled against his father. Somehow, it felt as though he were only learning who Hakuda truly was beyond the surface, beyond the strength he'd always projected, seemingly effortlessly. Just as Sokka had finally dared open his heart to his father, Hakuda had done the same for him. For a moment, all hierarchies and authority had vanished entirely, leaving them grounded, on the same level, as their bond deepened and strengthened. I still have a lot left to live for, Sokka finally said, swallowing hard. She saw to that. I will keep you safe, everyone in the tribe, as best I can. If we succeed, though, if we do, Dad. He glanced at Hakuda with uncertainty, as though waiting for permission. His father smiled warmly, patting his son's head gently. If we do, will I let you go, once you have a plan to find her again? He finished. Sokka's stomach suddenly twisted, jumped, somersaulted, with a spree of fireworks spreading from his lower stomach, reaching throughout his whole body, finding her again. If he handled this well, if he managed to free his people from the incoming, certain Fire Nation assault, should he do that? Should he go after her? Would his heart stand for anything less? Son. I'll say the same words I spoke to your sister, when she didn't know what to make of your choices in Whaletail Island, Hakuda said, and Sokka tensed up. You, and your sister, are your own people. You build your own paths that no doubt will take you away from me. Paths that may see you rising into greatness well beyond my reach, or even beyond my reckoning. But even if that path saw you staying here, all along, your life is yours to make into whatever you wish to, Sokka. You are free to make your own choices, and if your choice is to return to her, to save her from her father, to defeat a whole army if it stands between you two, well, all I can ask of you is that you plan things very well, most thoroughly, so that you can achieve what you intend to. So that you can live up to your choice, so you won't have to sacrifice anything else to go as far as I'm sure you will. Therefore, I won't hold you back, my son. I won't demand you stay here. I won't expect you to live out your life alone, mourning what you've lost, when it isn't quite so lost just yet. If there were a chance, even a small chance, that I might have saved your mother, I wouldn't have hesitated to reach for it. I would have traded my life for hers in a heartbeat. But you can't make that trade, I fear. No, she won't be spared from Ose's fury if I sacrifice myself, Sokka said, nodding. I've always known that. I thought I'd die, but I knew my death would amount to nothing. It wouldn't help her, it wouldn't save her. Then you'll find another way, Hakuda said, with a gentle smile. I know you can. And once you do, I will support you however I can. Even if it's just by bidding you good luck and waving as you leave, even if it's only that, I'll do it. I won't ever hold you back again, my son. Sokka breathed out as he gazed at his father with heartfelt eyes. Strangely, his heart ached over the notion of leaving again, just as it raced with the thrill of seeking a true solution, a way to put an end to the torment plaguing the woman he loved. His tribe was a beautiful place, with far kinder people than anywhere else he'd been, where everyone would work together for a better future. He had expected explosive, adverse reactions once they learned the truth of why he'd returned, and as awkward as those days had been, in 2 months that uneasy sensation had faded away. They'd welcomed him again, no longer seeking a long-gone Sokka inside him, but instead, acknowledging the man who had returned from the Fire Nation exactly as he was. Their generous spirits, their open hearts, he knew he would cherish them forever. Where coming back had felt wrong while on Azula's barge, it no longer seemed quite so bad, after 2 months of being here. Yet that unsettling, miserable feeling of bleakness dwelled inside his gut every day, until now. It was the lack of purpose, the loss of a horizon to strive for. His fighting spirit hadn't been broken, despite his fears, it had been weakened, perhaps, dormant, waiting for a reason to rear its head anew. Waiting for a sign, for permission, for the right push to rise once more. Now, though, now it seemed the obvious solution stared him in the face. How would he go about it? He had no idea. He'd need time to plan, to gather resources, perhaps, to figure out how many allies he could count on for this idea. Aang's distaste for violence might make it so the Avatar would choose not to follow Sokka into whatever battle he charged into. Katara's distaste for Azula, in turn, might be too strong, and she might not wish to sacrifice so much just to save her. Zuko and Suki had their daughters to take care of, and the warriors of the tribe belonged here, protecting everyone. So, perhaps he'd go alone. Strangely, that didn't seem like such a bad idea right now. Ah, the snow seems to be slowing down. Heikuda's remark broke through Sokka's ruminations. The chief smiled, squeezing Sokka's shoulder gently with a hand before crawling to the cave's mouth, shoving and kicking the loose snow that had piled before it, until the way out was clear once more. Sokka swallowed hard, glancing at the fire one more time. He still remembered the feeling of flames rushing through his body without burning him. The feeling of union with someone whose heart was so connected to his that their souls, their energy, had become one and the same. His brow drew together as he stared at the fire. Azula had asked him to stay, she had asked him to be patient with himself, to get used to his life anew, to find happiness. To live his life as best he could. She was unaware, it seemed, that Sokka could only do that by standing by her side. I think we can go now, Heikuda said, glancing back at Sokka from the cave's entrance. You ready, Sokka? After breathing deeply, the gladiator nodded. He collected his bag, handing Heikuda his own, before snuffing out the fire. Together, they set out through the snow again, side by side, with their basket trailing behind them. His father smiled a little as they walked together, silently, yet comfortable in that quiet, cold landscape. Sokka had much to ponder, Heikuda knew, so he'd let him do that. His son had needed more than just a shoulder to lean on, he had also needed a hand to push him forward. It was possible Katara wouldn't be pleased once she knew of what ideas Heikuda had encouraged Sokka to indulge in. It was certain that Heikuda would regret encouraging his son if the outcome was tragic rather than triumphant. Yet Sokka's confession about Kia, his revelations over why she'd died, came back to him again. Hearing the truth behind her death had felt as though his wife had only just passed, as though a firebender had murdered her mere moments ago, when it had already been 20 years since then. If only he'd been able to do anything at all, to make sure it wouldn't be Kia. Sokka still had that chance with his own wife, he'd never forgive himself if he dared waste it. Even from a distance, the Southern Water Tribe was visibly active as they returned, trudging through the recent snowfall. Lanterns' lights throughout the village made it seem as though fireflies floated in the middle of the South Pole, Sokka thought, with a small smile, an impossible idea, but one that brought him back to thoughts of other lands, other places that might not be as far from reach as he had feared they were. Maybe he couldn't get going today, or tomorrow, but soon. All preparations for the tribe's defenses were finished by now, after all, unless he came up with anything new, though nothing else had come to mind so far. Maybe, Instead of planning further defenses, he ought to start planning his next moves, once the battles in the south were dealt with. If he ensured the Fire Lord's army would leave his tribe alone, if he succeeded at that, he'd be able to set out on a new journey shortly afterwards, whether by himself or with whoever wished to accompany him. It wasn't too much to hope for, was it? If he made his moves carefully, thinking them through, Angela wouldn't have to resent him for not fulfilling her express request that he'd stay here, safe, sound and alive, for as long as possible. Tribe members welcomed them as they entered the village, Nanak congratulated them for their successful hunt, and Hekata thanked him graciously as he and Sokka continued to walk towards the center of the town. Suki's lessons were about to begin, and Mari's worried gaze traveled around the group of villagers until her anxiety was appeased upon glimpsing Sokka. "Uncle Sokka!" she exclaimed, beaming as she raced towards him, as much as Sokka had even referred to himself that way before the little girl, and others sometimes did it too. It felt all the more powerful when the words were uttered by that innocent child. "Ah, Mari. Give us a little moment, okay?" Sokka said, smiling at her as he and Hekata slowed down right before the child. Sokka leaned closer to Mari, his hands on his knees. "Me and my dad will put this away, and I'll tell you today's story right after we're done." "Oh, I can take it myself, you shouldn't deprive Mari from her wonderful stories," Hekata grinned. "Well, it wouldn't take long for me to help you, would it?" Sokka asked, glancing at his father with uncertainty, but Hekata laughed and shook his head, working to undo the fastening of the basket on Sokka's waist. "It wouldn't, but you must have priorities in life, my boy. And when a little girl is so eager for story time, well, you must be a gentleman, right?" "Oh, well," Sokka said, smiling at Mari again. "All right, then. Want to hear the story of how Princess Jing and Wenta found a huge, secret library in the middle of the desert?" Mari's mouth opened into a broad smile, but that smile waned quickly when her eyes traveled beyond Sokka's face. She blinked a few times before pointing at the fur that lined Sokka's parka. "Snow," she said. They'd only just had a chance to leave the safety of the igloos, but it seemed the charged clouds still had more snow left to unload upon them. Something was odd about the snowflakes, though. Something that wasn't easy to notice, in the midst of the dark period. Mari, who had never seen any snowflakes of the sort, didn't know the difference between those and normal snowfall. But the rest of the tribe did. A sudden rumor of noise, of urgent, anxious voices, suddenly took wind in the village, startling the child. A few of the women exclaimed fearfully, while some of the men shouted, watching as the dark stains that fell upon the snow seemed to melt into the normal, pale snow and ice that ever could be found in their home. It took Hekata an instant to recognize it. The urgency of the voices around them was as familiar and unwanted as were the dark stains that fell from the sky. It took Sokka a single moment, just as well, to glance at the dark speck upon the white fur of his outfit and recognize it for what it was. Black snow. The Fire Lord's forces had arrived. Chapter 263. Under Attack / Child of Two Worlds. 4. After weeks of seeing no faces besides Ariai's or Zhao's, and she did her best to avoid the latter as best as possible, too, Angela's gut churned with apprehension upon the arrival of a full squad of physicians. As expected, Renkai had brought them to her room to check on the princess, but as worrisome as her physical state might be, none of them had the guts to come too close. She remained perched by the privy when they arrived, and they fidgeted awkwardly in her room as she allowed the last of the sickness pour out of her before rising to her feet. For once, there was no need to clean up the evidence hastily, frantically. Her body, she knew, hadn't been in any shape for the strain and stress she'd put it through over the past month. Finally, she'd stop hiding her condition. Finally, she could hope her father might restrain his punishing hand and quit tormenting her, if just for the sake of ensuring the child would be born safely. But that would only happen after the physicians diagnosed her. She gritted her teeth, recalling her conversation with the head sage. He'd told her to ask for him, but she didn't dare do it just yet. The best choice would be to convince the physicians that finding the sage was their idea, not hers. Otherwise, the deceit might be easier to pinpoint, and she certainly had no intentions of giving her father or Zhao genuine reasons to suspect the truth. They were bound to suspect it already as things stood, she knew that much. She washed her face clumsily, carelessly, no longer cautious with her every move, perhaps even exaggerating some of them, for the sake of believability. Feigning fragility sat ill with whatever remnants of pride that still resided inside her, but it wasn't much of a pretense, all in all. The physicians gasped and fell silent once she left the bathroom. She raised her gaze to find Rei and Renkai lingered in her room as well. As difficult as it could be to read the guard, Angela couldn't help but sense tension in his stance, whereas Rei wore her emotions on her sleeve as she ever did, gazing at Angela with desperate, fearful eyes. "Princess," said one of the physicians, raising a hand towards her, but he withdrew it of his own accord, quickly. "You would do best to lie down again, if you wish. We can offer you some medicine to settle your stomach." Angela grunted curtly, stepping past him as she made for her bed. She walked awkwardly, but she asked for no support on her way to the dais. No one offered it either, despite Rei appeared moments away from rushing to her side. Only her shyness held her back, and naturally, that resulted in guilt over her own indecisiveness. The princess had only been kind and good, and she couldn't even offer her a hand to help her back into bed? Rei shrank in her frame as the physicians continued discussing the best treatment going forward. Most of them, Angela noticed, had simply settled for debating the best way to treat vomiting without voicing any intent to identify the root of the issue. She frowned, wondering if that was how they'd acted when she'd been infected with the spear's corruption too. Perhaps it would have made sense, when it came to the spear, as they had needed to think quickly to save her life while facing a rather unusual ailment, but did it make sense now? Were people always this slow to diagnose pregnancy? Or was it, simply, that they didn't dare diagnose anything yet because they were waiting for Pharaoh to arrive? Angela's brow furrowed at the thought of letting that man inside her room again. Her stomach clenched with the urge to throw up again. Maybe if he did show up, she'd make the most of her stomach's instability and puke all over him. It would be a childish, pitiful revenge to take on someone whose willingness to follow the Fire Lord's orders had landed her in this nightmare now, but she'd seize it if she had the chance. "The safest bet is Ginger, it always has been," one of the physicians stated, exasperated. "If you intend to resort to shifting her chi through pressure points when she hasn't yet healed fully from her past condition. And you know for sure that she hasn't healed yet? Perhaps she's already overcome the corruption. Either way, smoothing the chi flow is the best method to heal a person, everyone knows that. Ginger can do that too. Curses, I bet Pharaoh will agree with me. Then you'll both be wrong, simple as that." Angela scowled, glaring at the arguing men pointedly. They didn't notice her as she crossed her arms over her chest and slipped into place under the covers. Her unsettled stomach always seemed to somersault and churn after she threw up, especially if she laid down too quickly afterwards, but she had taught herself to endure the sensations throughout the past month. She'd stayed locked in her bathroom several times to avoid letting either Zhao or Rei notice her illness, if they happened to be around when she couldn't contain it any longer, but if they appeared when she'd already finished relieving herself, she'd have to hurry into bed quickly, far more quickly than she wished to. Now, watched by all these people, she saw no problem in lying down and making the most of the pain to ensure the healers around her understood just how ill she felt. She'd have no trouble showing how sick she was when Pharaoh appeared, though. His absence so far might have answered to his guilt and conscience, but it seemed he would come by. After all, he would intend to inspect her again, wouldn't he? The mere thought seemed to bring the full force of her inner fire back to life and sheer outrage. She'd sooner endure her condition without treatment for however long she had left to live over allowing that bastard to touch her again. Some of the physicians warned the arguing ones to quiet down, daunted by the furious expression on the princess's face. The men did lower their voices, but they continued to discuss fruitlessly until the awaited new arrival strode through the bedroom's open door. Angela's furious glare fell upon the head physician now, an immediate, instinctive reaction, and a warning sign, too. He wouldn't touch her. Whatever he intended to do, he wouldn't touch her. Pharaoh swallowed hard as the group of physicians finally quieted down, turning towards him for guidance. He strode through them, aiming to set down the tray of whatever treatments he'd brought on one of Angela's nightstands. She didn't tear her glare off him until he reached the nightstand. She had nothing to fear, not right now. Her hand slid into her robe's pocket, clasping the bone necklace hard. However unworthy she felt of this keepsake, she still found some relief in holding onto it, and she found far more relief in doing so today than she had in ages. She had suspected that she'd receive her treatment in her room, so that meant she had to keep it with her and ensure that the physicians, and anyone else who crossed that door, wouldn't find it. Her displeasure with the head physician couldn't have been more evident. The man, usually so terse and dry, now trembled as he set down the tray. The arguments had ceased, and REI was no longer the only person to watch the situation in anxious silence. "You threw up," Pharaoh said, and Angela bit back the urge to snap at him for stating the obvious. "Is it the first time this has happened to you lately?" She should have answered him, she knew. He was, after all, the physician. The more she spoke, the more she said, the more easily she'd guide the bastard to the right conclusion. But her outrage still burned too powerfully, so she said nothing. Pharaoh gritted his teeth and lowered his head. He worked quietly on a concoction by the bed, mixing ingredients into a small cup. Angela shot it a wary glance, relieved to see it was brown rather than green. So not the same thing Mai had prepared for her, and still, she felt utterly uninclined to drink it. When Angela made no move to accept the medicine he offered, Pharaoh sighed and dropped his head in defeat. He set the cup down on the tray again, hands on his hips. "I understand why you don't wish for my aid," Pharaoh said. "But I had to drink this that night too, you see? Because I threw up, too. I had never felt so ill in my life. Perhaps this won't suffice to appease your need to vomit, but it may serve to settle your stomach so you can have something to eat. Please. You're pleading with me now, are you?" Angela snapped, unable to hold back her urge to respond viciously this time. "Ironic. I'm pleading for you to let me help you," Pharaoh said, gritting his teeth before turning to the rest of the physicians, who watched intently, as though witnessing an engrossing theater play. "Curses, I know all of you wanted to help, but I think it's for the best if I speak with the princess alone. Can you all just—" "No. They stay," Angela snapped, and the physicians froze in place. "So do those two. If they make you uncomfortable, so be it." Rei and Renkai appeared just as puzzled by the princess's order as the other physicians were. Immediately, Rei guessed the princess's fury meant she felt unsafe around the head physician, but she had no idea why, exactly. She tightened her grip on her servant's robes, watching Angela with unease, ever wishing she could do more than standing around, serving as a reassurance that the physician wouldn't do anything he wasn't supposed to. Pharaoh, of course, flinched in place at Angela's command. Long gone was the cold-tempered man who could resolve almost every medical problem brought to him, even the most complicated and mysterious of them. Angela made no move to withdraw her demands, and he only glared at her reproachfully. "If so, at least answer my questions," he finally said, through gritted teeth. "When did you first feel sick?" "You'll have to be more specific," Angela hissed. Pharaoh groaned, shaking his head as he buried his face in his hands. "I did not ask to be given that order. I didn't wish to. Your wishes evidently had no impact on reality. Whatever mercy you hope to ask for now is out of place," Angela retorted, settling on her pillow before shooting a harsh glare at the man. "I've felt dizzy for a few days. It got worse this morning. And that thing you just mixed smells disgusting. I refuse to drink it." Pharaoh's jaw dropped, as though he intended to rebuke her dismissal of his brew, but then he closed his mouth again, a spark of fear surging in his gaze. His hands trembled as he gritted his teeth, as he pondered how to approach the new, potentially dangerous question he would have to ask, sooner than later. "Princess," he said, swallowing hard. I realize you won't appreciate any questions of a personal nature, but your condition may be more serious than you know. I would not ask you this particular question if I had no reason to fear that the source of this problem might be, well, complicated." His words finally suggested he was headed on the right direction. If she could take some relief in something, it was that. Yet, if she showed it too quickly, if she presented herself too eager, her reaction would be suspicious. She couldn't allow that. "You've successfully talked a lot and conveyed absolutely nothing with your words." "Nicely done," Angela hissed, tightening her arms around her chest. Pharaoh huffed and glared at her. "Well, then. I'll ask my question now, as bluntly as you wish me to. Have you bled this month? Rei winced over the sudden question, posed in front of everyone. The other physicians seemed flustered about it, one of them even coughing after choking on his own saliva. Angela, however, remained impassive, as though she hadn't even registered the question. I only need to know this to rule out this possibility, Feyre said, softly. Rei couldn't help but notice the strange panic that seemed to overtake the physicians. She knew the underlying meaning of that question. As little as she knew of the world, as removed from society as she had been for most her life, as much as she could barely read a few simple sentences these days, Rei understood this. Feyre wanted to find out whether the princess was pregnant or not. Why, though, would all these men find the notion so horrific and appalling? The princess's condition continued to puzzle her. Was she ill, besides this sudden bout of sickness? She'd seldom left her bed during the first week of Rei's service, or at least, in her presence. It was particularly bad on the first day, when she'd wanted no brightness altogether, no food, nothing. Were these people concerned that whatever illness the princess was troubled by would spread to her potential child? Or was the problem something so much more complicated than Rei could imagine yet? Princess. Feyre continued, gritting his teeth. Angela breathed deeply, releasing the air slowly. Her furrowed brow made her intimidating, so much more intimidating than any bedridden, ill woman should be. On the ship. That's the last time it happened. Her answer startled Feyre. It startled the other physicians too. Even Renkai flinched upon hearing it. To Rei, of course, it meant nothing. She had been on a ship? She'd been on a trip, some time ago, maybe? Oh, it was so strange to be inserted in a life she knew nothing about, when she was but a nobody, completely out of place within this world. The words, however, seemed to shatter the understanding of the situation of every man in the room. The princess scowled menacingly at Feyre, unforgivingly, knowing that focusing on how outrageous it was for her privacy to be breached this way would only strengthen the veracity of her lie. She had no idea, truly, when her last period had happened, just as she'd told Mai entirely. Certainly, it had happened before the Chi corruption, likely on the week right before she served as Fire Lord, when she'd prepared for the role she had to perform briefly. Her father had intended for her to gain more experience through that task, experience she would put to good use when she became High Governor, experience that had now been rendered utterly useless. Instead of leading nations, nowadays she was questioned by her father's goon about her menstrual cycle, no less. Well, he'd gotten his answer now. Naturally, it wasn't the answer he expected. He would have been right to assume her body's chaotic state had seen to it that her period would be delayed, for however long it had been. The fact that she had conceived a child at all, under these circumstances, it was something to treasure, she knew, for with a body as frail as hers was these days, the conception was nothing short of a miracle. Then, you're saying? Feyre continued, clearing his throat, eyes shifting aimlessly as he pondered the situation. Princess, I insist I take no joy in asking any questions of the sort, but, surely you realize what I'm suspecting by now, don't you? I doubt the thought hasn't occurred to you, surely. That I could be with child. Angela snapped, startling Feyre with her harsh acknowledgement of the subject he had only danced around, so far. You most certainly overestimate me, don't you? What? Just how busy do you think I have been over the past month? Angela asked, closing her eyes, as though to soothe her own fury over the man's short-sightedness. How many important ventures must I have been up to? The enforcers, the rehabilitation center? Do you think I can still involve myself in any of those initiatives? That I attend the Fire Lord's Council meetings? Or are you aware of the fact that I haven't even left this damn room since my wedding night? Feyre lingered beside her, in silence. Angela's eyes opened, an accusatory scowl falling upon the man's features. If I am with child, then the Fire Lord will be pleased for it. I will provide an heir, as he demanded of me. If I am not, then I simply need to try again until I succeed at the sole task I have left. The only thing I can yet do for the Fire Nation. Do I need to spell out every detail of my private life still, or have I finally made myself clear? Feyre gritted his teeth, lowering his head guiltily. However outraged the princess might be, it couldn't be that difficult to understand why any of them struggled to believe the child could be Zhao's. She had spent weeks on the road, on the run, with the man who was known to have been her intimate partner. That she had implied to have lain with Zhao at all proved a most startling revelation, but one Fei Rou shouldn't have been so surprised by. Whatever closeness the princess and her gladiator once had shared, she had a duty to her father, and she had only landed herself in this situation because she had disregarded it. All of them had been forced to abide by Oze's wishes, Fei Rou among them, yet it was clear to him that the princess would never stop resenting him for his role in the purity examination. I understand, Princess, said Fei Rou, nodding weakly. Your symptoms appear to resemble those of pregnancy so far, but I can't say I'm sure of it yet. There are ways to be certain, but before that, as revolting as you may find the mix I prepared, it's the best way to stop your nausea and allow you to retain and process your food properly. If you are indeed with child, you need to follow a quality diet, and letting it go to waste by not placating your stomach is ill-advised. Angela rolled her eyes, but she didn't rebuff the physician's words. Fei Rou sighed, shaking his head at her adverse reactions. They were no surprise, not really, but he had the uneasy feeling that even the most common of tests for the sake of checking whether or not she was with child would go rejected by the princess, too. She didn't trust him, and, by extension, she didn't trust any of the physicians in the room either. If Fei Rou had thought that she might allow someone else to inspect her, he would gladly give away the responsibility, though he also knew that Fire Lord Oze would not be pleased if Angela were treated by anyone other than him, his most trusted healer. Who knew having the Fire Lord's favor could be a double-edged blade? And yet both Fei Rou and the princess were evidence of just how dangerous such a blade could be. Are you willing to accept the traditional tests to ascertain you are with child? Fei Rou asked, trying to sound as professional as possible. Angela scoffed. You could do some of them yourself, it's only a matter of... He fell silent halfway through his sentence, unsure he'd have the guts to finish it. He knew of 2 methods through which to test pregnancy in a physical manner, and he had no doubts the princess wouldn't appreciate either of them, let alone the one that required someone to examine whether there were changes or not in her privates. He clenched his jaw, uneasy, for if his diagnosis happened to be wrong, and this was either a manifestation of the princess's grief, or an after-effect of the cheek eruption she might not have recovered fully from. That thought gave him pause. There was one simple, harmless, non-physical solution that wouldn't require any invasive examinations, come to think of it. Princess, he said, still uneasy, yet now, hopeful, too. I understand if even this seems too much, but I must ask, would you accept an examination by the head sage? Angela frowned, but Fei Rou appeared relieved to see a spark of curiosity, of pleasant surprise, in her eyes upon hearing his latest suggestion. He cleared his throat, hoping to persuade her easily. The head sage, unlike himself, had played no part in her downfall. Surely this would do, surely she would agree to this possibility, if she'd ever agree to any at all. He can read your qi, Fei Rou explained. Just as he did when it was corrupted. He will be able to tell us if there's an unusual gathering of qi around your womb area, which would mean. I understand how qi works, Fei Rou. Far better than I ever cared to, Angela cut him off, harshly. Fei Rou flinched as he fell silent. Said silence spread for a long moment as the physician waited for an answer. The princess's semblance had darkened with remorse, but she seemed to ponder this possibility properly before sinking in her mattress, defeated. Fine. Bring him, then. Better an energy reading than. She said, leaving her words up in the air. She had no doubts Fei Rou would understand just what she was rejecting, anyway. Very well. It shall be done, said Fei Rou, bowing his head curtly towards her before turning to Renkai. Can you go find the head sage? I have no doubts you'll be the one in better shape to run to the temple now. Renkai didn't appear all that pleased upon being ordered around by Fei Rou, but he nodded and started his way towards the door. It surprised Angela to realize that she didn't quite want Renkai to leave. The idea of staying behind with all these physicians shouldn't have been so distressing. They had tended to her before, but she couldn't trust any of them. She couldn't trust Renkai either, no, but he had done nothing wrong lately. The idea of staying here with only REI and no one with proper combat skills to keep an eye on Pharaoh and his cronies couldn't have been less appalling, but she couldn't call Renkai back. He had to go find the head sage, it was true. But there was something else she could do to deal with her discomfort. Pharaoh, Angela called the man, who turned immediately towards her anew. Wait outside. What? You and your people, outside my room, until the head sage gets here. Now. Pharaoh's jaw dropped. He intended to protest, for a moment, but then he huffed and shook his head, stepping down the dais and towards the rest of the physicians. He echoed Angela's orders bluntly, startling the healers, but one by one, they started to file out of the room, shooting glances at her over their shoulders while still debating her case, and perhaps also discussing other cases they had to treat in the physician's wing once they were free to return. As far as Angela was concerned, they could go back indeed and stay well out of her way, but she knew she needed witnesses for the head sage's upcoming energy reading, so she couldn't dismiss them for good. Witnesses such as REI, who walked with her shoulders hunched towards the door, right after the healers. REI. The girl nearly leapt out of her straw sandals when Angela called her. Her cheeks flushed as she turned to the princess, nervously. Why yes, princess. You don't have to leave. Unless you wish to. REI blinked a few times but smiled. No, she didn't wish to. The only place where she felt at ease, in this ridiculously large palace, was the princess's room. She stepped closer to the bed slowly, her head bowed shyly as she slowed down right before climbing the dais, something she'd only do for cleaning purposes. Angela held her gaze, unsure of why she'd feel somewhat anxious about the girl's opinion now. Would REI find her disgusting now, believing she had conceived a child with Zhao? She wouldn't blame her, if so. Angela thought herself disgusting enough, as it was. Renkai, he brought the books, REI said, softly. Angela raised her eyebrows, surprised by the news. He set them down, over by the cabinets. Oh? I had thought he wouldn't bother, Angela said, letting her gaze travel towards the package in question. Then. I suppose, once this is over, we can decide which one you should start with. If you want. REI said, her smile waning. If you feel up for it, I mean. You were very sick. I'll be fine, Angela said, reassuringly. I mean, admittedly, I'm not one to get sick very often, but the past months have taken a toll on my health. I suppose it could be worrisome, but I'm almost used to feeling sick by now. It is worrisome, REI said, gazing at her compassionately. I don't know what happened, how your chi was corrupted. Well, that's what I heard the physician say, and I don't really know what that means, but I hope you'll heal soon. And I hope the pregnancy flu won't be too difficult to bear with, too. It sounds like it's an awful way to welcome a child into the world. Heh. I suppose it is, Angela said, with a weak smile. Though, who knows if that's what this is, huh? The head sage will have to say, but. Yes. REI waited for Angela to continue, identifying an unexpected hesitation in the woman. Angela breathed deeply, her fingers working the blanket she'd covered her body with. Whatever was wrong with her, feeling so self-aware in front of this girl? She shouldn't be so foolish, she knew, but an unwanted blast of her conscience answered, on its own, why she felt as she did. In a roundabout way, REI was family now, too. In a sense, Angela would be her stepmother? That was an odd thought, truly. She wasn't sure what to make of it yet. It's only. I wondered if you'll be alright, if I am with child, Angela asked, clenching her jaws. I suppose it must be disturbing to even think about, well. About, the process of making a child. REI asked, with a bashful smile. I don't really find it that disturbing. It's common enough, for me. Common. Angela repeated, glancing at her with unease. REI shrugged. If you feared I might judge you in any way, well, I certainly have no right to do such a thing, she laughed softly. I don't think any less of you, if you're carrying Admiral Zhao's next child. It's just. Angela gritted her teeth, knowing she'd have to lie through them, to REI, and to lots of people, too. It'd be your half-sibling, wouldn't it? And, you'd be a maid while this child is royal. If you resented this. Resent? Oh, no. REI laughed, shaking her head promptly. I've only been here for a little while, princess. Half a month. And it's the best job I've ever had. I couldn't resent anyone else when I don't belong in this world in the least. Don't worry, I won't think of the child as my step-sibling or so. I will be professional, I promise. Huh. Angela's eyes had a hint of sorrow as she gazed at the young woman. Professionalism, was it? Was that why REI wouldn't call Zhao her father? Was it by her own choice, or was it by Zhao's express demand? I will help you however I can, if you want my help in any way, that is, REI said, smiling encouragingly. I can clean everything, as I have so far, but if there's anything else I can do to help. Don't clean just yet. Angela said, softly. REI blinked blankly but nodded. Those physicians will return when the head sage arrives. You'd have to clean again after they leave, so. It's better to only clean once a day. REI asked, with a small smile. Angela nodded. Okay, if you wanted anything else, feel free to ask. Then, take a seat and start working on your ideograms. Angela asked. REI blinked a few times, surprised by the request. It'll make things feel a bit more normal, I'd say. If you want to. Oh. REI smiled brightly, nodding in delight. As you wish, princess. Why REI's presence proved to be such a welcoming balm upon Angela's sorrows, the princess didn't know. Why she even wanted her around right now, she had no idea. She should have wanted to be alone, to relish in the so far successful execution of her plan, but instead, she found herself wanting to claw at some sense of normalcy with the young woman who pulled up a chair and sat at the princess's desk, ready to practice the ideograms she'd learned so far. Her stepdaughter, what an odd concept to wrap her head around. Their age difference couldn't be bigger than a decade, Angela suspected, but strangely, REI had become the first element in her new life that she hadn't found displeasing. She'd only really gotten to know her over the past 2 weeks, too. Her hand slid down to her womb carefully, delicately. REI was, in her own way, a new starting point for Angela. A new element, removed from so many thoughts that brought her remorse and guilt alike. A breath of fresh air in the midst of a volcanic eruption. And along with all those things, she was someone she would protect far better than the other servants whose lives she'd ruined through her many mistakes so far. She wasn't quite a chance for a do-over, she was a chance for Angela to prove to herself, even, that her suffering hadn't rendered her useless, and that she still could learn many lessons through a young woman she could still teach many things to, just as well. The physicians waited resignedly outside the room, though now they spoke in hushed voices, hoping Pharaoh would offer more information about the possible sources of the princess's condition other than the likeliest possibility. The head physician seemed mostly certain that, at a lack of any other evident symptoms, the princess either faced a dreadful mix of stomach troubles and consequences of her Kai's corruption or she was, simply, with child. Their discussion continued as Renkai raced at full speed across the palace, leaving the building's premises as quickly as possible, filing towards the temple's stairs. He breathed with some difficulty once he reached the building. He had pushed himself fast enough to traverse the considerable distance between the princess's room and the temple's entrance in a matter of less than 5 minutes. He didn't stop there. Naturally, he rushed inside the temple, startling the sages again when he asked, most urgently, for the head sage. About 5 minutes later, Renkai's body had somewhat recovered from the earlier strain by then. The head sage finally showed up. He appeared perplexed, even wary as he strode towards Renkai, but the guard cared little for the man's distrust when he had a vital message to deliver. The princess requires an energy reading. Right away, Renkai said, sparing no time for pleasantries. The head sage's eyes widened. He started, before his brow furrowed, heavily. Is she ill? Is it the corruption, somehow? That isn't what the head physician believes, Renkai said, gritting his teeth. You'll understand in full once you follow me to the palace. They'll explain everything there. The head sage nodded promptly. He turned to his fellow sages, instructing them to take care of the day's rites without him, promising to return as soon as possible. After his orders were conveyed successfully, he gathered the fabric of his long, flowing tunic in a fist and stepped to the door, ensuring to mind his step as he climbed down the long staircase. Renkai followed at first, but he outpaced the sage shortly afterwards, impressing the urgency of the situation with his anxious walking rhythm. The unpleasant tension in the palace hadn't changed much over the past month. The Fire Lord's thirst for vengeance appeared to have dwindled, as far as his fearful servants could tell, now that he had a new crown prince to rely on, someone who wouldn't betray him the way Princess Azula had, but even his latest silence and tranquility appeared too fickle, too unstable, to believe in blindly. Nobody knew what he was up to, exactly, in so many private meetings in his study with his new heir, meetings that occasionally were followed by council summons. It wasn't as though Fire Lord Oze was ever forthright with information, but the secrecy that surrounded his latest activities, as well as the members of his closest circle, worsened the distressing fears of the servants and slaves who dreaded they'd be the next victims in their nation's leader's efforts to stave off his fury. That lingering tension only worsened when the head sage was spotted in the palace, when the servants glimpsed him rushing to the princess's room, accompanied by a captain of the Imperial Guards. Soon enough, rumors of the man's presence started making rounds across the palace, enough that other Imperial Guards eventually heard the news, too. One of them found a servant who had dared approach the princess's room, and he had asked the young man to share, point blank, whatever he had learned before the physicians re-entered the princess's room, with the head sage in tow. Once he got his answer, the guard rushed down the corridor, to the Fire Lord's study. 50 ships. Around 30 soldiers on each vessel. Thus, 1,500 soldiers, give or take. Do you genuinely expect this won't suffice? Just what sort of monster do you think you're dealing with, Oze? The Fire Lord's scowl nearly hid his eyes underneath the heavy draw of his brows. On any given day, he'd sit upright at his desk rather than slouching as he did right now, eyes glaring at the figures on the map he'd spread across his desk, a map that rolled off the mahogany, too large for the size of the table's surface. All that mattered, though, was that very specific continent of ice, the one all those ships and soldiers would be attacking soon. If they weren't doing so already, perhaps they had successfully raised everything in their wake just as commanded, just as Zhao assured him that they would. But Oze couldn't be appeased. He wouldn't be until he'd seen the corpse of that gladiator with his own eyes, until he had scorched it to cinders with the inferno he could summon through his bending. They can't even have 1,500 people living in their tribe, let alone 1,500 soldiers to match ours, Zhao snapped, rolling his eyes as he shook his head. If anything, I'd say you're wasting resources, at this point. If we had that many ships to spare, they should have aided me in conquering the North years ago. They aren't ships we can spare, they are ships intended for the very purpose of handling quick missions such as this one, Oze snapped. Most of them are stationed in the south already. And as much as you may complain, the fleet up north was at least 20 times as large as this and you still failed me. I offered you nothing but my full-blown support. Blame yourself alone if you couldn't find a way to make the most of your resources. Zhao huffed, unwilling to argue with the Fire Lord anymore. Surely Oze hadn't been this harsh with Azula while she served as his crown princess, though he found himself almost pitying her for enduring the role for as long as she had, for she had been, by all effects, crown princess from the moment her brother had been banished, even if not officially. Still, there was no purpose to compassion, not towards her, not right now. For the princess was the very reason why Zhao had to endure Oze's histrionics now, in this way. It was her doing that their resources would be squandered in a flight of fancy, a petty revenge that would still fail to sate Oze's urges for retribution. Perhaps enduring Oze's irritating, fickle decision-making for as many years as she served as his heir had functioned as some manner of punishment in advance for Azula before she committed her most unforgivable sin. If this operation fails, Oze hissed, and Zhao scoffed. If it fails, it reflects quite poorly on our fleet, no doubt, he said, rolling his eyes. But truly, Oze, what are the odds that it would? The gladiator cannot possibly defeat 1,500 men on his own. Even Piandao defeated 100, not 1,500. He won't be alone, Oze growled. He has a horde of savages beside him, doesn't he? And they're in the South Pole, not in any territory we truly have a foothold on anymore. The wretched, clever bastard saw to it that we lost the one we had. And I was foolish enough to let him get away with it, to let him sway me with lies and pretenses about honor. I should have seen through him from that very moment. I should have slain him where he stood and spared myself the bother. Indeed, you should have, Zhao said, irritable. Oh, so now you'll pretend I was the only one swept up by his civilized savage act. Ozai snapped, glaring at his friend. You may have been skeptical at first, Zhao, but that skepticism faded away rather quickly, didn't it? I was willing to let you challenge my perception of the man, Zhao rebuffed. You'll fault me for that? For trying to see your side. And you'll lay the blame for it all on my feet, when your bright idea of a gladiatorial combat is the whole reason why I've had to send 50 ships to clean up the mess you left in your wake. Ozai retorted, slapping the table with a spread hand. A rational conversation between two reasonable people might have seen them concluding that, perhaps, seeking a scapegoat for everything that had gone wrong served no purpose. That, perhaps, everyone had their share of the blame, yet Ozai seldom felt the need to act rationally as of late. All he wanted, all he needed, was the destruction of the Water Tribe warrior as soon as possible. Only with his death would his chaotic world find peace once more, or so he wanted to believe. The blame is on him, and him alone, Zhao finally decided, scowling at Ozai still. If he made fools of us, then he made fools of all of us indeed. Blaming each other isn't going to help. It hasn't, for all this time. Then cease your pointless nagging, Ozai snapped. I expect no room for error in this operation. Giving the scum the slightest chance to prevail, even a measly advantage, is a mistake, a great, grave mistake that had already seen to the death of a man who should have been invincible. They had already assumed once that the Blue Wolf could be killed easily, like any other man, and the ruins of the Grand Royal Dome now stood as a monument to that fallacy. Committing the same mistake twice, the possibility dwelled in Ozai's mind, gnawing at him, causing him to rethink his strategies over and over again, to ponder if perhaps more soldiers would be the right solution. 50 ships. It had to suffice. However difficult the wretched monster might make it, it would have to suffice. He glared at the map pointedly, as though expecting to witness in it the chaotic battle where his worst enemy would finally be slain in battle, when he heard noise outside his study. Zhao raised an eyebrow too, glancing back at the door instants before the general of the guards pushed it open, with a younger guard beside him. To what do I owe this new impertinence, General? Ozai snapped. Zhao's dismissive behavior had already displeased him enough. He certainly lacked the necessary patience to endure whatever Xiaofeng might want now. I realize you had something important to discuss, but this guard bears important news. Urgent, perhaps, Xiaofeng said, his voice unusually anxious. The physicians and the head sage have been summoned to Princess Azula's quarters. The words took a moment to sink in on Ozai. It was no surprise that Zhao would frown and rise to his feet immediately, staring at the imperial guards with perplexity. The physicians. He repeated. What? Why, exactly? She hasn't been the epitome of health since her chi was corrupted, but I've seen no signs of illness that would warrant such a reaction. There's next to no information so far, Xiaofeng said, turning towards the guard beside him. Do share what you know with the Fire Lord, will you? Of course, sir, said the guard, bowing curtly towards Ozai. Servants spoke of the head sage's presence in the palace. One of them dared follow him out of curiosity and found his destination was the princess's bedroom. The physicians had been outside the room at that moment, but all of them entered the room with him when the head sage arrived. The servant only got there briefly after the head sage did, so he couldn't overhear enough to determine what was happening. This is the full extent of my knowledge. Zhao huffed, frowning before turning to Ozai again. Surely the Fire Lord wouldn't react well to the unexpected news, but perhaps he would play the stoic, unconcerned father. Ozai rose to his feet, eyes wider than they'd been in many weeks, shoulders so tense it seemed the slightest bit of pressure might snap them off his body. Azula is. He managed to say, shuddering violently, furiously. He strode around his desk and rushed towards the door. The guards stepped out of the way immediately, and Zhao nearly leapt to follow him, unsettled by his friend's reaction. Ozai. It may be nothing serious. Zhao said, though he found that he couldn't even convince himself of that. Nothing short of a life-endangering sickness would have seen Angela summoning the physicians, or anyone, to her room. These days she would simply lie quietly in bed, as though practicing for death, as far as he could tell. "Oh, save it!" Jose retorted, moving faster yet. That fool must have been caught doing something she shouldn't have, once more. Yet again, she shames and humiliates me with her foolishness. Whatever Jose had expected, Zhao seemed utterly unaware of it. But the Fire Lord's heart raced, sending a troubling mix of panic and fury through every nerve ending of his body. He had seen that strange, death-like vacancy in his daughter's eyes. He had pushed her, forced her to do countless things she'd never wanted to. He had made her part ways with her wretched lover, abandon her role in Fire Nation society, forsake her every ambition, endure his use of her friends and her dragon as his hostages, and he had assumed she would be strong enough to withstand all of it. But perhaps he had been wrong. Angela had proven remarkably weak as of late in many regards. Perhaps her will to live was at an end by now. She might have acted on the impulse to end it indeed, the damn fool. But, no, she couldn't have. There was no way his daughter could have attempted to take her own life, no matter how distraught she might be. She was his daughter, curses, she wasn't so weak, she wouldn't turn her back on life when she still had a duty to her nation, to her Fire Lord. But did she? Hadn't he stripped her from all such trappings, all such purposes? Hadn't he stolen her every reason to live and breathe, her every reason to fight and prevail against the worst of odds? Hadn't he taken everything he could from her, constantly threatening to take more if she dared step out of line? No, no, no. If she had been quite so stupid as to take her own life, it was Angela's responsibility, not his. He hadn't done anything to push her to such extremes. He had expected better than this from her. He had demanded better than this. If she wasn't strong enough, then it was her own fault, not his. The gold and red door stood before him at last. He hadn't even laid eyes upon it since demanding for repairs for it. His chest ached with how powerfully each heartbeat pounded inside it, but he stepped forward, hands unnaturally cold as he dreaded what he'd find inside the room. His mind unhelpfully supplied him with a possibility, an image, unwanted as it was, the beautiful, young woman, lying pale amidst the pillows, unmoving, drawing no more breaths. The face of the child he had once held closely, that he had comforted with vicious but effective words whenever she came crying to him, the daughter he had rejected for her mistakes, and the last true family he still had left. He stopped right in front of the door, unable to reach for the doorknob. Zhao stepped around him, ignoring Jose's frozen panic, and he pulled the door open violently. The physicians who crowded the room, though at a fair distance from the dais, had been watching the princess intently until the door was yanked open loudly. Immediately, the head sage withdrew his hands, and the sparks of fire dancing on his fingertips faded into nothingness as he glared accusingly at the door. Zhao froze in place, standing awkwardly at the threshold, his eyes meeting Angela's fully for the first time since that dark night. Apprehension, displeasure, reproach, all of them colored that golden glare. She seemed instants away from snapping at him, from sending him away with the harshest words she could muster, but if she truly felt that urge, it faded immediately when sheer panic threw her off. Jose stepped past Zhao, bumping his shoulder lightly with his own as he entered the room. Not for the first time, Angela wanted nothing but to fade into oblivion. To shrink and vanish from her father's line of sight, to disappear from the face of the world altogether. Anything, so long as she didn't have to confront him, speak to him, face him at all, anything so she could be spared more sorrow. Immediately, she felt vulnerable, broken, incapable of lying the way she knew she'd have to, the way she'd been sure she'd be able to. He'd find out, of course he would, and once he did, he'd force her to abort the child, make her conceive one that was actually Zhao's next, and then kill her once it had been born. No, perhaps he'd just kill her immediately now and be done with it. Perhaps that was all he'd care to do. The reverent silence in the room only heightened as most its occupants bowed deeply towards the Fire Lord. His chest heaved as he stared at his shameful daughter, his shameful, living, breathing daughter who sported no slit wrists, no swords through her gut, no signs of having attempted to strangle herself, either. So, perhaps this wasn't an attempted suicide, despite his expectations. Despite his fears, rather. My lord. The head sage's voice, insolent as it seemed, reached Jose and snapped him out of his prolonged disbelief. He blinked himself back to awareness, finding the sage had bowed his head in a rather half-hearted reverence, but so shocked he was by the developments, by a strange relief upon learning his daughter hadn't in fact attempted to take her own life, that he couldn't even scold the sage for his behavior. Rise, he said, curtly. Behind him, Zhao shifted quickly through the cluster of people crowding the princess's chambers. He had spotted someone within the room who, as far as he was concerned, had no reason to be here. Rei trembled as she gazed at the Fire Lord, perhaps finding him every bit as terrifying as she expected him to be, but that was of no concern for Zhao. He stepped up to his own daughter, clasping her arm and pulling her towards him. Rei gasped silently, but she didn't protest. She glanced at Angela one more time, finding the princess was far too distraught in her own father's presence to notice Zhao was ferrying her away. Rei swallowed hard and followed the admiral, hoping deeply that Angela would be all right. It wasn't as though she could do anything for her, not really, but now that Zhao seemed so keen on yanking her out of the room, Rei suddenly realized just how much safer she felt in the princess's presence. You shouldn't have been there, Zhao determined, harshly, as he continued to ferry her through the corridors. Rei swallowed hard, lowering her gaze. I brought you here so you'd clean that room, not so you'd listen in on whatever's happening to any members of the royal family. The next time you notice anything like this is happening again, do us both a favor and leave before it gets any worse, do you understand? Rei started, but she couldn't finish voicing her true thoughts. For a strange, wild moment, she had wanted to retort. To tell Zhao that the princess had told her she didn't have to leave, not unless she truly wanted to, and as much as the Fire Lord had scared her, she hadn't wanted to. But how to speak such words when she had no strength, nothing but fear and uncertainties dwelling in her heart? So, instead, she simply said, I understand. With her head low, Rei trudged onwards, waiting patiently for the admiral's tight hold on her arm to ease up once they reached their destination, hoping said destination would be close by, for that very same reason. Being pulled around, pushed about, being told she had made mistakes and shouldn't have acted as she had, was a life she knew far too well, and one she certainly hadn't missed, let alone had she expected to face it again by Zhao's hand, for he had been the only person she'd known and trusted in the palace upon first moving there. As Zhao dragged Rei away, Jose stepped closer to the princess's bed. Her anxiety flared up, her throat closing in the more he approached, but she remained powerless, as ever, to stop anything he dared do. The Fire Lord's feet led him to stand by the head sage's side, glaring at him as though demanding for an explanation. My lord, said a familiar voice, pitiful as it sounded. Jose turned his harsh glare on Pharaoh, who bowed quickly again in his direction. I intended to inform you as soon as we had confirmed the diagnosis for certain. The princess exhibited symptoms of illness this morning. And you only intended to inform me of it once you knew the source of this sudden sickness. Jose hissed. Pharaoh gritted his teeth. Well, I would have meant to inform you of her condition for sure, but in order to appease your mind, get to the point. Jose snapped. Even if he wasn't speaking to her, Angela flinched in the bed, instinctively. The most unpleasant twists and tingles crowded in her gut, and she felt an irrational urge to hug herself and turn her back on the man, no, to hug her womb, rather, and protect her child from her father. If you intended to find out the truth, then you'd better have done it already, Pharaoh. He has, and this time, it was the head sage who spoke. Jose scowled, turning his fury towards him. I have only just confirmed the head physician's suspicions through energy reading, going by the small size of the chi cluster around the princess's womb. Her pregnancy cannot be further along than 1 month. But, it is, indeed, pregnancy. She is with child. The words, reiterated so many times, didn't sink in right away. Jose's irritation dwindled visibly, replaced by confusion, wordless, blinding confusion. His lips parted, as though he meant to speak, but he said nothing and closed them again, and then he tried anew but failed once more. Angela shuddered in place. Had he heard those words? 1 month? Had he understood them? Her heart clenched as she dreaded the certain, explosive reaction her father was sure to undergo. What did you just say? The Fire Lord finally managed to utter. His voice, quieter than usual, carried an urgent, dangerous tone that almost saw Angela losing herself to panic as an urge to cry nearly overwhelmed her. I said the princess has been pregnant for a month, maybe less, the head sage repeated. He emphasized the time most deliberately, and his cool glare contrasted sharply against Ose's heated own. The concentration of chi in her body invites no other interpretation. She is pregnant. A hint of fury seemed to cross Ose's face then, only to be replaced, again, by perplexity. By utter cluelessness, by the sudden realization that this wasn't, by the sage's words, another sign of his daughter's deceit. No, if the child was only conceived a month ago, then. A month ago. The wedding had happened a month ago. A gasp shook him, loud and visibly. His body shuddered, startling every onlooker with the odd fragility of a man as sturdy and invulnerable as Ose. Even Angela glanced at him in a strange mix of fear, apprehension, and concern. Was he all right? She could have sworn she'd never heard her father making a noise like that. Instinctively, instantly, he had assumed the worst, that whatever child she could have conceived was but living evidence of her accursed sin, an atrocity whose father would be none other than the gladiator whose death he'd been orchestrating for months. Yet, 1 month. If it was 1 month, it couldn't have been that bastard. If it was only 1 month, the likeliest culprit, the only possible culprit, was. His eyes fell upon his daughter again, the reproachful guilt in her gaze struck him harder than a slap to the face might. Silently, wordlessly, she seemed to ask him if this wasn't exactly what he'd wanted, what he'd demanded of her. She seemed to scold him for his reaction, to resent him for it, while still fearing him too strongly to give voice to such thoughts. He had seen eyes of resentment many times before. He had seen fear, hatred, displeasure of all sorts, and he had known himself powerful, too powerful, to be affected by it. For the first time, those feelings, present in his daughter's golden eyes, blended into the tension of her shoulders. Her unusually small shape in that bed seemed to deliver a blow to his soul unlike anything he had experienced before. Not even Ursa had looked at him that way. Suddenly he wondered if she would have, if he had ever pushed her as far as he had Angela. For the first time since this debacle had begun, Ose took a step back. Then, another. And another. He climbed off the dais, then he turned on his heels and made for the door. Angela watched him go, anxiously, her whole body clenched with tension until he faded from view. Until the resounding footsteps of the Fire Lord no longer reached her ears. She nearly crumpled in place, releasing a heavy breath accompanied with a slight whimper. She buried her face in her hands, as though that could contain the tears that had suddenly surged in her eyes. Her chest ached, her heart raced as her stomach threatened to upend again. She'd drink the dim ginger brew, whatever it was. Truthfully, she hadn't found the scent all that revolting, but she'd known cravings and rejection of certain foods were known signs of pregnancy. Now, though, she would reach for any possible solution, anything she could do to stop her body from reacting adversely. He's gone now, princess. Don't worry. Pharaoh's reassuring words didn't help matters much, but they didn't worsen them, either. Angela nodded, only remembering now how many onlookers there were, how vulnerable she had shown herself before all of them just now. As if that were anything new, truly, by now, showing herself strong and confident was a far greater rarity than letting people see her most defeated, devastated self. Yet Ose had walked away, doing nothing to hurt her this time. Her overwhelming, surging fears that he'd see through her newest deceit had been proven wrong. He hadn't seen through her, or else he would have made clear he had already. And even if he had, initially, the sage's wise choice to emphasize lying about how long she had been pregnant had certainly done enough to send Ose away, for now. She couldn't lower her guard, though. Perhaps Zhao would try to convince Ose that this couldn't be his child. The man could certainly be persuasive, and he'd likely be quicker to suspect foul play than Ose had been. Though he had entered the room with Ose, hadn't he? Where was he now? She glanced about the room as another spike in her anxiety made her stomach twist and clench. Renkai was there, but Rei wasn't standing beside him anymore. Zhao was nowhere in sight. Renkai. Angela called him, her fearful eyes upon him next. Did he take Rei? Renkai seemed to hesitate before nodding. Angela's fingers dug into the fabric of her bed covers, and the sound of a rip startled the nearby physicians. Pharaoh had meant to warn her not to overstrain her body, no matter how tense she felt, but he wouldn't need to do so, as the princess released the fabrics quickly and raised her hands to her mouth. "Princess!" he gasped. The head sage, beside him, clenched his fists. "Goodness, get her a basin, now!" he commanded to the physicians. One of them rushed into the bathroom, picking up an empty basin hastily and nearly tripping over himself as he offered the large metal bowl to the princess. She leaned over it and hurled, relieving herself from nothing but bile, once again, but the impulse had been too strong to repel this time. She crouched where she sat, shivering violently, again despising showing this side of herself to so many people, yet she could only be grateful she hadn't showed it to her father, too. Would Rei be alright? Would Zhao demand she spied on Angela for him too, much as Maya was supposed to, for Jose? Or had he simply dragged her out because he believed she had no reason to stay in her room when something so serious was being discussed? She hoped, truly, that whatever his reasons, he wouldn't mistreat Rei in any way. The young girl had insisted he never had done so, but the past months had resulted in far too many changes, most of them dreadful changes, too. If Zhao suddenly behaved in unusual ways as a volatile, irrational reaction to those many changes, all Angela could hope for was that Rei wouldn't be the one to pay the price for it. "You can get to the kitchen from here, can't you? Find something to eat, or maybe prepare something for yourself, if nothing's ready right now." Zhao had finally stopped dragging Rei through the corridors. She did know how to reach the kitchen from this corridor, but the truth was that she couldn't possibly be hungry after such a chaotic morning. Still, as always, she nodded. As ever, she accepted the Admiral's choices for her, unwilling to antagonize or displease him in any way. She walked in the direction of the kitchen, quietly, her head bowed down in submission. Zhao watched the girl as she took the next corner in the palace, as confused as she might be about his latest orders. She was better off protected from the chaos that ever worsened between Angela and Jose. If only she knew just how bad that particular conflict could get, she'd be grateful for his intervention. Ultimately, Rei didn't need to be a first-hand witness to the ferocity, the wrath, of a Fire Lord who, as of late, could not be reasoned with. "Zhao!" The bellow startled him, despite being the perfect confirmation of his latest thoughts. Zhao gritted his teeth as he turned on his heels, hoping deeply that Rei hadn't heard that while suspecting already that she would have. Still, she should know better than to stick around and overhear whatever Jose might have to say next when he was in such a foul mood. Zhao had expected Jose to be outraged for just about any ridiculous reason by now. Perhaps he'd scold him for not looking after Angela, no matter if Zhao had done a far better job of it than Jose had, as of late. He'd brought Rei to clean up after Jose had seen to it that the princess would no longer have a staff to take care of her. Wasn't that something? Going by the fury in the Fire Lord's eyes, it simply wasn't. "Do excuse me for leaving too quickly," Zhao said, curtly. "I was only seeing to it that." "Did you touch her?" The question petrified Zhao, immediately. The implications that it carried didn't quite dawn on him immediately. Instead, his mind quickly pinpointed that whatever Angela's ailment might be, Jose had somehow decided it was his fault. What's that supposed to mean?" he managed to say. Jose continued to stride towards him, powerfully enough that Zhao wouldn't have been surprised if smoke rose in the wake of each footstep. "I had nothing to do with whatever caused this today, Jose. Why would I ever?" The Fire Lord's hands grasped his friend's armor violently, yanking him closely, as though he believed his sun-like glare might set Zhao on fire. Zhao immediately fell silent at the outrageous, confusing violence in the Fire Lord's behavior, unable to tell, even now, that whatever Jose accused him of might not have been as baseless as he firmly believed it was. "Did you lie with her?" Jose didn't hesitate any longer. He wouldn't dance around the subject for another instant. He wanted an answer, plain and direct, an answer that would enable him to return to that room and rightfully point out Angela's attempt of deceit the head sage was an accomplice to, no less. It came as no surprise, not really, that they'd try to join forces to sabotage him. But that was a hypothesis, so far. A hypothesis Zhao would clarify was true when he answered the question Jose had posed for him, a vital question he needed to answer right away, and why on earth was it taking him so long to? Lost in thought, in his fury, Jose had failed to recognize the change in Zhao's semblance until then. His own wrath suddenly slowed, paused upon finding horror in his friend's usually unreadable factions. Horror? Fear? Realization? Zhao. Jose's frown twitched, as a dawning, sinking feeling appeared to clench around his soul. A sinking feeling that Zhao's shivering frame could not do away with. And no. Why Yuri not saying? He sputtered, gazing at Jose in utmost fright. No, Jose. I don't believe it. You're not saying she is with. I'm asking you, damn it, if you laid so much as a finger on my daughter. Jose responded, shuddering as his knees threatened to give away underneath both their weights. Answer me. It can't be mine. Zhao retorted, impulsively, inching away from Jose, though the Fire Lord's hands didn't lose their purchase on his armor. Jose, if this is true then it can't be. Does that mean you didn't exercise your marital rights after all, then? Jose asked, and his usual wrath seemed to take over once more. If you say that it can't be, then the head sage is lying. You did not touch my daughter 1 month ago, Zhao. Zhao started, and then he fell silent. He couldn't lie to the Fire Lord whose glare scrutinized him so harshly. For once, he couldn't spin an explanation, tell Jose what had happened that night, how Angela had nearly broken down before him, begging him to spare her from the consequences of failing in her duties to provide her father with an heir. He couldn't. It would make no difference, it would mean nothing to Jose. But, wasn't this what Jose wanted? Wasn't this what he had been aiming for, all along? Wasn't this what was expected of himself, of Angela? Why would it anger you so, if I had? Jose seemed instants away from shooting Zhao full of lightning, where he stood. He almost shrieked as he shoved Zhao violently away from him. The Admiral tumbled to the marble floor, where his armor took most of the impact. He had shoved him, as though they were two drunken peasants arguing over some meaningless scuffle? As though he weren't the most important leader in Jose's damned armies? When Zhao rose to his feet, the fury in his glare matched the one in Jose's. You did it. You did it. You dared lie with Angela, didn't you? Isn't that what you wanted me to do? Zhao retorted, no longer attempting to color his choices, his actions, in the most favorable light possible. Jose was seeing red, and he would listen to no persuasion. Nothing would satisfy him, and frankly, Zhao was tired of accommodating his best friend's needs constantly. He was exhausted, all in all, perhaps he had been exhausted for far longer than he'd acknowledged. Isn't this why you wanted me to wed her? You said so yourself. You wanted an heir, a new one, anyone so you could do away with. And you believed that. You were truly stupid enough to believe that. Jose bellowed, shuddering violently. What heir could I have possibly needed when I had already made you my crown prince? You are the only heir I had required, curse you, Zhao. You were the one I chose, because you were someone I could count on. You were supposed to be, at the very least, and instead. Instead, what? Zhao scoffed, jerking his head towards Jose as he spread his arms gesturing at himself. Do tell, what am I, in your magnanimous eyes now? Am I another traitor, perchance, because you made me marry your daughter and forgot to mention you didn't intend for me to bed her at all, following your grand example? Then you might as well have told me so, curses, you could have said it from the start, and I wouldn't have. It need not be said. Why would I have needed to state the obvious? Jose exclaimed, a hint of despair clawed into his voice. Every violent gesture with his arms, every sudden movement, caused his usually luscious hair to lose its elegance, every hair out of place followed fit with each crumbling piece of his composure. Are you a mindless beast, that you would see every woman in your presence as a tool through which to find release? Are you guided by your base instincts to the same extent as she was? Is that who I married my daughter to, Zhao? Of course not. Then why? Jose shouted, his voice hitching higher, a spree of fire accompanying his hand as he tossed a fist downwards. Zhao swallowed hard as Jose's questioning glare continued to bear into him. Why, damn you? Why? Because she asked it of me, Zhao said, gritting his teeth. Because she believed you wouldn't stop until she gave you what you wanted, and she was certain that she had no other choice. And you believed that? You were fool enough to believe that. Oze roared. What was I supposed to believe? Zhao exclaimed. I've watched from the sidelines as you continue to punish her for her misguided actions, as you keep tormenting her with this unwanted marriage, stopping at nothing until she finally gave in. You wanted her to bend to your will, to do as you asked, to stop rebelling against your every choice, and you succeeded at scaring her shitless from the consequences. And somehow, the one to blame for her fear is me. You intend to continue placing blame on my shoulders? Blame for your actions, on my shoulders? Oze exclaimed, glaring at him furiously. Why do you think I chose you, rather than anyone else? Why would I have wanted you to be her husband when thousands of fools would have leapt at the chance to become my heirs now that she has fallen in disgrace? Have you given that any thought, Zhao? Or did you just take for granted that I was merely punishing her? There were 1,000 more ways to punish her, far worse than making her marry you. You meant to punish me, also. Didn't you say that, too? Zhao retorted. Because I failed you, because my gladiator didn't kill hers, because... You utter fool! Oze hissed, trembling with fury again, shaking his head violently. His hairpiece appeared moments from falling off his top knot. It was because I believed, fool that I was, that you would not take advantage of this arrangement. Because I thought you. Because he had thought his best friend, of all people, would do right by Angela. That he would reel her back into control, ensure she remembered what her true place was, even if it was a place she had long lost. A place she had as good as sacrificed through her mindless, foolish mistakes. He had thought Zhao was a safe choice. He had thought the man would have sense enough not to approach his daughter with selfish intent. He had thought he would have known better. If he had any such needs, well, Zhao had ever been an expert at dealing with those urges in his own ways, without requiring a spouse to handle it. Yet he had dared touch Angela. And it had happened because he had shoved his daughter right into Zhao's waiting arms. You took advantage of the situation, Oze said, shaking his head as Zhao snarled in his direction. You took advantage of my daughter. Your daughter, then? She's that again now, after all this. Zhao spat out. I thought she was forbidden from calling you her father. Was that something else I failed to read properly, then? Was there an underlying intent to it too? Or perhaps you are making up all these secret, complex reasonings of yours on the fly because it never occurred to you that this is what marriage entails. You have no idea what marriage entails. Oze snapped. You don't understand what the damn institution even exists for. The respect of such a bond, you would know nothing of it because you never cared to understand it. Whatever persuaded you into this irresponsible behavior? It was she who persuaded me into it, you damned. Don't you dare pin this on her. Not when the only damn culprit is standing right in front of me. Zhao's own, flaring temper appeared instants away from overflowing. The only culprit? Curses, this was but a game of actions and consequences, wasn't it? Angela had stood there, in that room, begging him to do exactly what Oze now judged him for, and no, he was no fool as to believe she had truly wanted it. She had been guided by fear, by dread over whatever the consequences might be if she failed her father again. Oze's certainty that Zhao would never do this, well, it wasn't entirely misplaced. Zhao hadn't wanted to do it at all. He had meant to leave her alone, and he had done so every night since then. Just that one night, and... just one night, and it had been enough? Zhao scowled, his eyes leaving Oze's frame. To hell with this, had he fallen for a trap again? Had he played into Angela's hand? It might still be more complicated than you think it is, than even I knew it was, Zhao said, his emotion toned down again as he glanced at Oze meaningfully. She's pitting us against each other. Perhaps she knew you'd react this way, and that this would drive a wedge between us, a wedge where she gambled that you'd favor her over me. Perhaps, even above this, if she truly was that clever, she has certainly ensured she'll get away with her deceit, Oze snarled, scowling heavily at Zhao. And you you would be 10 times the fool I already believed you were if this is a trick and you followed fit with it, unthinking. I never wanted to do it either, Jose, damn it. If you trusted I wouldn't want to. I was wrong to, clearly. This absurd situation speaks for itself. If you believed I'd never act this way, doesn't it mean you ought to listen to me? Zhao exclaimed, desperate. If you trusted I'd have better sense than this, don't you think maybe there's more under the surface than what either of us can tell just yet? Oh, what I think, is that I might not have known you as well as I thought I did, Jose answered, his voice level again, coated with vicious hatred. Zhao scoffed, shaking his head as well. That was it, then. That was how Jose would choose to interpret the situation? The blasted fool continued to let his emotions reign over him, running away with him, all of it without ever considering that his perception of reality might be flawed beyond belief. Curse him for his selfishness, for his stubbornness and hot-headedness, too. Ultimately, all this boiled down to a simple, obvious fact. Jose had been adamant about proving to Angela that her worst choices would have consequences, and now he seemed utterly unwilling to accept that the same was true for him. Play right into it, then. Let yourself lose your mind to doubt, why not? Zhao snapped. Drive me away, same as you did with her. Then you'll certainly do that with the child as well, and soon enough you'll have nothing and no one to count on as your heir. Maybe you'll be satisfied by then. But as for me, I've had enough of this. Enough of your shouting, enough of your blaming, enough of your damn warping of reality. Pretend you are innocent all you like, pretend none of this reflects poorly on you, because rejecting reality appears to be the only art you've ever perfected. I ought to say those words right back at you, Jose growled. You had a role to play, a political role, and you've proven incapable of it. You've proven unworthy of it. Even the most simple, reasonable, obvious expectations had to be stated, outright, for you to follow. If your damn statements kept claiming the opposite of whatever you truly wanted from me, over and over, I have trouble understanding how you expected me to follow anything. Zhao snapped, stepping closer to Jose, but only so he could walk past him, without even touching him. Where do you think you're going? Jose shouted. Zhao glared at him from over his shoulder, fists tightened. To check on your daughter, where else? He snapped. Or should I say my wife? Zhao. Jose growled, viciously again. But Zhao turned his head anew and continued onwards, with his back turned towards him. It would have been so easy to get rid of him, right then and there. To conjure a barrage of fire to unleash upon the man who had once been his strongest friend, the one he could count on at every hardship he faced. But perhaps that was only a feeble fantasy on his part. Zhao, he had never really been that kind of a friend, had he? Why hadn't he seen it coming? Why would it be any surprise, seeing as he had turned his back on him once before, so long ago? They were no longer boys by then. Older, grown, and jaded, weary of a world that no longer appeared ripe for their explorations, a world that wanted nothing but to tear them down, to stop them from fulfilling their grand quest. Yet Jose had foolishly and hopelessly believed his friend, his only friend, would stay by his side. He had to return to the military academy, didn't he? He hadn't finished his education, and as he had been accompanying Jose, his growth as a soldier had been delayed for several years. Still, Jose expected he'd see Zhao sometimes. They'd have chances to talk, as they often had talked on the deck of the ship. They'd have chances to train together, as they did whenever they docked inland to replenish their supplies. Perhaps, even, Zhao could become a guard, and Jose could name him his captain someday. Jose. I'll stay in the colonies. All his illusions had been shattered when he heard those words. His friend had smiled sadly as he spoke them, his pack fastened over his shoulder as they made their final stop in Garsai before returning to the Fire Nation. Aghast, Jose had shaken his head, uncertain if he wanted Zhao to explain himself. I have to report to the Fire Lord, Jose had said, grimacing. To tell him what we've learned in our voyage. Maybe he'll tell us to set out again, with better resources, with more men at our disposal to investigate every lead properly. Yeah, well, maybe he'll do that, Zhao said, though the guilt in his voice suggested he spoke half-heartedly. But if he doesn't, there's no way the academy will take me again. If I stay here, and I offer myself as a volunteer, they'll accept me for sure. I have more than enough sailing experience by now, I'm sure the Navy will take me. But he needed him. He did, and he couldn't say it. He wanted his friend with him, he had counted on that. After all these years of traveling together, did he truly need to utter those words to ensure Zhao understood them? Did he have to beg him to stay by his side, to convey that facing his father and his nation alone was terrifying? It turned out that yes, he did have to. For Zhao disembarked and left that day, after a kind farewell and reassurances that they'd meet again. With that, Jose was left to sail alone back home, and what awaited him in the Fire Nation almost made him wish he'd chosen to fight in the front lines alongside Zhao. You failed. You miserable, pitiful fool, you failed, and you've come home with your tail between your legs, your head bowed, just to beg forgiveness for your incompetence yet again. There's no boundary for your shamelessness, is there? He knelt before his father, in the throne room. It had rained that day, he had been soaked thoroughly on his way back to the palace. He had been a boy when he left, and he returned as a man grown. A man who had finally understood the purpose of his mission, no matter if his father hadn't spoken it aloud. After every opportunity one gave you, after providing you with every tool needed to succeed. Opportunities? Tools? He had only ever humiliated him even before his voyage began. He had mocked him from the beginning, obstructed his efforts to recruit men to his cause, he had set him up for failure all along. The realization had been painful, gradual. He had known, deep down, that something was most definitely wrong in his mission, and that awareness had only increased after the director of the military academy had called his quest a fool's errand, but for a long time, he had tried to believe otherwise. He had done his best to convince himself that he had a chance to succeed, that he could track down the Avatar, no matter if every sign appeared to suggest no one would ever have that chance. 4 years at sea had certainly done away with such hopes and finally forced him to confront the true meaning of his father's choices. Every word uttered by Ajalon saw his son's fury building, strengthening. He had wasted his time by his father's design. He had given his all in a task only meant to ridicule him. What on earth would Ajalon have done, if he had succeeded? How would he have spun the situation in his favor? How would he have found a way to present Jose as the flawed one, the weak one, the failure in their family, if only he had succeeded? He would have if he'd had the resources, the chances, he could have done it. It wasn't his fault. His failure wasn't his fault. Now that you've dishonored yourself and your Fire Lord in this manner, I expect you shall know better than to continue begging for any quests and missions the way you ever did. You'll also know better than to question your brother's achievements, for you, of all people, have no right to speak against Iroha's slaying of the last dragon when you couldn't even track down a miserable old man like the Avatar. Jose's eyes shifted towards the father who sat arrogantly on his throne, surrounded by flames. No, he hadn't found the Avatar, but he hadn't found the corpse of the last dragon, either. No decaying, massive carcass like the one Iroha had described, no villages, no towns, had witnessed any battles in the distance, nor had they reported sighting any dragons. For 4 years, he had sought glimpses of either the Avatar or the dead dragon, and both appeared just as mythical, as non-existent, as the other was. But Iroha's lies couldn't be contested without proper evidence. His deceit had proven most effective, albeit his unwillingness to report on the location of the dragon's corpse certainly spoke ill of how believable his claims were. If he could just shed enough light on Iroha's lies, if he could just prove his brother a miserable failure, much like himself, much like his dim father, who hadn't found the Avatar either, who hadn't impressed any dragons, whose grand hunt for them came from nowhere but misplaced resentment. All because one dragon had rejected him. It was no surprise, for if Jose had a choice, he would have rejected Ajalon as well. If only he were as mighty as a dragon, he would have scorched the arrogant Fire Lord to cinders and done away with his miserable existence at once. You will withhold all your baseless ambitions from now on. If you truly are a prince of the Fire Nation, act like it. Face your shame, the consequences of your failures, with your head held high. Accept that you have no place but the one I choose to give you. Respect the orders of your Fire Lord, and you may yet become more than a pebble in a shoe, someday. Are we understood? Yes, he wanted his father dead. Every second he spent in his presence only convinced him of that further. He had no power to do it, to avenge himself and restore his honor by proving Agellan had none of his own, but one day, perhaps, he would have that power. And he would make certain his father rued the day on which he had decided to look down on him, the day when he had decided to make Jose the scapegoat of his own failures. Until then, however. Yes, my lord. The words he spoke half-heartedly, resentfully, conveyed his submission, his surrender. For years, he would keep his head down, he would accept his status as a near prisoner in his own home. He would bide his time, and then he'd strike. By then, his father would regret crossing him, his brother would regret looking down on him. And Zhao would regret abandoning him to face his nightmare of a father alone. Yet it was hard to believe Zhao had come to regret anything when he walked away now, just as he had so many years ago. He had been as furious as Jose was, he had refused to accept his responsibility in today's unwanted revelations. Yet, he truly had done it. He had truly been so thoughtless as to bet Angela. The thought filled Jose with fury he could scarcely control. It wasn't all that different from the rage that he'd felt upon learning of her deceit with her damn gladiator, yet, from the beginning, he had known it had been by Angela's choice, in the case of the latter. With Zhao, however, he couldn't believe the broken woman who had shuddered and shrunk down under his glare, the woman who scarcely held his gaze whenever they met these days, who had broken down in tears while still attempting to stand by a love she'd lost, would ever willingly give herself to another man. Had she sought comfort in him, somehow? No, that sounded far too weak, no matter how broken Angela might be. Did she have a greater purpose in mind than he dared imagine? Had there been a scheme of a sort involved, like Zhao believed there was? Perhaps so, and yet. Jose gritted his teeth, shuddering in place. No one could have ever persuaded him to do what Angela had done. For 15 years, he had lived without knowing whether his own wife lived or died, and for that long, he had rejected anyone who dared even suggest he could take a lover or a concubine to substitute her. The mere notion was pathetic. He had but one wife, and one person with whom he could share himself in such a manner. He refused to settle for anything less, and anyone else would certainly prove lesser. Yet, he had forced his daughter to settle for less than what she'd chosen, hadn't he? To take a husband by Jose's express demands. Curses, he refused to feel remorse for that. No, it was Angela herself who had settled for far less than she was worth, and she had dreamt up countless delusions to convince herself it was the right choice. Zhao was, certainly, superior to that gladiator. But she hadn't chosen Zhao. If just for that reason, if just for that alone, he couldn't stave off the guilt that now permeated him. He truly had thought Zhao wouldn't do this. He had believed, firmly, that his friend was better than that. That he'd hold back, the way any man with sense would have if they were expected to spend their nights with a woman who would never want them. Why hadn't he? Why? He couldn't understand it. It frustrated him, it infuriated him, and it filled his soul with a thirst for violence he couldn't placate. Yes, he wanted to unleash it on Zhao, for his insolent foolishness, for the utterly absurd choices that had as good as broken their friendship at this point. But he also wanted to unleash it on Angela, yet another fool who had landed herself in a predicament so unnecessary, so pointless. If only she hadn't been so eager to experience whatever affection she could grasp, if only she had any sense left in that head of hers, none of this would have happened at all. But most of all, he wanted to unleash it on the gladiator, the one who, above all else, could be blamed for every last one of these developments. He was the one who most deserved to burn in the flames of Jose's righteous fury. His feet began moving of their own accord, towards a lower level of the palace. Towards the place that had seen him unleashing his wrath far too often these days, after many years without much use. Today, he would envision that insolent bastard as he poured his flames out in the Agni Kai arena. He would burn the image of the man in his mind, knowing that his troops should be murdering him in cold blood by now, along with every last savage that lived in that frozen hellscape. His path towards the Agni Kai arena, fortunately, took him away from the corner Rei had left through, earlier. She, of course, hadn't walked as far as Zhao had expected her to. She crouched on the palace's marble floors now, trembling, hugging herself in utmost horror. She hated confrontations and arguments, she hated them all the more when they proved as violent as that. For a moment she had feared the Admiral and the Fire Lord would take to battling in the middle of the hallway, but it seemed that Admiral Zhao had enough sense to simply leave. Still, the words they exchanged haunted her. She had understood more than enough about them. The Fire Lord thought to preserve his daughter's purity by marrying her off to Zhao, someone he trusted, but men and women would do whatever they pleased in the privacy of a bedroom. Though it was hard to believe the princess and Zhao had any such interest in each other. Theirs had been a political union, that much was clear to Rei even before this argument had happened. Yet, so much of what they'd said seemed confusing. The princess was being punished for misdeeds? So was Zhao, to a fault? The Fire Lord hadn't wanted a child, a new heir, he had solely sought to make Zhao his heir, nothing else. But the two men were close to the same age, an heir ought to be younger to carry forward a legacy, as far as Rei could tell. Was it he'd intended to return that status to Princess Angela, eventually? Perhaps it would be her role again, once the Fire Lord died? The more she learned, the less she understood. She knew she hadn't grasped at every thread of information they'd dropped in that argument, she knew she was nowhere closer to unraveling numerous truths just yet. She also knew now that both her father and the princesses appeared utterly unhinged, at war with each other, and as futile as it might be to feel that way, for she was meaningless in the grand scheme of things, Rei felt the urge to protect the princess from their fury, somehow. She lingered in place by the wall for another moment, simply breathing in and calming down. It wasn't the first time she'd heard violent arguments, so all she had to do was focus and calm down. To clear her mind, and once it was done, she'd return to the princess's room and pretend all was well. Even if Zhao was there, she could pretend she'd eaten a snack somewhat quickly in the kitchen rather than a full meal, as he'd likely expect, but she'd certainly go back, as soon as possible. After a day as chaotic as this one, she didn't doubt that room was the only safe location in this dark, unsettling, gargantuan building, and the less time she spent outside it, the better. Said safe location would receive a furious firebender quite soon, Zhao snarled as he walked past a few physicians in the corridors. They were already returning to their assigned wing of the palace. The inspection was done, then. Angela would tell him whatever the hell she had been diagnosed with, perhaps she'd even clarify she wasn't with child at all and that Jose, unsurprisingly, had made a ridiculous, massive, unnecessary problem out of nothing. The door remained open, for more physicians were leaving. Only a few remained, along with the head sage and Captain Renkai, who continued to stand by the princess's cabinets. Zhao's eyes scanned the room quickly, as good as announcing himself through his powerful footsteps. Angela winced at first, upon hearing them. Then her gaze fell upon him, and she seemed to calm down slightly. Judging by her initial apprehension, she had expected Jose instead. Prince Zhao, Fei-Ro called him, as Zhao came to a stop at the foot of the bed's small dais. Fei-Ro hadn't left yet either, busy preparing another ginger brew now that the princess had finally drained the first one. The basin in which she'd retched had already been taken away and would be cleaned by the staff from the physician's wing. All appeared to be in order, and so, it would only be reasonable that Zhao should receive direct confirmation about his Angela's current state. Admiral suffices just fine, Zhao snapped at him, he preferred it, even, at this point. Who would have thought being a prince would prove so much more irksome, complicated and infuriating than being a leader for the navy? He huffed, glancing at Angela with a stern, furrowed brow. She lingered in bed silently, gazing at him with slight reproach, as though he'd done something wrong by her, too. It brought him to scowl all the more. "Well? Are you with child?" he asked, blunt and harshly. As though the very words disgusted him, as though the very notion of a child's conception revolted him as much as the scent of vomit might. Perhaps, some of it lingered in the air still, and that could be a partial source for his distaste. Angela breathed deeply but nodded, unwilling to meet his eyes. Zhao's mouth opened, and he meant to speak again, but no sound came out. Instead, he stared at her. He studied her, good and long, for a suspended moment where everyone nearby seemed to blend into the scenery. He let himself retrace his steps, rethink his choices, up to that night. He did not care to recall their coupling, he most certainly had much better in the past. A woman who couldn't seem to stop crying made for a most unpleasant partner, but he did mean to remember what had led to it, how she had acted right before it had happened. Her words, Her behavior. Her willingness to go through with sex, even if her body had practically rejected him, and she'd forced herself, most evidently, to endure it. The flames. The fire in which the Grand Royal Dome had been consumed. Back then, as well, he had been lenient. He had allowed himself to think perhaps she was pitiful, too young for her own good, innocent beyond her awareness, fragile, sad, devastated as she watched how the man for whom she'd lost everything fought for his life, which hung by a thin thread that hadn't been quite so thin, in the end. They got away with everything, though, and Hawkeye paid for their actions with his life. If Zhao had pinpointed how dangerous they could be, from the very start, if he hadn't been so stupid as to feel compassion for them, he wouldn't have allowed Combustion Man to fight them at all. The Gladiator would have been burned to death as a common criminal, and the princess might have spent the rest of her days in mourning for a man she didn't truly need, even if she had persuaded herself that she did. But if he had just dared think beyond what was straightforward and simple, if he had just pondered their motivations, their course of action, if he hadn't underestimated them, damn it, he would have understood they were dangerous long before they could do anything to harm anyone. They had escaped. They had a plan. They'd set it in motion, and what if this was still part of that plan? From the first moment, he had impulsively thought the child had to be the Gladiator's, of course it had to be his. Who else could have been the father, truly? And yet, she had coaxed him into sleeping with her that night. Manipulation, that was all it had been. Her claim that they could try again after another month, if they failed the first time, it was but a clever ruse, a trick to lower his guard, to persuade him to do this when she had needed him to. The head sage, the man had always been a known supporter of Agilis. How hard could it have been for them to join forces in this deceit? He had to have lied, to have claimed the baby wasn't as developed, as far along, as it truly was. He glanced at the man quickly, old and wizened, a sharpness of steel still gleamed in those weary eyes, as well as in the set of his shoulders. It seemed as though he were weighing Zhao, much as Zhao did the same with him now. He wanted to ask him. To ask, point blank, if this deceit was truly what it appeared to be. Perhaps there wasn't even a child, perhaps they were simply attempting to drive him mad. Perhaps it was a play for power, pushing him away from Ose's side so Agila could reclaim her rightful place as crown princess when Ose's fatherly instincts, if he truly had any, kicked in hard enough that he'd finally forgive her and end their feud. Then, she'd be sure to strike him down as soon as his guard was low. Zhao wasn't sure he'd even feel sorry if that happened, not after today. Yet, there was an obvious fact that dawned on him now, as he pondered all those things. Agila was using him. She meant to use him as a shield, as a tool, as a weapon, as anything she felt like. She moved her pieces in the pie show board with such gentle sleight of hand her opponent couldn't even tell she'd made a move at all. Within moments, she would have conquered the board right from underneath the opponent's nose before he was the wiser. He hardly had to formulate the question in his head, for he already had his answer. He refused to play along with her game. He'd had enough of them. More than enough, at this point, he snarled, stepping away from the bed's dais and storming back to the door. Ose, with his ridiculous, unspoken strategies and intentions, and his subsequent fits of rage when anything didn't go his way, Agila, with her manipulative nature, her ability to coerce anyone into making whatever choices she wanted them to without their awareness, turning the tides of any battle to her advantage, even when she was at her weakest, both were sleazy, devious, wicked, and they had unleashed all their worst on him. Neither of them would count on him as an ally anymore. Whatever role he still had to fulfill in this damn family, in this damn palace, he'd fulfill it professionally and in no other manner. Curse them both, curse them and their mind games, stubbornness, and willingness to use everyone around them. They deserved each other and every bit of pain they'd suffered over their self-destructive choices. He didn't say a word. He simply stormed off, rushing down the corridor. Then, he filed for the palace's entrance. There, he sought a carriage, and he requested to be taken outside the capital's crater, to Hongchu. He'd return to the palace eventually, certainly, but for now, he needed to get away. He needed distance, he needed to let his wretched problems fall out of focus. A few drinks, and a few other coping mechanisms, were certain to help with that. To everyone else, Zhao's inexplicably brief appearance, finished with him storming off with a snarl across his face, had been as perplexing as Ose's. While Angela didn't quite feel like throwing up this time, she still twisted awkwardly in bed, unsure of what to make of the man's reaction to today's big reveal. "Oh, dear." The head sage sighed, shaking his head as he glanced at Angela. "Are you all right, princess?" It has certainly been a trying day, all things considered. Not only did you learn you're pregnant, but the Fire Lord and Admiral Zhao's reactions shouldn't be cause for further concern, I hope," Angela dared say, breathing deeply. "It's simply a lot to take for them." "It's a lot to take for you as well," the head sage said, remorseful. "As always, if you need me at all, I'm at your disposal, princess." "I guess Renkai may just have to run about to look for you again, if I do," Angela said, glancing at the guard with uncertainty. He tensed up once he realized she spoke to him, but he nodded in her direction, displaying no unwillingness to race back to the temple if need be. Fei Rou sighed, glancing at the guard from over his shoulder. Renkai remained stoic and unmoving under his scrutiny, but the physician guessed he would listen to his request anyway. "I have some other patients I need to look after, too," he said. "See to it that the princess drinks her brew, if you can, Captain. I'll deliver a note to the kitchens with the proper diet for her condition soon, too, but whatever she eats today, make sure she does it slowly." "Very well," Renkai said, curtly. "I shall." The head sage sighed as well, and Angela nodded in his direction upon recognizing the guilty expression on his face. "You have your own duties to handle. You needn't worry about me anymore." "I'll be fine," Angela assured him. The head sage gazed at her remorsefully, but he nodded in compliance soon. "Again, if you have need of me, you need only call. As old as I may be, it seems I still have strength enough in these rusty legs to run back here as fast as possible," he said, with a gentle smile. Well, the best day you possibly can, princess. And, congratulations." It only dawned on her then that nobody had spoken that word to her, so far. It seemed fitting that the first to do so would be the man who knew the truth, the man who understood exactly what she hid, and how much work she intended to put into protecting said secret, for as long as possible. "Thank you," she said, earnestly. The head sage nodded positively towards her. Fei Rou didn't quite dare follow the head sage's example, so he settled for a quick bow before making his way towards the door. Within moments, Angela was alone with Renkai, and as much as she had grown used to the man, to a fault, it certainly seemed odd that she'd feel safer while being alone with a known spy than she had felt throughout most that day. "I don't think I ought to get used to saying this to you, but, thank you, Renkai," she said. He raised his head, notoriously surprised by her words. "For your quick reactions, and, for fulfilling my request, too. Rei told me you finally found the books. Were they expensive?" "No," Renkai said, quickly. "You may check them for yourself, see to it that they were the ones you had in mind." "They might not be, but there's nothing wrong with that, either," Angela said, sinking in her pillow heavily. "I didn't mean to take as long with that task as I did, but I hope they will suffice," Renkai said, softly. Angela nodded. "If you're feeling ill again." "I'm fine right now. I'll drink the rest of that thing in a bit," she said, brushing the hair from her face. "Would you prefer it if I stand guard outside?" Renkai asked, softly. "If you'd rather be alone." "I don't know that I do, but if your presence becomes a bother, I'll let you know," Angela said, bluntly. Renkai almost smiled behind his helmet. Very well. He had intended to stand silently by the cabinets still, waiting patiently for the princess's next move, but a soft, shy knock on the door brought both him and the princess out of their respective ruminations. Renkai didn't hesitate to approach the door, pulling it open with a quick motion, to find a young woman at the other side, just as he suspected he would. "Everyone's gone now," he said, bluntly. Rei swallowed hard and nodded. "I should clean, then," she said. Renkai nodded and stepped back, allowing her into the room. Rei's willingness to work was put on hold when her eyes fell upon the princess again. She seemed calmer now, to a fault. She even appeared relieved to see her, enough that she sat upright, pushing herself carefully on the bed. "Rei," she called, her voice trembling slightly. "Are you all right? Did Zhao do anything to?" "And no. No, he didn't." Rei lied. The long sleeves would conceal the red marks on her arm, where his hand had gripped her with more strength than ever before. "Everything is fine. He thought I shouldn't be here when complicated things are happening." "Well, that's hardly his choice alone," Angela said, lowering her gaze. "Of all people who have been in this room today, you're the only one I haven't felt like kicking out." Renkai flinched at the princess's admission, but he said nothing of it. Rei, of course, flushed crimson and laughed softly, playing with her fingers nervously. The strange argument she'd overheard between their respective fathers suddenly seemed irrelevant in the face of the friendship she'd slowly but surely crafted with Princess Angela. Whatever mysteries she had yet to unravel, she'd discover them in time, she guessed, while ensuring she wasn't bothering the royal with any insolent or unwanted questions. "I hope I won't give you any cause to think differently anytime soon," Rei said, with a shy grin. "Of all places in this palace, this is the only one I want to be in." Despite herself, Angela smiled at the girl's words. Rei grinned positively again before taking off to gather her cleaning implements. As she ever did, Renkai followed through with his previous offer to stand outside, hoping not to get in Rei's way as she cleaned the room, while Angela lingered in bed, letting her eyes close, letting peace settle upon her weary soul. It was done. Whether her father or Zhao suspected the truth yet, it made no matter. They couldn't confirm anything until the child was born, and that wouldn't happen for several months. Considering how quickly her life had turned around, 7 months would be more than enough for a lot more things to happen, surely. Little by little, she'd unravel her child's future, and she'd figure out how to set her dragon free once more. But as confusing and troubling as the day had been, today marked the first of her victories in what felt like ages. For once, she could let herself settle into a calm slumber, knowing she had outplayed her father and bought herself, and those she loved, a little more time, if nothing else. Letters from the palace had been no surprising occurrence in the small beach hut, long ago. The twins had kept correspondence with many of the palace's residents throughout the years, friends they'd made, both young and old, through whom they often learned of the happenings in the capital. Then, months ago, all word had ceased. Nothing, not a single note, not the slightest sign of information, not from their friends, not from the Fire Lord, not from anyone who still worked at the palace. It might not have been all that suspicious, all that alarming, if not for the sudden visitor, and subsequent roommate, who showed up at their doorstep one morning. Strange things happened in Lo and Lee's lives quite often, but taking in a near-total stranger and giving her a whole new life hadn't been part of that list, not throughout the many long years they'd lived so far. She was the first official sign that something was terribly wrong. Everything else was offhand information, in general, rumors, strange gossip that would spread through the island easily, but if there were no means through which to confirm them, they would become nothing but idle conversation topics that, as entertaining as it could be, didn't truly serve a purpose for either of the twins. One day, official news had arrived and spread through the island like wildfire. All 3 women had been distraught upon learning, through an official announcement posted across many boards in Ember Island, that Princess Angela had been wed to Admiral Zhao, of all people. The 2 old ladies knew, all too well, that their protégé's relationship with her father's best friend had been complicated, to say the least. How could she be forced to take him as her husband? It seemed a most dreadful match, a most disturbing and distressing one. And now, about a month since then, an actual letter from the palace had arrived, a letter with a black ribbon, no less. "It's an official message," Lo had explained to their newest tenant. "If not sent by the Fire Lord himself, then at least sanctioned by him. There are many colors, all of which have meanings of their own." "I see," the younger woman answered, nodding promptly. Surely they'd explain each color after Lee was finished reading the letter. But Lee's frown revealed that the contents of the message might be too alarming to allow them to focus on their new friend's education in Fire Nation high-class etiquette. She set down the letter and Lo reached for it quickly. What's wrong?" Lee couldn't seem to come back to her senses, not even when their newest roommate spoke to her directly. Lo soon gasped, glancing at her twin sister in chagrin. "We can't go," said Lo, bluntly. Lee nodded. We are in no condition to even try, not anymore." We are much too old, Li agreed. And with the palace in such state of chaos. Lo continued. We may do more harm than good, they determined, together, as they often did. What's going on? What? Are you being summoned to the palace? Is that what this is? Both Lo and Li answered the younger woman's question with a curt nod. She frowned, confused, and surprised on equal measure over the news. Then, you can't say you won't go. They'll probably come here to drag you there against your will if you refuse. Going by how things have been lately, by everything that's happened. You may be right. But the truth is, the palace doesn't need us, Lo and Li. Said Lo. What the palace needs is a midwife, Li finished. With that, both the women turned to glance at her. The young woman gasped, a shiver ran down her spine, as she shuddered violently and shook her head. No, no. Why you're not saying, no. She may have married that man, but she can't be. She may not be pregnant by him. Lo said. But it seems she is pregnant indeed, as per the contents of this letter, Li continued. Who sent it? Maybe it's not a real message, because the Ajala I know would have never. The head physician, Pharaoh, from the palace. I recognize his handwriting, so it seems to be real, Li answered. He informed us when our Princess Ajala was sick with that odd cheek eruption you told us about, as well, Lo said. There is no reason to think he would be lying now, the two women concluded, together. Their companion's mouth opened, and she couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. Of all things, a pregnancy, right now? Ajala, she would be so angry, so frustrated, so depressed, too. Bad enough to be alone, shackled to a man she did not want and surely would never want, but bearing a child, too? A child that might actually be Sokka's. Lo and Li had as good as said as much. We may just be able to delay our answer for a few more days, Lo said, breathing deeply. But that delay would simply be for the sake of preparing you properly for this task, Li finished. We can't serve as midwives anymore. But you could do it in our stead. And, in doing so, she would finally stop feeling so utterly useless, sitting in this shack, pretending to be someone she was not, though she'd have to continue pretending to be someone else if she took up this task indeed. But she'd do something, she'd provide help to someone who direly needed it. Someone she had counted as a friend, as one of the best of them, no less. Someone she hadn't even been able to say goodbye to, someone who had surely suffered through so much more than she could imagine since they'd last met, since that last meal they'd shared, carelessly promising they'd meet again on the next day. Or would you prefer not to involve yourself in this matter, Song? If she had ever felt a stronger sense of purpose than she did right now, Song didn't remember it. But her deep, mahogany eyes suddenly gleamed with determination, her hands fisted over her lap, her brow furrowed heavily. There was but one answer she wanted to give. However complicated this situation might be, however hard she might have to work in order to be even more convincing in the role she'd played during the past 2 months, she refused to let down one of her closest friends when she needed her the most, when a perfect, golden opportunity had fallen upon her lap to do exactly that, an opportunity that wouldn't be likely to present itself ever again. Song nodded promptly, and relief filled Lo and Li's hearts even before she gave firm, strong voice to her resolve. I'll do it. Chapter 264. Under Attack / Child of Two Worlds. 5. Chaos threatened to take hold of the village. The dreaded sight of those black specks of snow ravaged the fragile tranquility that had reigned over the Water Tribe for the past 3 years. No one had truly believed the strange peace would last long, especially when they hadn't known under which terms it had happened, let alone by whose hand. But as much as Oze had vowed to never again attack the South Pole, as much as he had agreed to reward Sokka's saving of his nation by sparing his tribe, the Gladiator never had doubted that promise would vanish for good if Oze ever thought of any reason to double-cross him. Evidently, his daughter's choices had been the perfect excuse for the Fire Lord to set aside his so-called honor and break every vow he'd ever made. Within moments, Hakata had stepped up and bellowed orders and commands to the tribe's members. The discipline many had learned recently through their many fighting lessons saw to the quick silence of most everyone but the youngest children. Suki held Zei against her chest, cradling Mari with an arm too as she crouched on the snow, waiting for Hakata to organize their forces. Zuko stood beside them, with a prominent scowl on his face, furious that his father had truly attempted to attack the tribe, and utterly determined to protect his family and friends with every ounce of his strength. "The youngest, and the eldest, shall take refuge in my igloo with my mother," Hakata spoke firmly, betraying no anxiety, no dread regarding what was to come. "Gather here and head inside as fast as possible. Stay calm while you're there, the rest of us will handle protecting the village to the best of our ability." Some of the older villagers stepped towards him, many held the hands of their grandchildren, still too young to partake in any sort of fighting. Yet this time, unlike how it had been in the past, the women of the tribe did not join them. Instead, they stood nervously, waiting for Hakata's next orders. They had no doubts they would be directed towards them. The newly trained women and teenagers. Hakata continued, turning his gaze towards them before his eyes sought the red-haired woman in the thick of the crowd, still holding her children tightly. "Will be led by Suki. You will stay here, in the village, and you will keep our homes safe if the enemy manages to outmaneuver us, despite our best efforts. Be careful, do not take unnecessary risks, and watch over our young and old." A chorus of agreement and approval rang in the tribe. Zuko tensed up beside Suki. She rose to her feet, gazing at him meaningfully before cupping his face, pressing a brisk kiss to his lips. "I will be fine. I can do this," she whispered. "It's not the first time I have to repel an attack against my home. I was trained for this, pretty much." "I know, but," Zuko said, gritting his teeth. "Ironically, I'm not. I will fight, but this is newer territory for me than it is for you." "They need you out there," Suki said, caressing his face gently. "You're a firebender, Zuko. Use your fire and your blades against the enemy and protect your people." Protect his people, that was an unexpected concept, for sure. In another world, in another life, the attackers would be his people instead, but today, there was no room for doubts or uncertainties pertaining where he belonged. If his firebending could prevent other flames from hurting the Southern Water Tribe, he wouldn't hesitate to use it. All right," he said, nodding in her direction. Suki smiled almost cheekily now. "They'll never see it coming, will they?" she asked. Zuko grinned back and nodded. "As for the warriors," Hakata continued, and Zuko's brow drew together with purpose and drive. "We will march to the bay and defend our territory from this attack directly. Our defensive strategies won't fail us, I know they won't, but even if the enemy is more numerous or better prepared than we expected, we will be ready to defeat them." A much stronger shout of agreement cut through the crowd, as the warriors threw their fists in the air. Hakata breathed deeply. His eyes fell upon Sokka, who stood by his side. Darkness clouded his son's mind, but the steel in his gaze could have split the hull of the incoming battleships all on its own, Hakata suspected. "Gather your weapons, then," Hakata called. "We march to the settlement together." Sokka breathed out upon hearing that final command. The warriors rushed to their respective igloos, tents, and huts, eager to prepare for the upcoming battle. With further notice, they might have seen to wearing war paint too, but they would do best to charge towards the battlefield as quickly as possible. They had prepared as best they could so far, it would have to suffice. He didn't rush into his igloo to find his weapons yet. Instead, Sokka stepped quickly towards where a tense Aang stood, with Kino and Katara. He already had his weapon in hand, if that staff of his was meant to be one. "Aang, Katara. Kino too, if you wish to join them," Sokka said, stopping before them. His stern semblance saw to it that all three of them would listen to him in silence. "I won't ask you to fight right now, Avatar, not if you don't want to, but..." "No. I will. I will help. As best I can," Aang said, nodding with more confidence than he felt. Katara gritted her teeth beside him, eyes flickering towards Aang, almost with a hint of guilt. "Then all the better," Sokka said, releasing a relieved breath. "But for now, I need you to scout. Climb on Appa and do your best to measure the enemy's forces. Can you do this?" "Sure." "Right away," Aang nodded, glancing at Katara and Kino. "You guys want to?" "You don't even have to ask," Katara said, with a firm nod. "Definitely," Kino exclaimed, nodding promptly, both him and Katara set out to Appa's hut, even before Aang did. The Avatar sighed before glancing one more time at Sokka. "I won't fail you. Not the way I failed my people," he said, earnestly. Sokka nodded. "And I won't ask you to save us on your own. Not the way everyone expects the Avatar to," Sokka said, with a small smile. "Go on, now. I'll meet you guys at the settlement." Aang nodded and he sprung after Katara and Kino without another word. Sokka breathed once, twice, thrice, his fists tightened, and he marched towards his family's igloo. The elderly and the children were already on their way inside. Kunna had been alerted of the situation, so she helped accommodate everyone who entered the most spacious igloo in the tribe. Sokka slid through the igloo's entrance, hearing the youngest children whimpering and crying in their grandparents' arms, or those of their elderly neighbors. Had there been more time, he would have hoped to reassure them somehow, but he had to focus on preparing for the battle ahead. So he sorted through the obstacles, ensuring not to bump into anyone, before entering his room once more. He dropped his old hunting gear in a corner quickly before turning to his newer belongings. His armor, slick, smooth and sturdy, with its black-blue plating, would stand out among those of his fellow warriors. The armor that had seen him through most his gladiatorial career, the armor they had crafted together, so long ago, when they were but testing the waters of a destiny far greater than they had ever imagined awaited them. He would wear it again today. He'd do it for the first time since she had last left the Water Tribe's shores. And along with it, he released a breath before shedding his parka, changing thoroughly into the newer clothes Katara and Kunna had sewn for him. A blue, long shirt, of a deeper hue than usual. 2 arm sleeves, but this time they reached all the way to his upper biceps. Black bandages, which he fastened upon his forearms quickly. A waistcloth lined with white fur, fastened with a pale blue sash. Then, his boots armored with metal plating to match the forearm guards he often had worn, that she had often fastened for him, far more kindly than he did right now. At last, his armor. It didn't weigh quite as much as he had thought it would these days. If anything, the metal that hugged his frame now seemed to envelop him with a strength, an energy he had lacked, that he had direly missed, for the past months. His hands trembled with a strange blend of trepidation and excitement as they reached for the weapons he had already used before, that he had left lying about in the room after his training bout with his father not so long ago. He picked up his knife first, slipping it into his sash, where it would have been joined by bombs next, if only he had any left, of course. He had no chance to craft his usual smoke bombs, not when the smoke salt had been needed for his father's Tangle mines, so he would make do without them. He picked up his boomerang next, draping it over his right shoulder, and then his club, upon the left. The last weapon he picked up was the one he had refused to touch so far, the one that was as foreign to these lands as his armor, the one that had become his signature in the arenas, a weapon so much stronger than most it had clashed against in the battlefield. It had taken him some time to control it properly, to learn how to exploit its potential in full, to harness his own darkness and hold back nothing to kill an enemy, as he had slain Roan and Combustion Man. His heart clenched as his hand wrapped around the hilt, but slowly and surely, he drew out the sword from the pack it had been lodged in. An unfathomable energy seemed to swirl around him now, an energy akin to that which had burst inside him when Hakata had told him, earlier that day, that he wouldn't stop Sokka from leaving again, in fact, when he had as good as encouraged him to take off to find and save the woman he loved, for she was still within his reach. She wasn't gone, and until she truly was, Sokka's purpose in this world was clear. His grief had blinded him for the past months, of course it had, but he knew what he had to do. Today, as he held that sword in his hands again, as blood rushed in his ears at the rhythm of drums of war, his vision, so clouded and muddy, had become clear once again. She asked him not to, she begged him to stay here, to live his life as best he could. What she hadn't realized was that a gladiator could never live his best life by cowering and fleeing from the enemy. A gladiator would only live his best life if he devoted it to fighting for those he loved with every beat of his broken heart. In the end, the answer to his predicament had been so much simpler than he'd expected. He couldn't live the life she'd asked of him without her in it. He rose from the floor, strengthened, steeled, undeterred by everything he lacked, everything he'd lost. Even if so much had changed, Even if he felt like nothing but a pale shadow of who he had become while he had stood by her side, suddenly he felt her closer than ever before. As though, upon cladding himself in the armor he had always worn, in the weapons with which he'd fight for her, alongside her, he had invoked her very spirit, bringing her into battle by his side. Well, then. He released, setting his sword in place as he stepped towards his sleeping bag. The black velvet necklace, with its blue stone, had lingered by his pillow since the day he had found it. No matter how much grief it brought him, no matter how painful it was to believe she had broken their promises, it had still been her necklace. It had still belonged to her, and as much as it pained him, it was a memory, a connection to the woman he loved most desperately. He thought to leave it this time, it would be safer here, after all. Yet, his fingers slid underneath that velvet, lifting the polished pendant to his eyes level. His heart ached as he gazed at it, but a sudden rush of strength, not unlike the one he had felt upon bringing the necklace with him to the fight that should have been his execution, had infused his heart upon touching it. Another way to keep her close, another way to fight for her, to never let go of the best promises they'd made, of every glorious moment they had shared. "I'd have asked you to wish me luck," he whispered, with a slow, sad smile. "But I think I'll only feel lucky if you come with me this time, eh?" His father spoke to Kia. He said, it helped, sometimes, to imagine her, to think of what she'd say, of what she'd do, of what she'd think. He closed his eyes, summoning the memorized beauty of Angela in his mind, and all he could see was a heart-warming, proud smile. "My gold fire, my inner flame. My gladiator." Warmth spread inside his chest, warmth he knew might resemble that through which she was able to bend fire. Warmth like that which had coursed through his own chi paths, when they had bent jointly. However far away she might be, however hard it was to face life without her by his side, that swirling strength now burst inside him as he raised his head once more. He fastened the velvet across his palm once more. The necklace's stone would remain pressed against the underside of his forearm guards, perfectly protected from damage in battle, serving as a reminder that he wouldn't fight alone. A fire dwelled inside him. She had put it there long ago, a small ember of her own that she had shared with him. She had a heart of ice, and he of burning coal. She'd joked when they had scarcely started to know each other, if she remained as strong, as unyielding as ice through the perils and through the suffering her father would inflict upon her, then he'd certain burn with the strength of her fire, both gold and blue, as he marched into battle to fulfill his purpose. This was why he had returned. This was why he'd trained the warriors, why he'd worked with his father and sister to craft strategies to defend the South Pole. This was the last battle Angela had sent her gladiator to, and he refused to fail her. The rumor of disparate conversations deadened into silence when he crossed the threshold back into the central room of the igloo. Where his storytelling had calmed many who had feared him or found him untrustworthy, now they seemed to tense up around him all over again. Perhaps it wasn't simply his full warrior regalia, but also the stern frown on his face, but whatever it was, Sokka strode towards Kunna without hesitation, as his elderly grandmother brought her hands together in the gesture of a mournful prayer. "Oh, my boy," she said, softly. Sokka remained stern and serious as he knelt before her. "You can take care of everyone here, right?" he asked, softly. "Dad and we caught a seal earlier today. If need be, you can use it for. You needn't worry about us, my dear." "We will be fine," said Kunna, with a fragile smile. "Be careful out there. Take good care of yourself, your father and your sister." "I will," Sokka answered, earnest and firm. "We'll all be back here, safe and sound, before you know it." "Oh, I'm sure of that, Sokka. I believe in you, in all of you," Kunna said, cupping his face delicately. Sokka closed his eyes, clasping her hand in his, briefly. "Go on, then. Your father must be waiting." Sokka nodded, leaning close to press a subtle kiss to his grandmother's brow. He rose back to his full height then, striding towards the door, which he found obstructed by a red-headed child, who had stepped away from her parents. Suki was setting Zi down on a cluster of blankets inside the igloo, and Zuko stood by her as he kept an eye on his oldest daughter. "Uncle Sokka." She called him softly, shyly. Sokka gritted his teeth and knelt again, as her hands rose to her mouth nervously. "Uncle Sokka." "I'm sorry, Mari. I'll have to reschedule our storytelling session of the day, Sokka sighed, reaching out to pat her hair gently. But don't worry. I'll come back and tell you all about Jing and Wenta once I can. I promise. Mari bit her lip and nodded. Sokka offered her a weak smile as his hand fell on her shoulder now. Be a good girl, stay inside the igloo and do what Gran says, all right? Sokka said. Your mommy will be nearby, but you're a strong little one, as strong as Princess Jing, so stay here, help out Gran and wait as patiently as you can, all right? We'll be back very soon. Mari gazed at him in hopeless silence as he rose back to his full height. Fear permeated the young child, but there was little Sokka could do to reassure her beyond promising to deliver more stories as soon as this was over. Mari, come here and sit with your sister, okay? Zuko called her, gently. Mari glanced back at Zuko quickly, uncertain still, before looking at Sokka one more time. He smiled warmly, far more warmly than usual, as he let himself gaze into her golden eyes, so familiar as they were. Fear didn't suit this child any better than it had suited her aunt. Go on. Little Zi needs you, he said. Mari bit her lip, but it seemed the unusually tender expression on Sokka's face reassured her, to a fault. She nodded and turned to her parents, who welcomed her into a warm embrace, kissing the top of her head as they held her close. Sokka's breath escaped him as he watched them. Those two girls deserved to live a peaceful, happy life. They deserved both their parents, they deserved a world better than the one they'd been born to. A world at peace, a world where said peace could not be threatened as easily as this. Today, they had the chance to start building said world. A chance to ensure Mari and Zi would never undergo the tragedies he and Katara had, when the black snow had fallen on a day none of them wanted to remember. Today, the Fire Nation's forces would be kept at bay and the Water Tribe would be protected, at all costs. Clinging to that powerful resolve, to the burning certainty that dwelled in his heart, Sokka stepped out of the igloo, ready to face the decisive battle brewing by the South Pole's shores. Kino clung to the bison's saddle as though he feared he might fall off it. Never before had he been so unsettled by a flight, not even before he had grown to enjoy the feeling of being airborne on Appa's back, for they weren't flying for the fun of it today. Nervous and frightened, he glanced down at the icy ground so far away, so difficult to glimpse properly under the lacking brightness of the dark period's snow-charged clouds. Okay, we're almost there, Aang said, reassuringly, sitting at Appa's neck. On the saddle, right behind him, Katara nodded promptly, gazing at the horizon to find the cliffs, the icy walls, remained pristine and untouched. They haven't reached our walls, at least. That's good, she said, releasing a slow breath of relief. How many ships do you think we should expect, Kino? Aang asked, glancing back at his friend. Kino flinched before shrugging. I don't know, to be honest, he said. They never wanted to send that many resources here because, well, the South Pole was seen as a lesser threat than the North. But if the Fire Lord is really angry, then, maybe he'll be sending about 100 ships, or so. 100. Katara scowled. Kino gritted his teeth. Maybe he can't afford to send that many, I don't know. But the good news is, they won't be likely to see us, it's really dark. Whereas their ships will be visible because they have lanterns and such, and they'll have to use plenty of them if they intend to attack right now, Kino said, nodding promptly. We'll have it easier to figure out how many enemy ships we'll have to deal with. Yeah, fire means light, Katara said, brow furrowed. It will give away their positions. Of the firebenders, in particular, Aang said, pressing his lips into a tight line. Katara sighed and nodded behind him. Though the others would still need lanterns to guide their path, like Kino said. They don't know the South Pole as well as we do, and there's snowfall, too, even if it isn't heavy. Even if they manage to disembark somehow, they'll have trouble making it all the way to the village, at the very least, Katara determined. To her relief, Aang nodded in agreement. They continued to fly onwards, past the first lines of tall ice walls. Kino's jaw dropped as he gazed at the perfectly intricate maze Katara and Aang had crafted through the days of preparation for the coming battle. It was impossible to see them from this distance, but buoying bombs floated amid the ice, where Katara had set them carefully, helped by her father's warriors at first, by Aang as well, on the days after their spat. They hadn't talked things over yet, but at moments like these, it almost felt like they wouldn't have to. There was so much at stake, perhaps too much, and worrying about unresolved arguments wouldn't help anyone. For now, the tension that lingered between them faded, replaced by determination to see this battle through with the least casualties for the Water Tribe. The first thing they noticed, several minutes after they'd flown past the last of the walls, was the noise. Only waves and tides would break the silence in the usually quiet ocean. Engines, machinery, weren't often heard or seen in the South Pole, let alone many of them. Today, however, the seas parted under the incoming, thunderous approach of a line of ships. Aang tensed up, almost yanking Appa's reins to make him turn back at once, but he resisted the urge to escape as best he could. He snarled, fearful, but continued onwards, reaching out to touch his bison's fur gently. "Be quiet now, buddy," he said, softly. "Not a sound, okay?" Appa seemed tempted to respond with a groan, but he settled for a soft snort instead. His paws swayed in the air as he progressed towards the battleships. Aang clenched up, a sickening feeling rushing through his head, through his very soul, as more and more shapes of ships could be discerned in the horizon. Just as Kino had predicted, they were easily spotted by the bursts of light in each ship. Columns of smoke poured into the sky, their source the tall chimneys on the back of each vessel. There truly might be hundreds of ships. "Stay calm," Katara said, reaching out to clasp his shoulder. Aang gritted his teeth but nodded. "We're scouting. They're not going to notice us up here, and even if they do, we're well out of their soldiers' reach. We'll try to count how many ships there are, all right?" Yeah, I know," Aang said, shivering under the brush of a current of freezing air. "It's hard to say, exactly, but, the closer we get, the more defined the lights are. Each cluster of light would be one ship, right?" "They can't sail that close to each other," Kino confirmed, hugging himself to fight the cold. "The ships could collide and then they'd be in lots of trouble, so yeah, if you see lights accumulated in one place, it's probably a single ship." "Well, that makes me wonder," Katara whispered, softly. Aang glanced back at her and Katara grimaced. "Just, if things get complicated, we could take advantage of the sea and make them crash into each other? If the bombs and walls aren't enough." "Right," Aang nodded, biting his lip. Katara shivered, but it wasn't related to the cold. "It's okay if you'd rather not." "No, Katara. I'll do whatever needs to be done," Aang said, reassuringly. "It won't be easy, but, it's not easy for you guys, either. I'll do my best." Katara gritted her teeth but nodded. She wanted to reach out to him, to embrace him gently, to let him know she was grateful for his efforts, but the time for comfort and emotional relief would come later. First, they had a job to do. As fast as Appa flew, it still took them over 10 minutes to reach the line of ships in the horizon. By then, the shapes of the ships were much easier to discern. They sailed in an arrow formation, following a flagship that Aang immediately guessed would serve as a scout as well, to test the waters and seek the safest way for the Fire Nation troops to disembark. Dark as it was, the lantern's lights allowed them to glimpse the swaying flags that crowned every vessel. The Fire Nation's standard danced in the wind, proud and menacing. "I think I count, about 5 rows of 10, more or less," Kino said, biting his lip as he scrutinized the horizon. It's not as bad as I expected, actually." "So, 50 ships?" asked Aang. "How many soldiers would there be on each one?" Katara asked Kino. "Well, there can be about 20 on each ship. But there could be more than that. Maybe 30 or 40. Kino said, biting his lip as they flew above the flagship. "Well, maybe it's not a lot of ships, but it still would be a lot of soldiers," Katara said, frowning heavily. "More soldiers than we have warriors, for sure. And we're not accounting for the sailors," Aang said, grimacing. "Do you expect they'd know how to fight, Kino? To defend themselves?" "Yeah, at least the basics," Kino said, shrugging. "But they won't be well equipped the way the soldiers will be, so they shouldn't be that hard to defeat. They're also not bound to be firebenders but non-benders." All right, Aang breathed out, watching the slow advance of the ships towards the icy shores of the South Pole. We should report back now. Katara nodded. In this darkness, it'd be all the harder to identify meaningful threats aboard each ship. The dark period still largely played in their favor, hindering the Fire Nation's forces. The Tangle Mines would be even harder for them to identify under these conditions, but it meant the information they could acquire, beyond their guess regarding the bulk of the enemy forces, would be quite limited. There was, however, one bit of information that became apparent to the waterbender just as they were turning back. No airships, Katara said, releasing a sigh of relief. Sokka was right. I mean, unless they arrive later. We'll keep an eye out for them if they do, but Sokka says they're faster than traveling by water, Aang pointed out, glancing back at Katara. They'd likely have arrived first. And maybe without the warning of the black snow, Katara said, biting her lip as she slid a hand through her hair. I guess the situation isn't as dire as it could be. The Fire Nation's forces are spread too thin, Kino said, with a small smile. Everyone's always said so. The Fire Lord, well, the whole lot of them, they've prepared their forces for invasion, but they didn't think much about how to maintain control after conquest. A lot of operations were reckless, sacrificing many valuable soldiers, so even with their constant recruitment, they can't have enough forces to hold the Earth Kingdom while attacking the North and South Poles at the same time. Makes sense, though I have to wonder just how numerous their forces were back when the war began, Katara said, frowning. I know the comet was powering them further, but they must have been preparing to go to war for many years, Aang said, a tinge of sadness in his voice. I never saw those preparations myself, not even when I visited my friend Kuzan, but they must have been happening anyway. It's the only explanation. And however successful the latest Fire Lords have been, they tend to succeed through the sacrifices of their forces, Katara finished. Kino nodded in her direction. Must have been, well, terrifying, to serve in that sort of army. It wasn't. I didn't have much of a life worth living, which I guess is part of the whole system, Kino said, his eyes falling upon his hands. They make you think you have nothing to live for but the Fire Nation. If you have to give your life for its advancement, it's a wonderful sacrifice and you will always be remembered for it, heh. Kind of hard to believe anyone would have remembered me if they didn't even know how to spell my name, Katara sighed, reaching out to grasp his hand. Kino offered her a fragile smile for the gesture, appreciating her attempt to comfort him. For what it's worth. I'm glad we got you out of there before you had any harebrained ideas of dying for the Fire Nation's glory, Katara said, with a sad smile of her own. Kino laughed and shook his head. I don't think I'm enough of a hero to deliberately think of something like that, he said. But I'm grateful to you two for getting me out. More grateful than you can even imagine. Without you, Now, Kino, no need to be so emotional, almost sounds like you're scared things won't go well today, Katara said, though her playful tone couldn't mask her own anxiety. Kino snorted and shook his head. If you're grateful, we'll hear all about it once the fight's over, okay? Right, he grinned, nodding in her direction. I'll see to that, Katara. Their 10-minute flight saw them reaching the Pole's shores just as sleds and marching warriors arrived at the abandoned settlement. Aang steered Appa carefully towards the snow, aiming for an empty space the warriors cleared for them. They had to be around 200 warriors, and as strong as Aang knew them to be, his heart clenched upon reasoning with the numbers the Fire Nation was likely to bring upon their shores. If Kino's most optimistic guesses were correct, they might face an onslaught by 1,500 soldiers, almost 10 times as many as they had in their ranks. Could the environment and their strategies guarantee a victory, under these circumstances? Could superior planning outmaneuver the dangerous Fire Nation navy when the odds were stacked so dangerously against them? They dismounted Appa's saddle and marched together towards the huddle of warriors, at the settlement's entrance. Groups of warriors carried large, sharpened contraptions made of bones, setting them down in the snow. They were barriers that would serve as another line of defense against the potential onslaught of the enemy. It had been a late development in the strategies to fight back against the Fire Nation, thus, they didn't quite have enough of them to position throughout the full coast. Hakata and Sokka, standing at the center of the soldiers, gave out orders and recommendations for where best to position the barriers, but they focused on the new arrivals once Aang, Katara, and Kino came closer. Well? What are we up against? Sokka asked, dressed in his full armor for the first time since he had arrived in the South Pole. He sounded a lot calmer than Katara expected he'd be now. Perhaps this was but another consequence of how he'd been hardened through his years as a gladiator. It would serve them well if he could keep his head cool in this crisis, she knew. Kino counted 50 ships, Katara answered. He says they might be carrying any number between 20 to 50 soldiers on each vessel. It's a considerable force, yes, but our strategies shouldn't fail, I'm sure of that. Well, I'm not sure of anything just yet, but I hope you're right, Sokka said, glancing back at the walls of ice Katara and Aang had erected to defend the South Pole. Any airships? None, Aang confirmed, and Sokka released a relieved breath. Great. He really mustn't have expected we'd be ready to fight back, Sokka said, and a ghostly smile spread over his face for just an instant. A smile meant for someone who didn't stand among them, someone who would have responded in kind. Then, he was back to his firm, unexpectedly confident and serious self once more. That being said, how far away were they? At the rate they're moving, guess they might reach the furthermost walls within 30 minutes. Kino said, with a grimace. There's a flagship ahead, that one's bound to test any dangers in the water first. Huh, figures, Sokka said, biting his lip as he stroked his chin, in deep thought. What are we going to do? Zuko asked, stepping up, brow furrowed. He seemed far more tense than Sokka, but as combative as the two men could be, it seemed the banished prince was prepared to listen and abide by whatever strategies Sokka would come up with. Where should we position ourselves? Inside the settlement. I'm not entirely sure about that, Sokka said, grimacing. Kino, you know it well, don't you? Oh, yeah. Lived there, so, yeah, Kino said, nodding. Are there any booby traps we should beware in there? Sokka asked, frowning. No one ever approached that frozen ship in the shore because... It's possible, Zuko said, frowning. Kino grimaced and shrugged. Well, we've looked through some of the building and found none. If they did set up any traps, maybe they're in the higher levels of the building and I never knew it. Damn it. He said, sighing. But the lower levels of the settlement are fine, Zuko said, confidently. Me and Suki took refuge there before we first found you and beat you guys up, yeah, Katara said, with a dry grin. Zuko sighed and nodded. Well, I'm wondering about the top floor, frankly, Sokka said, glancing at the central building of the metallic settlement. It wasn't too tall, but it would be tall enough to offer a vantage point from which someone could observe the ocean better than where they stood right now. Do you think that, if there were any booby traps, you could sort through them without tripping them up, Kino? I can help him sort them out, if he can't do it alone, Zuko suggested. I can light the way with firebending. Wait, but, why? Kino asked, blinking blankly. You guys want me to? I need someone with eyes on the battlefield, Sokka said, glancing at Aang and Katara again. You too. I'll appreciate any information you can give us, but you'll have a bigger task than to serve as scouts, if there's really only 50 ships here. What do you mean? Aang asked, puzzled. I thought about this earlier. Do you want us to mess with the tides and make their ships collide among themselves? Katara asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka actually smiled at her suggestion. That's not a bad idea. But maybe you could do that later. More than anything, I want you two to erect a new, quick wall, right after the last ships enter our territory. That last-minute wall would be raised right behind their final ship. It will hinder their mobility and chances to escape. However mechanized these ships may be, they're not infallible. If we weaken them, slow them, and limit their possibilities to maneuver, we might just stop them from taking off and retreat. Katara guessed. Sokka nodded promptly. 50 ships, it's a lot, yes. It sounds insane when you consider the number of warriors we have here, Sokka said, gesturing at the nearby warriors, who watched their discussion intently. But it's manageable. 50 ships, we can beat that, but things will get ugly if they call for reinforcements. We won't have tangle mines anymore to deal with further forces, the walls will be broken, and if any of our warriors take injuries, it'll mean less of us will be able to fight against a second wave of attackers. The more we limit their possibilities in requesting help, the better. A distress flare here wouldn't be visible from Whaletail Island, Zuko pointed out. Sokka nodded. But I guess they must have some means for emergency communication with the rest of the Navy. That's, well, the main reason why the Fire Nation's done well in the war. I'm aware, Sokka said, bitterly. He remembered all too well how that communication system had been helpful in pinpointing something was wrong during Azula's week as Fire Lord. Right now he had no choice but to plan against it, instead. It's insane, bringing a messenger hawk here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they'd done that. As long as we can keep any messengers, whether hawks or not, from conveying to the rest of the Navy that things aren't going well for them, we may just have a chance to end this for good, today. That he seemed so certain that a single battle could see to the safety and protection of the Water Tribe surprised his allies. Not a soul knew what strange thoughts dwelled in Sokka's heart since his conversation with his father. No one could imagine where those dangerous thoughts might lead him if he carried on in this path. But Sokka intended to pursue them, to follow through with the epiphanies he'd undergone, and he had to defeat the 50 ships Fire Lord Oze had sent to kill him if he wanted to do so. Well, he'd faced a murderous gladiator with combustion abilities before, right after spending days in prison, eating next to nothing and receiving virtually no treatment for the spree of wounds Xiaofeng and his men had left upon him, and he'd still survived. If he could overcome those impossible odds, perhaps nothing was all that impossible so long as his plans worked the way they were meant to. He allowed himself a small smile, evoking thoughts of Azula again. Long ago, she had scolded him for not coming up with plans and strategies before a battle, instead settling for reading his opponent in the middle of combat and crafting a strategy once he was already in the ring. He had slowly improved in those regards. Little by little, they had strengthened themselves and learned from each other. Today, he had planned extensively beforehand, trying to prepare for any setbacks he could think of, while also being ready to come up with new plans, if need be, to handle anything he couldn't have accounted for. She would be proud, he thought, as his hand tightened around the fabric of her necklace. He evoked her smile, approving and confident, a smile that she offered him freely, kindly, in that unique way in which she only ever smiled at him. With that warmth just like her gold fire, with that affection that soothed him and assured him he could succeed. This was what they'd prepared for, this was what she'd sent him here for. Whatever threats those ships brought with them, Sokka wouldn't fail Azula, no matter what. How will we do that? Aang asked, softly. Ending things today, I mean. By preventing them from escaping? By making them our prisoners. The first part, definitely. The second part, guess it depends on how many of them survive, Sokka admitted, breathing deeply as he focused on his allies again. Admittedly, we're not equipped to keep lots of prisoners alive, but we'll do best to refrain from killing as best we can. At least, I know I will hold back unless I'm given no other choice. Katara swallowed hard but nodded. Kino and Zuko did the same. Aang, along with them, sighed in relief and smiled a little before nodding, too. It was all he dared hope for, in the current circumstances. Now, then, get going to the settlement, Sokka said, gesturing at Kino and Zuko, though he caught Zuko's shoulder in a hand. You'll help us fight them off, right? I don't know how ready you are to push back against all those firebenders, but I've trained a lot against the Avatar over the past years. Hell, I've literally trained him, Zuko pointed out, raising his eyebrow. I know you remember me as a weak wimp and all, but it's not that. I know you're stronger these days, Sokka assured him. It's only, do you think you can perform defensive firebending? Defensive? Zuko repeated, puzzled. Steal their fire, turn it against them, Sokka explained. When they attack, whether they attack you or our men, you can take the flames out of their control and either extinguish them or turn them around. It may not be as fancy or instinctive for you as your spinning kick style, but I can try, Zuko said, nodding as he frowned in deep thought. I haven't done that a lot, but I can try. Good, Sokka said, with a small smile, as he clapped Zuko's shoulder. That'll help. The two Fire Nation-born tribesmen took off towards the settlement after that exchange, nodding in acknowledgement towards their allies as they ran past them. Haka and Katon stepped up next, followed by Yuro. They had listened in on the whole conversation silently, as other warriors had, and they awaited their orders nervously. "Do you want us to take off already too?" Aang asked, next. "Katara and I can try to communicate with Kino from Midair, as he watches from the tower." "Yeah, that'd be the best choice," Sokka said, nodding in his direction. "Good luck, you two. Thanks for all your work so far and, sorry for that last-minute request." "Don't worry about it," Katara smiled, patting her brother's shoulder. "We got a lot of practice with building these walls after the last weeks. We'll pull it off in no time." "I hope so," Sokka said, grinning at his sister. She drew close to offer him a quick hug, and Sokka returned it with one arm before the waterbender dashed towards the sky bison once more. Aang bowed his head in Sokka's direction before following Katara, jumping easily on the spot at Appa's neck before shaking the reins and taking to the skies anew. Sokka watched them go silently for a moment, then he turned to the group of warriors who crowded around him, his father and his men included, by now. Well, Sokka cleared his throat, uneasy. Why would he be nervous about public speaking right now? No doubt he'd never given orders to so many people, let alone to his own father, but it wasn't the time or place to act like a meek fool. "I suggest we position ourselves near the settlement. They built this place deliberately to make it defensible, to serve as a foothold that we struggled to run them out of. Might as well use it against them now, as we have the chance. Some of us can climb the settlement's walls," Haka suggested. "Might help in the fight if we attack from there. Better vantage point from which to use our boomerangs," Katon pointed out. "Yeah, that's a good thought," Sokka said, nodding. "I'd say a good idea might be to stay hidden behind the settlement's walls, to a fault, to conceal our actual numbers until they actually rush our shores. In the best-case scenario, they won't be able to disembark at all, or easily, but it's hard to say what will happen once they breach our first defenses. We can take positions within the settlement, some of us behind the walls, others right outside," Hakata suggested, pointing at the area right by sides of the metal enclosure. "We could even put together some snow mounds to conceal ourselves better that way. With how dark it is, they may not be able to see us much, whether we have snow mounds or not, but they might sense movement anyway, so that's not a bad idea," Sokka said, breathing deeply and nodding towards his father. "Then we split our forces. 3 groups, 1 within the settlement, 2 at either side of it." "They'll have to go through us to reach the tribe," growled one of the older warriors. The same man cracked his knuckles as Sokka made his way to one of the sides of the settlement. Many others followed him, others moved in the opposite direction, and the remaining warriors gathered within the settlement itself. Sokka and Hakata lingered on one side of the settlement's entrance, their gazes raking the horizon anxiously. The ice cliffs around the shore, they make it inviable for them to disembark anywhere but here, Hakata pointed out, frowning. "Whoever's coming, if they've been here before, they'll know that and choose to break through the walls. If they don't, however, do you expect they might try finding other places where they could disembark?" Sokka asked, frowning. "They won't get too lucky if they do, but we need to keep them from finding anywhere else to land," Hakata sighed, rubbing his eyes with a hand. "Hopefully they won't find our tribe's port and docks if they do try." "We'll do our best to prevent that, Dad," Sokka said, clasping his father's shoulder. Back in the day, they would simply use those icebreaker hulls to dig deeper and deeper into the shore without a care. They might be stubborn enough to think they can get through our new walls that way, and they'll definitely fail to do so this time. "I hope you're right." "I bet you're right," Hakata said, with a gentle smile. "Now, then, whatever comes next, my boy, we will face it together." Sokka nodded promptly. Hakata's hand found his, then that hand slipped over Sokka's forearm, clasping it firmly. The gladiator and his father shared that moment of camaraderie, of firm strength and faith in each other, while the world seemed to be at a standstill as the battle threatened to begin at any moment. Kino and Zuko found their way to the top of the tower without bumping into any traps. The firebender returned down the stairs quickly as Kino stopped at the biggest window in the building, watching the dark horizon again, glimpsing small lights past the first wall of ice. Airborne, Aang and Katara could see them too. The snow fluttered about, falling in dark splotches upon the saddle, on Appa's fur, on the ground below, on the group of vessels that approached slowly, guided by that flagship hell-bent on breaching their shores. The ship continued onwards, whether it had taken notice of the ice walls ahead or not. Their acceleration would take them right into the first line of water tribe defenses shortly, if the flagship could be goaded into barging through the walls, if it didn't touch the mines right away. It's almost there. Katara trembled on the saddle. Never before had they staged an operation of this magnitude. Never before had they counted on defenses like the ones they had today. They weren't guided solely by powerful convictions today, they had a stronger leadership than ever. As chaotic as her relationship with her brother had been, as many ups and downs as they'd had, as much as she couldn't understand fully his love and attachment to the princess of the Fire Nation, Katara found herself believing in Sokka wholeheartedly today. Where she had put her faith in miracles as a child, in nothing but her own strength after Sokka was gone, today she would put it in him, in the strength she knew he could evoke out of everyone else in the water tribe. Another few meters and the flagship would reach the first wall. The distance shrank further, until a loud, jarring, crashing sound tore through the silence of the night in the South Pole. The warriors by the settlement flinched, quickly glancing at Kino in the tower. He leaned out the window and nodded as visibly as he could. They've breached the first wall. Sokka grimaced but glared at the scenery once more. No sounds of blasting just yet, just the scraping of ice against metal. That was good, as long as the mines worked eventually. That they didn't do so right away would be fine. The ships continued onwards, emulating their flagship's daring, bold approach. It had successfully broken through the first wall and the impact had resulted in the collapse of most of it. Katara cringed, knuckles widening as she gripped the saddle tightly, her heartbeats drumming so loudly in her ears they almost dwarfed the noise of the ship's progress through the wall. Some of the ice had fallen on the ship's deck, soldiers scurried in it, perhaps some had been injured by the large chunks of ice that collapsed atop their vessel, but it was hard to tell from such a distance. The progress of the flagship slowed, evidently hindered by the wall in its way, but it continued regardless, even if it was no longer capable of the high speed it had boasted of earlier. They might wait, Katara pointed out, frowning. Aang glanced at her from Appa's neck. For the rest of the ships to arrive, I mean. Now that they've breached the first wall, they'll have realized there's more ahead, and they might think it's safer to tear down our defenses if they break them together. Aang finished. Katara swallowed hard and shrugged. Maybe? But if they do? Eventually, one of the Tangle mines would be triggered. Eventually, those ships would begin to sink, and the water tribe's defenses would withstand the assault. Yet the flagship hadn't been damaged enough to stop its progress into the icy harbor. The bulk of the fleet approached now, too. It wouldn't be long before they arranged into a full formation to tear down the walls, Aang knew, and he flinched as he watched their single-minded progress towards the harbor. The flagship had already begun digging into the next wall, and as it lacked the speed with which it had impacted the first one, it seemed this time it would take longer for it to collapse. No explosions still. Nothing yet, and Katara could barely stand to watch anymore. She knew the Tangle mines would work, they had to, but inevitably, she wondered if she had failed to install them properly. If there had been a problem with the components, if she had overlooked anything and their whole operation might be doomed to fail. 1,500 soldiers, give or take, marching into their village? The thought nearly brought her to tears. She couldn't allow it, she knew Sokka wouldn't allow it, but a blast, loud, sudden and deafening, broke past her string of dark thoughts. It worked. Aang's unexpected enthusiasm about the Tangle mine's success didn't register in Katara's mind right away. Instead, she gasped and watched as the flagship, upon reaching the other side of the second breached wall, had stopped progressing abruptly. Judging by the urgency of the men aboard, it seemed Hakata's stink and sink strategy had been successful. By the shore, the warriors appeared on the brink of launching into a full celebration, but Sokka raised a hand to silence the ones within the settlement, at the very least. Calm down. If that worked, it's one less ship, but we still have a lot more to go. A small victory is important, but we have to stay focused, he said, sternly. The warriors eased up and nodded, though one of them stepped up to Sokka, bumping his shoulder lightly. You sounded like someone else I know, just now. Zuko's comment startled Sokka. The firebender shot him a meaningful glance, and Sokka's chest tightened for it. It seemed he truly carried Azula with him, in more ways than he had realized. He could only offer Zuko a tight-lipped grin before glancing back at the walls. They couldn't see much of anything yet, though it appeared that a column of smoke, far thicker than those that rose from the chimneys, currently spiraled towards the sky, someplace within the maze of walls. Voices echoed in the night, sailors and soldiers who seemed startled by the explosive welcome they had just received. Sokka frowned as he watched and waited. Any moment now, the rest of the ships should reach the walls too. Kino! He shouted, waving at the former soldier, who watched the horizon, entranced. The rest of the fleet. Are they? Oh, they're about to break through. Kino answered. Sokka released a relieved breath. The sound of further crashes of metal against walls of ice followed instants after their quick exchange. Either they were making it past the debris of the first, collapsed wall, or they had reached the second, and another blast. Another explosion, so loud Katara flinched on Appa's saddle. A new ship had crashed into a tangle mine, or, perhaps, slid right over it while coursing through the ice that had fallen atop it. It had exploded so fiercely, shattered not only by the mine's explosion but the flying shards of ice, that it seemed the engine had been caught in the blast directly. Within moments, another explosion racked the ship, and it seemed to sink even faster than the first one. More sounds of ice against metal, and more blasts, two that followed so quickly Sokka dreaded a ship might have detonated two of the tangle mines at once. 4 ships are damaged so far. Kino reported the others are. Well, some are still moving, but the ones on the back lines are. They're slowing down, Sokka snarled, finishing Kino's thought, despite knowing he wouldn't hear him. That was one crucial, terrible factor he hadn't thought of so far. Damn it, they might retreat before Aang and Katara had a chance to create the perfect ice enclosure to restrain their ships. He couldn't allow that. But how? What could he do to ensure those bastards came for him? If he had a clue, Catapults. Sokka flinched. He raised his head instants before another loud sound, that of a rock colliding against the ice, tore through his ears. Of course, they'd take to tearing down the walls, and with that, they'd hope to detonate the tangle mines and clear the way, but the ice debris would still make it difficult for them to sail into the shore. Still, it would minimize the damage. If their means to counter the bombs paid off, the Fire Nation would lose far less ships than the Water Tribe could afford them to. Okay. We can't just hide here and wait, Sokka decided, snarling as he let his gaze travel over their surroundings, their supplies, everything they'd brought. The barricades. Some would be quite useful for their intended purpose, yes, but if he wanted to goad those ships into pouring into their shores, he might be better served by using at least one of them for a different purpose. Zuko. I need you to give me a hand with something. Dad, can you gather some of your stronger men? I need to use one of those barricades. Sokka bellowed, rushing away from his position at the side of the settlement without any further explanations. Zuko and Hakata exchanged a worried glance, but the firebender followed Sokka immediately while Hakata called some of his fellow experienced warriors. Within moments, he had 5 men with him, and together with Sokka and Zuko, they hoisted and carried one of the barricades. In the direction of one of the cliffs hugging their bay, in fact. What are we doing? Zuko asked, careful not to stumble with his own feet as he followed the tribesmen uphill. We're making sure they won't retreat, and giving them something else to aim for. Sokka exclaimed. Another attack by a working ship's catapult did trigger a tangle mine this time. Sokka snarled, urging the men with him to hurry up through the cliff. It was taking too long. It was a large expanse of ice, but still, just a little further until they reached the peak while the Fire Nation Navy continued to tear down the tribe's defenses. Here. Set it down. Sokka exclaimed. Nobody seemed to follow his train of thought in the least, despite obeying it without complaint. Placing the barricade at the topmost position on the edge of the cliff, the Fire Nation fleet was perfectly visible from there. You guys can run back now, the less of us are exposed, the better, but Zuko. What? What are you doing? Why do we need a barricade up here? Zuko asked, but Sokka clasped his wrist and aimed his hand towards the pile of bones before them. Set it on fire. The determination and certainty in Sokka's gaze wasn't shared by the rest of the warriors with him. "What?" one of the men exclaimed, looking at Sokka in chagrin. "If you do that, you'll expose all of us," Zuko said. "No, just me," Sokka said. And a vicious grin spread over his face as he spoke the words. His expression was so strange, so unexpected, none of them even dared say a word. "Get back right after lighting it up. I'll join you guys soon," Sokka said, intensely. "We need to make sure they won't retreat, and that they won't take down every Tangle mine with those catapults before their ships reach them. This is the only way." Hakata gritted his teeth, but he nodded and clasped his son's shoulder. "If you're sure, then we'll do this," he said, biting his lip. "We need to do something about those catapults, though. Their reach isn't that great," Sokka said, clenching his fists. "They won't get to our men at the settlement yet. But, yeah. The sooner we can disable them, the better." Hakata nodded, unsure of how to make that happen, but hoping Sokka's idea would buy them enough time to think of a solution. He clapped his son's shoulder and walked back to the other warriors, urging them to leave, as Sokka had told them to. Zuko lingered back, staring at Sokka with unusual concern. "I hope you know what you're doing," he said, simply. Sokka nodded. "This will work. I know it will." Zuko breathed out before unleashing a powerful burst of fire towards the barricade, that now became an improvised fireplace instead. Without waiting another moment, he ran back, while Sokka stayed, right by those flames, right by their warmth, evoking more thoughts and memories he couldn't afford to lose himself in right now. Memories that strengthened him, for once. Memories that brought him to raise his hand to the weapon on his back, just as the flames gained further power, shining brighter and brighter, and no doubt serving as a beacon in the night for the Fire Nation ships, whose limited visibility would be drawn to the fire immediately. A fire before which stood a man, tall and strong, raising a blade as dark as the night that spread upon the South Pole, perfectly silhouetted against each rising tendril of flame. For a moment, the battle seemed to freeze completely, although the sinking ships continued to be consumed by water, but all men on the decks of the remaining ships glanced at the fearsome inferno burning at the top of that tall ice cliff, the sole source of light in the South Pole besides the lanterns on their ships. Katara's jaw dropped as she saw, even at a distance, the unmistakable shape of her brother, of the sword he hadn't wielded a single time since he had come home. Standing before that fire, showing himself without fear, without any regard to his well-being, courageous, bold, reckless and heroic. Among the noise of shattering ice and crashing metal, of waves rushing against the crumbling walls Katara and Aang had crafted, a sudden rumor of urgent voices took wind among the Fire Nation forces. Katara gasped at the sight of soldiers rushing about on the decks of ships, seemingly forgetting they were supposed to be manning the catapults or struggling to rid their decks from the ice debris. Even in the case of the sinking ships, some of the men aboard seemed to stop in their motions to stare at the unbelievable sight that now crowned the frozen cliff. It was her brother, but to them, he was something else. A sudden, frigid, terrifying awareness seized her heart as she finally was confronted, directly, by the reality that the Fire Nation's navy had genuinely been mobilized to find Sokka, to attack Sokka. A jarring, loud, frantic and urgent voice echoed across the sea and ice, finishing her last thought for her. "Kill the Gladiator." Katara flinched, returning to her senses. The ships, some of which had slowed, others which had taken to attacking the walls with their catapults, now appeared to forget all caution and return to their previous intent to reach solid ground, whether to apprehend or murder Sokka in cold blood. They'd have to get through Katara first. "Aang!" she shouted, careless about revealing their position at this point. The Avatar grimaced as he glanced at her. "We're taking out those catapults. Now." "Right," he responded, clasping the reins and angling himself carefully on Appa's neck. Yip. "Come on, buddy." Sokka kept his position, steady and stalwart for as long as he dared. His father and the rest of the men, Zuko had joined them moments ago, now watched him in horror, halfway between the cliff and the settlement, understanding both how heroic his actions were, and how utterly risky, too. He couldn't stay there. If he did. When the first catapult, loaded with a flaming rock, aimed towards Sokka, the Gladiator remained on the cliff for as long as he dared, before taking off in a hasty sprint. Run. Go on, back to the settlement. Was it their imagination, or was he actually smiling? The warriors had only taken a few steps when the sound of a rock crashing into the ice shook them, nearly causing them to stumble. Sokka, however, leapt through the vibrations and rushed towards them even faster, urging them down the cliff and back towards the settlement as quickly as their feet might carry them. Another attack, then another, and one of the warriors stumbled, but Sokka yanked him back to his feet. "This is madness!" exclaimed Zuko, glancing at Sokka in disbelief. "Why would you?" Another loud, explosive sound, but this time it was in the water. Sokka disregarded Zuko's words and glanced over his shoulder at the bay. Another wall had been breached, by a ship that seemed to seek a better position with which to attack the depths of the cliff, and it had paid for its boldness with yet another Tangle mine. "You taunted them," Zuko gasped. The ship in question now sank, slowly, and the shrieks of desperate soldiers reached them easily. "You. If they see the prize they're so desperate to seize, they'll stop at nothing to get it," Sokka said, smirking. "Their eagerness to obey their fucking Fire Lord will be their undoing, nothing more, nothing less." Oh, it was a risky gambit, no one had any doubts about it, but it had paid off perfectly. Sokka's stunt wouldn't only preserve the usefulness of their Tangle mines for a little longer, but it would also ensure the Fire Nation fleet wouldn't leave unless they found what they wanted, and they wouldn't achieve that, not if Sokka himself had a say upon the matter. More attempts by the enemy to draw closer resulted in the triggering of more mines, and the relentless attack by the catapults at the cliff where Sokka had stood before didn't advance the fight at all. Instead, it resulted in shards of ice peppering the ships closest to the cliffs, even injuring several of the soldiers aboard. Yet it wouldn't be long before the powerful devices of destruction suffered an upheaval of their own. As far as the Fire Nation soldiers of one of the warships could tell, a mysterious, heavy, loud and smelly monster dived towards their vessel from the sky. With a single sweep of its gigantic tail, it summoned a current of air so powerful as to knock most soldiers off their feet, some of them even falling overboard. Just so, the catapults were slung sideways, their levers shattering under their own weight. The creature's roars only worsened the panic that seized the soldiers. Some attempted to attack it, distracted entirely from the pursuit of the Gladiator in the face of an alarming, confusing threat. Bursts of flames poured from the firebender's gloved hands, only for the ocean water to douse them immediately, splashing against their bodies next, to freeze them where they stood. Chaos erupted among the Fire Nation's ranks. By the time Sokka's group reached the settlement anew, everyone left behind pleaded with Kino to recount everything he could see. I'm not sure. It's too fast, too far away. I think App is attacking them," Kino was exclaiming once Sokka finally stopped by the settlement's gates. "I figure Aang and Katara are helping, too. Another ship's blown up." "How many so far?" Sokka asked him, and Kino gasped again upon realizing he'd returned. 10, I think. But 2 of their ships also crashed together just a moment ago, so there's about 12 out of commission, so far." 10. Sokka repeated. Hakata, beside him, groaned in frustration. "About 40 more remain," he said. "That's not good enough yet. We can't play at being patient either, can we?" Sokka said, gritting his teeth. "They might come up with other strategies if we're complacent, and damn, I asked Aang and Katara to help with something else, but what they're doing is really useful already. If we could just disable those catapults ourselves instead, then..." He spoke the words without thinking, and his brow drew together as he pondered them. Hakata eyed his son with perplexity as Sokka blinked blankly. Come to think of it, why don't we?" he said, with a slowly growing smile. He glanced at his father with a raised eyebrow. "You mean to board their ships?" Hakata asked, raising his eyebrows. "That's what you're, implying here. It's not the worst idea, is it?" Sokka smiled, glancing at the bay. "The cliffs around the shore, they've broken a lot of the ones to the left with their catapults, so they won't be safe, but the ones to the right are probably structurally sound enough, still. If we leap onto their ships from there. How about if we jump from the junction between the cliffs and the walls Katara and Aang built? The ships are still trying to get through them, they're not all broken yet." Haka suggested. Sokka nodded promptly. The stink and sink strategy is good, but not immediate. Even the ships stuck in the walls right now are bound to have a chance to attack with their catapults for several minutes until they have no choice but to abandon ship, Hakata pointed out, biting his lip. We'll board any ships that have stopped moving, near the walls or the mines, Sokka said, breathing deeply. It looked like the sinking ships at the front were already serving as an unintentional barrier to stop the others from progressing further, so they won't come further into the harbor? Katon asked, glancing at the battlefield. They could only glimpse occasional movements from what could only be Appa. Then, we'd definitely have to go meet them in the battlefield. They'll be too confused to anticipate what you're planning, I'd hope, Zuko said, sighing as he glanced at Sokka. Though what's the plan, exactly? The plan right now, Sokka said, biting his lip. You can stay here, Zuko. I'll take about 30 men this time. We'll steal a ship, focus on disabling the catapults, and we'll try to buy Katara and Aang enough time to build the ice enclosure I told them to. If this keeps up, it won't be long before one of their ship captains finally decides he's had enough and that he'd rather go home, and we can't let that happen, now, can we? If he jumped aboard any of the ships, it'd also stir chaos and confusion in the fleet. They could jump from ship to ship if they were lucky, like ghosts in the night, tearing through each vessel, one by one, allowing none of them to disembark at all. It was yet another dangerous gamble, but for a man who had lived for 6 or 7 years off numerous dangerous gambles, Sokka couldn't quite find the risk of more importance than the reward. If things got too complicated, he'd ensure his fellow warriors backed away, but if they could deliver extra damage to the enemy, if they could meet them in the field rather than waiting for them to disembark. I'm coming along, then. Hakata's voice broke through Sokka's thoughts. He glanced at his father with astonishment, and the chief clapped his shoulder firmly. We'll both see this through, Sokka. His confidence brought a small smile to Sokka's face. He'd force his father out of danger immediately if their newest operation seemed destined to fail, but for as long as they could work with the cover of darkness, by confusing and misleading the enemy in the foreign waters they had attempted to break into, they would have a fighting chance. No, a winning chance, outright. I'm not sitting out on this one, either, Haka said, stepping forward as well. Katon, unsurprisingly, followed his best friend. Nor will I. Nor I. Yuro's decision carried determination and strength most unlike the boy he had once been. Sokka smiled at his 3 most devoted warriors, nodding in approval to their volunteering, and he accepted the next soldiers who offered to join him in this dangerous task until their numbers were adequate for the task at hand. The rest of you, stay here, keep your senses on the battlefield and be ready to fight back if any soldiers manage to disembark somehow, Sokka said, glancing across the group. We'll be as quick as we can. Be careful, Zuko said, and other warriors echoed the sentiment. But tear their hulls and skulls a new one, while you're at it, Nanak finished, with a proud grin that earned him several laughs. See you guys in a bit, Sokka said, smiling as he turned back towards the battlefield. This time, he led his troops to the right. The walls Aang and Katara had erected were linked to the cliffs, just as Haka had pointed out. They weren't comfortably thick, but they would offer helpful footholds from where the warriors would be able to leap down onto the enemy ships. By now, Katara, Aang and Appa had dismantled several catapults aboard 3 or 4 ships. The soldiers were much bolder now, however, and Aang had no choice but to steer his sky bison out of the line of fire, quite literally, since firebenders attacked the furry creature with as much strength as they could muster, under the circumstances. The dark period might have weakened them, but Aang found their flames still burned quite brightly when he yanked Appa upwards while using his bending to snuff out some of his animal companions' charred fur. What do we do now? Katara asked, urgently. Aang flinched. I'm not sure. They know we're here now, so I guess we've messed up. Aang said. We had to help Sokka, though. Katara grimaced. They could have gotten him if we hadn't acted. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of another mine's blast. Another ship had taken a killer blow, but when Katara glanced down at the ground, her eyes were drawn, instead, to the movement of people on the cliff opposite to the one where she'd last seen her brother. What? She said, frowning with uncertainty. Her first, immediate impulse was to tell Aang to steer Appa in that direction. She restrained herself mere instants before she could voice those thoughts. Appa had drawn the attention of the enemy right now. If they dove that way, whatever operation the warriors were up to, Katara would reveal it and sabotage them if she urged Aang to head that way. What's going on? Aang asked her now, urging Appa to fly higher. One of the catapults from the ships further back had loaded a new flaming boulder and they seemed to aim for the sky bison. I have no idea, Katara confessed, pointing at the group of men she'd seen moments ago. But we'd better keep their ships busy while the warriors do, well, whatever it is they'll do. Aang released an anxious breath but nodded. His hands clasped Appa's reins and he shook them daringly, riding forth so the creature would hover right above the catapult taking aim in their direction. The projectile was misdirected towards the ice, and Katara gasped as she reached for Aang's shoulder. If we mess their aiming, she exclaimed. Aang glanced back at her, eager for any suggestions. We can make them shoot each other by mistake. They're not used to fighting against a sky bison, against anything airborne. That won't be that easy, but I'll try, Aang nodded, focusing on the fight anew and shaking Appa's reins. There were far too many ships to keep in mind, even if it was easy to spot which one was charging a new attack by finding flaming rocks loaded onto the catapults. The sound of each cranking lever, of the whirring metal, helped, too. Aang focused as he guided Appa towards the back of the fleet, clasping his staff tightly as they angled themselves down, as though to wreck another catapult. He yanked Appa's reins brusquely to the left, forcing him out of another rock's path instants before it hit them. Katara yelped on the saddle. Appa groaned fearfully, but the catapult they had aimed for was shattered by a friendly fire, and the deck of the ship now sported a massive crack. Aang! Katara exclaimed, as the Avatar steered Appa back to the sky. I'll try to make it less risky the next time. He called back, grimacing. Please, do. Katara said, wincing as she glanced over her shoulder just in time to hear another cranking sound. A new rock had been launched at them. Behind us. Aang jerked Appa to the side again, nearly ramming the sky bison into the cliffs but succeeding at avoiding the last flaming rock. There were far too many projectiles to brace themselves for, especially at the back of the fleet, where the ships were mostly in good shape. But this was where they needed to be to fulfill the duties Sokka had asked of them. Aang! We can push the ships into the bay. Katara called out. Aang, stressed out as he was, turned to her with his hair standing on end, eyes wide and frightened. They might still attack us. Turn their ships around to hit us, and that's exactly what we're not supposed to allow. Then we fly in front of them and goad them further in. We can't build that wall otherwise. As it is, I don't know if we'll have a chance to do it at all. Aang exclaimed, another whistling sound, and Appa sped hastily right past a catapult projectile that sank into the sea. They'd left the front lines free now, however. The catapults might just continue attacking the walls and setting off the bombs instead of chasing the enemy. Or so it seemed, right until a group of soldiers leapt from a half-torn wall, onto one of the healthier ship's decks. There was no time to waste. The Fire Nation soldiers were startled by the invasion, but quick to jump into defense right away. A few plumes of fire bloomed towards them, and they were swept out of the way by the powerful swings of a white and blue club. He no longer held back. The skills he had unwantedly developed in the amateur league would serve just fine now when his life was, once again, on the line. Sokka slammed the thickest, heaviest end of the club into a firebender's armor. He felt the bones crack underneath the weight of his weapon, but he had no time to ascertain whether the enemy was alive or dead. Instead, he moved on to the next one, who attacked with just as much panic in his eyes. Sokka slammed the club into his arm, shattering the bones once more before slamming a powerful punch into the man's face. Behind him, his father and the other warriors fought off their own sets of soldiers. Many were distracted by Sokka, no doubt aware of who he was and of the need to take him down at once. Their brief moments of distraction enabled the stealthy squad of Water Tribe warriors to reduce them quickly. Sokka didn't wait to ensure everything was going well, though. He made for the catapult, armed and ready as it was, but unmanned, now that the soldiers behind it had been defeated or killed. For a moment, Sokka pondered tearing down the catapult and nothing else, until he reasoned with the possibility and opportunity of hijacking this ship. It wouldn't be in their control for very long. There were surely more soldiers coming their way by now, but why not seize this chance, at least while they could? Heikuta had taken down the third soldier who attempted to attack him when he spotted Sokka reorienting the catapult. He was spinning it towards a nearby, still steady ship that had only just launched another flaming rock at their defensive walls. Sokka! Heikuta gasped. His son spun the massive, mechanized weapon upon itself, far more familiar with its structure than Heikuta was. Still, the chief rushed to help him at once. There weren't many active soldiers left on the ship's deck right now, and it seemed Haka, Katon, and Yuro were prepared to take down the ones rushing towards them from the ship's tower. At that ship, Sokka told Heikuta, gesturing at the target he had in mind. His father nodded immediately. It took them less than a minute to rotate the catapult properly. After assessing quickly that the system's chains were rightly tense and prepared, Sokka raised his club once more and slammed it on the catapult's trigger. The device folded onto itself, the cranking sound revealing their catapult had released its cargo, and Sokka watched with eager eyes as the flaming projectile slammed directly into the side of the ship's hull. The projectile left a massive hole in its wake. The functioning catapults aboard the vessel rolled down the deck as water flooded the ship's compartments quickly. Sokka allowed himself a wild grin before turning his attention to the remaining foes. "What do we do now?" Yuro asked, glancing back at Sokka after the latest wave of soldiers that had rushed them lay defeated, made short work of by the warriors while Sokka and Heikuta prepared the catapult. His voice drew him back to reality quickly enough. They had to use the ship to sow chaos and wreak havoc across the fleet, much as a White Lotus invasion had once masqueraded as Fire Nation soldiers, right underneath the Fire Lord's nose. "We'll capture this ship," Sokka declared. "And we'll use it against them." Heikuta could only smile at his son's choice. Far more effective than returning to the cliffs to climb aboard another ship. It wouldn't be easy to unravel how to sail and steer the vessel properly, but if Sokka's ideas paid off, they might even be able to capture more ships later and wear down the Fire Nation fleet, little by little. "Into the bridge," Heikuta called, leading the warriors towards the ship's tower. "Let's go." "Haka, Katon." Sokka called them, urging them to approach. "Reload this while we take care of cleaning out the ship, all right?" How?" Katon asked, puzzled. Sokka grimaced but backtracked instead of following Heikuta. He had seen blueprints of these catapults in the mechanist's study. They weren't as difficult to grasp as most of the man's inventions could be. Heikuta and the rest of the warriors poured into the tower at haste, some rushing upstairs, others down to the boiler rooms. Heikuta himself, however, focused on the bridge as he had intended. The ship captain, flanked by anxious soldiers, attempted to defend himself, but the quick responses and swift attacks by the warriors saw to it that none of the firebenders, weakened as they were in the dark period, could fight back against their weapons. Without needing Sokka's help, the ship's control room was seized by the Water Tribe's warriors, and Heikuta dabbled with the controls right away, eager to unravel how to steer the large, mechanized ship, unlike anything he'd ever sailed before. Sokka finished explaining the catapult's system to Katon and Haka as quickly as he could. The two young men picked up the oiled rocks, munition the soldiers had left in place, setting them into the catapult's bucket. The Gladiator rushed towards the tower immediately afterwards, hearing the sounds of fights and scuffles upstairs. Despite intending to march into the bridge at first, to ensure his father and the others were hijacking the ship properly, he clenched his weapons tightly and rushed upstairs to help his fellow warriors. 5 of Heikuta's men, and 3 younger warriors, fought fiercely against a group of furious firebenders. The barrage of flames they cast against them pushed the warriors down the stairs again, only for Sokka to willfully slide through them, receiving the flames on the steel that protected his chest before slashing at the enemy with space sword. A scream was joined by an outpour of blood, but the Gladiator didn't hold back at the sight of it. The remaining firebenders were cornered in the tower's corridor, and one even fled into the nearest room, seeking any means to escape the dangerous Water Tribe warrior. The ones who stood before him still attempted to strike at him. Sokka swung his sword in an arch, quick and violently, cutting across their chests before stabbing each of them through the gut. The last soldier cowered within the room he tried to lock himself into. A quick swing by space sword, once the rest of the firebenders were dead, cleared the way for Sokka to deal with that final soldier. The man trembled visibly under his armor, under his helmet, as Sokka powered his way towards him, sword in tow. "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me." The pleas might have fallen on deaf ears had they been spoken to anyone but Sokka. The gladiator frowned as he continued to step towards the soldier, who raised his hands in what might have been a defensive maneuver, but in the end, as he fell on his knees, it seemed it would be a plea for mercy instead. Sokka stopped mere inches from the man. His unyielding glare froze the man's soul, lit by the sparse red lights within the Fire Nation ship. "Surrender," Sokka said, sharp and harshly. The man shivered but nodded, dropping on the floor before Sokka, face first on the ground. I surrender. I surrender." Killing the man, killing any men, sat ill with Sokka. He had powered through it so far only because he knew there was no other choice, and even then, many of the soldiers he'd defeated had fallen unconscious, not dead. Surrender, it would be optimal, far better than death, he knew so. He also knew that soldiers from the Fire Nation's occupation forces couldn't be trusted, though. He took a step back, tentatively, allowing an opening for the man to take. Space Sword slid cleanly through the soldier's ribs when the allegedly surrendering foe leapt to attack Sokka with a weak burst of flames. Sokka sighed, staring at the helmeted soldier with undoubtable remorse. The man choked on his own blood, it seemed, as the fire fizzled out of his fingertips. "Your Fire Lord was never worth your life, any of your lives," Sokka said, through gritted teeth. "But I guess I'll avenge you as well someday, you and all the Fire Nation, along with the rest of the world." His words, he knew, would confuse the man dying in front of him. Sokka drew back the sword then, and the soldier fell to his knees, choking as blood escaped his wound in a torrent. Sokka stepped back, though, turning towards the warriors anew as he exited the room. "Anyone hurt?" Just a few burns, but nothing serious," one of Hakuda's warriors responded, patting the shoulder of a younger warrior, who clasped his wrist for support. "Those injured, go to the bridge. My father should be safely there by now. The others, head to the deck," Sokka said, frowning. "We'll need to be ready to defend ourselves when the other ships realize we've taken this one." The warriors nodded and followed his orders. They rushed downstairs, and Sokka checked in on the bridge quickly to make certain his father had matters under control. "Is everything in order here?" Sokka asked. Hakuda smiled wildly as he shifted a lever forward. "Yeah, just figuring out this ship," he said. "I'll check the lower decks now," Sokka said, frowning. "We won't be able to move this thing at all if the engine room's not properly manned." "Then go ahead. I'll try and turn us around, might give our catapult a better chance to aim and fight this way," Hakuda said. Sokka bit his lip. "Just a warning, don't get too attached to this ship," Sokka said, clapping his father's shoulder. "When they notice what we've done, we'll draw their attention and we'll have to be ready to run away. Not entirely sure how we'll pull that off, but back in my day, Fire Nation ships always had emergency skiffs at the ready," Hakuda said. Sokka raised his eyebrows approvingly at the suggestion. "Could be a way to. Heh. Come to think of it, we could drift out, approach another ship, pretend we're soldiers escaping any of the other sinking ships." Sokka said, smiling wildly. "We may need to steal some armor to make the deceit work, but we could wreck their defenses little by little this way, huh?" Hakuda smirked. "We could get started with doing this already," Sokka smiled. "Damn, now I wish we had more warriors with us, but we can make this work, Dad. If it's worked so far, then we can ensure it continues to work, my boy," Hakuda smirked. "Who knew a Fire Nation fleet could fall apart this easily? I wouldn't say it's all that easy, myself," Sokka said, stepping towards the door again. "But we do have resources we didn't in the past. We can make a difference today." Hakuda nodded proudly as his son rushed outside. Sokka's feet led him through the familiar structure of a Fire Nation ship, finding this one so much smaller, far less refined, than the royal barge he had ridden and learned his way through. Still, the broad strokes were the same, his feet guided him through the corridors, and he shoved every door open until he ensured none of the soldiers had hidden away in their quarters while the battle raged outside. There were several corpses through the corridors, none of them Water Tribe, at least, not so far. Their attack had taken the enemy by surprise to such an extent they had failed to articulate any form of defense against them, it seemed to Sokka. The engine room, however, wasn't empty. The engineers and sailors had been gathered here, held shivering and helpless by Euro and 10 more warriors. Some had been slain, and it seemed the others were far too scared to rebel anymore because of that. Sokka. Euro glanced at him, his voice terse and intense. Sokka breathed out as he strode forward, and the men before them only seemed to shiver more in his presence. They surrendered? For good? Sokka asked, curtly. They say so, but... Euro grunted. Sokka scowled as he raised his sword menacingly towards the Fire Nation crew. There was one soldier among them, too. I already cut down one of you after he feigned to surrender, he said, sharply. I won't hesitate to do it again if any of you dare double-cross us. Weary not. Please, we're not fighters. Begged one of the sailors. I know. But that doesn't mean you're truly surrendering, Sokka said, sharply. Up. And back to work with you. Wait, what? Euro flinched, looking at Sokka in confusion. Sokka raised his eyebrows again. We need this ship to move. If they're going to live, they'll make themselves useful, Sokka demanded, unyielding blue eyes glaring at the group of prisoners. His harshness paid off, however. A few of the sailors rose to their feet, hands raised as they stepped towards the boiler area, returning to their duties silently. Sokka scowled as he watched them, glancing at Euro afterwards. Don't lower your guard, but be ready to run when the time comes, he advised him. What are you guys going to do? Euro asked, puzzled. Sokka raised his eyebrows as he turned around. For the time being, win this battle, if we can get away with it. He spoke with far stronger conviction than Euro anticipated. Sokka glanced at the other warriors, nodding in their direction to confirm they'd stay here, before dashing back through the ship, and to the bridge once more. So far, they had gotten off easy. The Fire Nation had fallen to their defenses, and Sokka could already hear the metallic sound of another launched catapult payload from their hijacked ship, aimed towards another enemy, he expected. Step by step, they would overcome the Fire Nation fleet, even if it might take hours, who knew if even days, to defeat them thoroughly. The chaos in the battlefield only continued to worsen. Some ships had managed to break new walls only to blow up shortly afterwards, wrongfully assuming that enough of the Tangle mines had been triggered and disabled. Hakata had wanted more bombs closer to shore, extra defenses in case ships broke past the initial chaos, and his strategy paid off. The ships that had been hit earlier were almost fully sunken, resulting in small skiffs sailing towards the shores or other nearby ships as fast as possible. But the back of the fleet continued to attack the Sky Bison, even if by now Aang and Katara had successfully altered the currents and forced the ships to move in unintended directions. This had saved them from receiving direct hits from loaded catapults more than once, and their chaotic tactics had caused 2 ships to sink when the careless, poorly thought-out attacks, aimed at the quickly flying Bison, wound up striking their fellow ships instead. A third attack had successfully done away with the catapult, even if the damage wasn't enough to sink the ship. All in all, the bay was a disaster. Smoke rose to the sky, and the whirring sound of metal crashing into ice, or into more metal when Katara and Aang shoved ships together, along with the noise of every launched projectile from the catapults, seemed to do a number on Appa's sensitive ears. Ships burned as they sank, screams of soldiers roaring orders back and forth, as well as those simply frightened in the face of likely death. Aang gritted his teeth as he continued to focus on surviving, on working to ensure the safety of their tribe, but his heart ached painfully with the knowledge of every soldier who had likely died over his actions today. He had never wanted this, but did any of them truly have a choice anymore? There it is again. Katara gasped, clutching the saddle tightly as Appa flew out of the path of another catapult's projectile. Aang, look, there. Aang had only a brief chance to look in the direction Katara pointed at before a new projectile cracked into the hull of another ship, a projectile that wasn't on fire. It's them. They've taken a ship. Katara exclaimed, looking at Aang with an exhilarant glee. Aang gritted his teeth and nodded before yanking Appa's reins again. He steered his companion out of the path of more projectiles, aiming to wind up at the back of the fleet once more. At last, the hijacked ship, controlled by the Water Tribe's warriors, succeeded at turning around entirely. The men on deck, manning the catapult, readied themselves to attack again as Sokka stepped out into the open, glaring at the horizon, at the many ships that still stood ahead of them. How many had gone down by now? Several were still sinking. How many had gone underwater yet? It looked as though half the fleet had been reduced through the efforts of the Tangle Mines, Aang and Katara's joint work, and the recent capture of this particular Fire Nation vessel. 2 new skiffs had drifted into the water through the hijacked ship's stern's exit. 10 of the men who had helped Hakata clear out the bridge earlier would now sail to nearby ships, in the hopes of hijacking them as well, just as Sokka and Hakata had strategized they could. Little by little, their plans came together. Everything was falling into place, and Sokka could only glare at the horizon intently, knowing himself, and his ship, would serve as bait once more, as Katara and Aang worked together to fulfill the mission he had appointed for them. What now? Hakka asked, tense and wary. They hadn't been attacked so far, but they were in optimal range for the Fire Nation fleet to strike at them with their own catapults, though, now that Sokka squinted, he found the ships ahead didn't feature lit projectiles. Whether by the actions of their own catapult, or Aang and Katara's, most the ships ahead seemed to have lost their siege weapons. Now we get closer. And then we strike, Sokka determined, scowling heavily as he raised a hand and gestured towards the fleet ahead. His father would be sure to see him from the bridge in the tower. Hakka and Katon clenched their teeth but worked to reload the mechanical catapult as quickly as they could. They didn't have lots of projectiles left, but going by the damage they had already delivered against that large fleet, perhaps they wouldn't need them quite so urgently anymore. Load that projectile, and let's set it on fire, this time, Sokka said, walking towards the nearest lantern on the ship's walls. We want them to see us. Once they do, Aang and Katara will finally be free to cut off their escape. I doubt they'll be easy pickings even after that, but if they pull it off, we may just turn the battle to our favor for good. Hakka and Katon nodded, notching the latest projectile properly as the ship continued to power forward. Sokka stepped up to the catapult, raising the lamp towards it, exhibiting the flame so the rock, covered in oil, would catch fire quickly. Sokka set the lantern aside, the acrid scent of the burning oil quickly pouring into his nostrils. Just a little further in, just so they could aim the attack at the second line of approaching ships. By the shores of the settlement, Zuko scowled upon spotting sudden movement to the left, where the cliff remained unstable and shattered after Sokka's earlier stunt. He and the rest of the warriors had witnessed as Aang and Katara flew Appa in every conceivable direction to avoid being hit. Kino had kept them posted regarding the ship's hijacking, even if he seemed quite confused about it, too, but by now, the soldiers were astonished, perhaps even thrilled, by what he was witnessing. They're mounting an attack. He shouted. They're about to. Kino. What do you see by the left cliffs? So caught in his amazement over the battle, Kino's attention had been hogged up by the wildest action, but now, by the slightly crumbled walls of the left side, he spotted movement, a lot of movement. Emergency skiffs, docked awkwardly against the ice, had seen to the landing of a group of Fire Nation officials who had escaped the sinking ships. They're landing. Kino shouted, and Zuko's innards churned and turned over his words. 2 skiffs so far. They've made land, but the ice is unstable, Zuko, they might not make it very far. All the better, Zuko decided, glancing at the nearest senior warrior, Nanak, who nodded in his direction. Kalak, stay here for now with half the warriors. He called to the nearest senior warrior, who nodded proudly in his direction. Nanak turned to the rest of the group again, throwing a fist into the air. The rest of you, we're stopping those soldiers before they come any closer to our village. A roar of pride rushed through the group of warriors, who charged into battle without another moment's hesitation. Zuko fell into formation with them, following Nanak's lead while preparing himself to fight both with the Deo swords that hung on his back and the fire bending they were sure to be attacked with. Sokka had told him to focus on defense. He would do his very best to do so, creating opportunities for his allies to fight back against the firebenders he could annul and defeat by wresting their power from them. As they rushed out to meet the soldiers head-on, the powerful load of the hijacked ship's catapult flew fast and hard, slamming hard into the tower of one of the fleet's ships. Reload. Get ready. Sokka roared. The ship's tower seemed poised to collapse, catching fire far more quickly than he would have expected. Aim to the ship on the left now. The attacks by the ship that should have been an ally didn't sit well with the rest of the fleet. They hadn't known if their catapults had hit other ships by mistake before, but it was clear now that the ship had been taken by the enemy. Still, they couldn't see to the defeat of the hijacked ship when most their catapults had been shattered or rendered useless by attacks, either by the sky bison or by poorly aimed attacks that failed to find the creature in the sky. Now, though, with the ship sailing so powerfully towards them, there was no doubt to be had as to why its projectiles had struck other ships. With the lighting of another rock, the glow of fire fell upon the features of the man standing on the ship's deck, a man who clenched a dark sword in his hand. Again, his presence shook the Fire Nation fleet. His sudden appearance wreaked true havoc when they needed to restrain their fears the most. He stood there, relentless, raising his well-known Jian sword up towards the sky once more, aware that he'd caught their attention, and seemingly unafraid of the consequences, too. Sokka's eyes narrowed as he spotted the sky bison, far beyond the last line of the fleet. The creature flew towards the edge of the bay. If he kept the fleet's attention, as he intended to, his sister and Aang would finally succeed at the task he had given them. Thus, Sokka swung his sword down powerfully as he roared his command. Fire! Chapter 265. Under Attack / Child of Two Worlds. 6. The captured ship's projectile soared and smashed into the tower of another of the ships that intended to respond to their attack. Screams tore through the night as debris fell from the tower that no longer stood steadily at the center of the ship. Slowly, the tower crumbled as soldiers scurried out to the deck. Fire licked the metal, threatening to turn the vessel into a furnace above water. The rows of the Fire Nation fleet focused on this new threat now, and so, the Sky Bison had a perfect chance to reach the most distant edge of one of the cliffs. Neither Katara nor Aang hesitated to begin extending the ice, creating a barrier just as Sokka had asked them to. After the weeks spent crafting walls repeatedly, both found the process far faster now that their muscles were accustomed to the motions. However tired they might be, however distressed they were over the chaos brewing between the ships that fought fiercely, they only continued to work powerfully, helping each other raise a sturdy, though so far short wall, that they would build up to taller heights once the foundations had been established. By the shore, the group of soldiers who had successfully escaped the sinking ships stumbled and struggled on their way to climb the shattered chunks of ice. They ran at haste towards stability, some helping their comrades, others simply leaving them to fend for themselves while seeking their own safety. A safety that was immediately threatened by a thunderous roar of voices. A fearsome group of warriors, prepared to defend their shores, were charging fiercely at them. Unstable ice and freezing waters down below, or a barrage of water tribe warriors up on the cliff, armed with deadly weapons aimed at them. The soldiers couldn't possibly escape from both. "Form up! Form up!" screamed a sergeant, hoping to rally his available troops, but few listened. 10 weakened soldiers, at best, would fight back against the tide of warriors poised to run them down, rushing them as a storm might. The outcome, the soldiers knew, would not favor them. There was little time to ponder how their attempts to win this battle, to seize control of an apparently harmless village and kill a single man, had gone so poorly. Perhaps they had underestimated the Water Tribe, but the Fire Nation had never faced resistance as fierce and effective in this pull as the one they saw right now. The soldiers shouted cries of war as they leapt forward, conjuring bursts of fire that would abate the rushing warriors, but their flames, already weakened by the temperatures, vanished in the air, extinguished long before it was natural, instants before they touched the warriors. They didn't stand a chance. The spears and knives sank through flesh, and war cries shifted into pained, mournful screams. The remaining soldiers attempted to fight back, though some fell down the slope of slippery, chaotic ice and screamed again. They would find their end by crashing into the ice, or by sinking in the water. Those who managed to remain on land, struggling still to rise to their feet, were either threatened into submission or instantly slain. The kindness, the warmth, the familial community of the Water Tribe couldn't be underestimated. They stopped at nothing to defend their own, offering mercy solely to the very few who genuinely surrendered, on their knees, threatened underneath the spearheads aimed right between their eyes. Nanak shoved some of the struggling soldiers back down, kicking at the ice and snow to shatter the cliff further. The ones who noticed the danger in climbing the crumbling cliff now retreated, and he snarled before drawing his boomerang. Several warriors joined him instants after he threw his weapon, striking a firebender's arm, not a lethal wound, but bad enough to limit the enemy's ability to fight back. His fellow warriors continued fighting as he caught his boomerang anew. Before long, all the fleeing soldiers had been defeated as well. Movement further down the cliff drew Zuko's eye. Some of the soldiers from the second skiff had taken to climbing over a more dangerous trek of crumbling ice, one with ridges that kept them hidden from the Water Tribe's forces at first. Zuko dashed in that direction after tapping the shoulder of a nearby warrior, alerting him of the danger. "For the Fire Lord!" yelled one soldier. The ornate armor revealed he was, in all likelihood, the leader of one of the squads assigned to each ship. With his shout came a powerful burst of fire bending. 2 more men joined him, adding their strength into a fireball, far stronger than those of the previous soldiers. They understood the South Pole would weaken them, and they sought to undo the environmental advantage of their foes by working together. They were unaware that there was one firebender who had developed strength and skill beyond his own understanding while living in the frigid winters of the Southern Water Tribe. That very firebender charged towards that unexpectedly powerful fire blast and answered it by taking a bending stance, supporting his weight on his hands and spinning quickly, legs outstretched, conjuring a large ring of fire that he launched directly at the soldiers' attack. 3 men, joining forces, should have overwhelmed a single one, but the power packed by Zuko's evoked flames, the momentum of his strong kata, ensured that the fire blast would dissipate when it clashed with his fire, which he strengthened further so he could strike the 3 firebenders who couldn't give their eyes any credit. They screamed when the onslaught of fire reached them, knocking them right back down the icy slope. 3 more survivors who had climbed slightly behind them, non-benders, watched in chagrin and astonishment. There was a firebender helping the Water Tribe. The man with the long black hair wouldn't have stood out among the rest, clad in the same clothes as the others, if it weren't for the fire he had evoked moments ago. He rose back to his feet, immediately reaching for his swords as the rest of the warriors stood behind him, ready to swarm the last 3 soldiers. Zuko's golden glare pierced the men standing before him as he spoke, spitefully. "Fuck the Fire Lord," he spoke, and never had he expected that rejecting his origins, the father he had grown to despise, would infuse him with such energy and strength, emboldening him into fighting without holding anything back. The warriors behind him roared and he joined them in doing so, clenching his swords tightly, chin raised to face the enemies ahead. The pale light that drifted from the flaming ships below, the sparse brightness in such a dark night, allowed the soldiers to gape, jaws dropped, as the scar across the firebender's face revealed that their exiled prince no longer fought for the man who had burned his flesh so long ago. That quick revelation was followed by death. Only one of the soldiers could injure one Water Tribesman with a spear, stabbing his shoulder, before succumbing to a tribal spear that cut sharply into his stomach. "Yunguk!" called Nanak, rushing from the edge of the cliff towards the injured warrior. Zuko gritted his teeth as he glanced at the hurt warrior. The spear hadn't cut too deeply, but it certainly would take the warrior out of combat all the same. Considering their side had successfully taken down about 30 surviving soldiers already, a single injury appeared a small price to pay, but Zuko inevitably wondered just how many more warriors would take dangerous injuries. Had those aboard the ship been hurt at all? He certainly hoped not, but they'd have to be prepared for anything. Though, if they were injured, it stood to reason that they'd need help. Zuko's eyes drifted towards the skiffs the Fire Nation soldiers had escaped through moments ago, glaring at them intently as the warriors organized themselves. 2 men would carry Yunguk back to the settlement at haste while the others waited to determine their next step forward, now that they had joined the battle. "We can take the skiffs," Zuko suggested, glancing at Nanak meaningfully. The warrior frowned sternly. I know I wasn't much of a sailor back when I got here, but we can assist Sokka and Hakata's group if we do this. I know they wanted us to stay back. But they're charging like madmen at the rest of the fleet, said Nanak, grimacing. They'll have a better shot if they have some help, at least. All right, some of us can take those skiffs and try to offer whatever relief we can, maybe collect the wounded or the whole lot of them, if things get out of hand. Everyone else should go back to the settlement, Zuko said, gazing at the nearby warriors. Keep an eye out for any other incursions like this one, maybe other survivors on skiffs will try to climb up this way. No problem. We'll keep them at bay, said the nearest warrior, nodding as the group split up, yet again. Climbing down to the skiffs would prove dangerous, not in vain had the drop been lethal for most soldiers who had fallen back on the ice. Still, they had a chance to scout the wrecked cliffs carefully and, if nothing else worked, they could climb their way down to the water's level through Aang and Katara's walls, namely those that hadn't been breached by any ships just yet. More skiffs sailed in the waters, but no longer did they attempt to make land at the crumbled shores. Most seemed to seek the chance to board other ships safely, clinging to any chance of survival now that the chaotic battle appeared to have been turned against them. Even now, the Fire Nation had to outnumber the local forces vastly, but somehow, that single vessel, charging at the fleet, had taken advantage of the turbulent beginning of the battle and shifted the momentum, the tides of victory, in favor of the Water Tribe. "Help! Let us board!" A group aboard a skiff called out to a still undamaged ship of the Fire Nation fleet. Within moments, the crew tossed a long ladder that unfolded to where the skiffs floated in the water. The soldiers on the skiff wasted no time climbing aboard. Those on the ship's upper deck only waited to ensure they were climbing safely before shifting their attention to the dangerous battle waged between the rogue battleship, still delivering damage at the fleet, while the remaining, functioning ships sought to attack the vessel too. So far, a few of the rocks cast by the Fire Nation forces had struck the hijacked ship, but they hadn't delivered enough damage to put a permanent stop to its progress just yet. "Aim!" The soldier in charge aboard the newly boarded ship yelled at the men manning their catapult. The rogue ship had drifted past them already, and they had no choice but to spin the siege weapon on its axis to attempt to hit the enemy. 3, 4, then 5 soldiers from the skiff had climbed aboard by then. The soldier closest to ladder lost his bearings when he found himself flung overboard. More people climbed the ladder, jumping on deck. 5 more men, wearing the blue clothes of the Water Tribe rather than the armor worn by the first 5. The soldiers aboard this new ship hardly had time to identify the threat, to make sense of the situation, before they were attacked by the warriors, both the ones who had masqueraded as soldiers, wearing the armor they'd taken off the corpses on the rogue ship, and those who hadn't bothered covering up their true allegiances at all. It was entirely possible that this trick wouldn't work anymore after using it the first time, but if the Fire Nation ships realized their emergency ships could be turned against them, and that they could be swarmed by enemies disguised as allies, they might just refuse to aid their actual comrades on skiffs, out of fear of thinking they could be foes in disguise. The warriors roared fiercely as they attacked the surprised soldiers. Some tried to fight back and were swiftly cut down. Others attempted to flee into the tower to seek reinforcements that would swarm the deck soon. The ones manning the catapult were startled out of their jobs, immediately raising their fists to defend themselves with fire-bending. However strong they might be, they were unprepared for the sudden attack and easily knocked out cold with a punch, reduced with a swift stab of a knife or spear, or their limbs or ribs would crack under the weight of a powerful club. Capturing the ship this time, however, would prove far more challenging, without Sokka's sword that cut down any dangerous foe, or his expertise to slip through each soldier's defenses. Wearing down the rush of soldiers that would soon swarm the deck was easier said than done. "We can't capture this one," shouted Katuk, one of the warriors in the group. His fellow tribesmen seemed to understand, though they appeared helpless in the face of what to do at this point. They had successfully ensured one less ship would attack the one the main group had hijacked, but if there were more soldiers aboard this vessel, the likelihood was that they'd organize themselves far better now that they knew they had been boarded. "The catapult," suggested another warrior, moving towards it warily. Just then, another projectile launched by Sokka, Katon, and Haka struck the tower of a ship beyond theirs. The warriors watched in amazement, and that amazement soon translated into action, as 4 of them rushed to work the second hijacked ship's catapult, spinning it around fully on its axis, and aiming the already loaded and flaming projectile towards their own ship's tower just as the soldiers started marching out of it, intent on chasing out the invaders. "Run!" shouted Katuk, ushering the other warriors to return to the ladder before he struck the trigger with all his might. The projectile struck the tower even more violently than those tossed by Sokka's group. The sound of the shattering foundations of the tower shook everyone aboard, and Katuk struggled to brace himself against the burning debris in the wake of his dangerous attack. The soldiers screamed again. It was yet another bad blow they couldn't have prepared for. The tower toppled over, falling on the chimneys of the ship, and by then, the warriors who remained on deck had no choice but to leap overboard, into the freezing water. That a ship would shatter and collapse over a projectile, without his direct involvement in its destruction, took Sokka by surprise. He spared it a glance briefly, guessing quickly that the group that had broken off from their team had been responsible for that. 4 skiffs stood not far from the burning ship, but from his current position, it was hard to figure out what their condition was. He turned again quickly, though. Haka and Katon had loaded one of their last 4 rocks on the catapult, and he was quick to direct their aim towards one of the few ships that still appeared to have sustained no damage. The more we wear them down, the easier it will be to defeat them eventually, Sokka said to himself, scanning the landscape of flaming, sinking ships all around them. It was chaos, but it was chaos of their making, on their terms. As long as the Water Tribe continued to hold the initiative, victory wouldn't be beyond their grasp. So, he drew in a deep breath and exclaimed, "Fire!" The flaming rock, once more lit by the lantern's fire, flew across the air, striking the top of the tower, rather than anywhere near the base. Sokka snarled. They were moving too fast. His calculations had been off because of that, he guessed, but it had been damage, nonetheless. Another round might just... Oh, shit. Katon and Haka's voices broke through Sokka's insidious planning. A flaming rock flew towards them, aimed perfectly at their catapult. Without thinking twice of it, Sokka reached out to grasp the 2 men by the hoods of their parkas and he flung them towards the tower. He leapt in that direction mere instants before the rock shattered the catapult they had been using so far, marking a small victory for the Fire Nation. Damn it! Haka shuddered, watching as the fire spread over the rocks they had been saving still. The oil, now scattered across the deck, made it dangerous to remain on the ship as it slowly caught fire. Sokka only took one glance at it to know they had to disembark at haste. But how? Where to? He grimaced as he studied the nearest ships. They weren't close enough, and they didn't have the skiffs anymore, as the others had taken them. Perhaps they could leap on what remained of Aang and Katara's walls and wait for the skiffs to collect them there? Or, perhaps, the skiffs they'd captured could come to their aid. Either way, they needed to get out of this ship, immediately. Try to signal the skiffs. Sokka shouted, yanking the 2 younger men up to their feet. Get them to come here, see if they can get us off this ship safely. Right. Haka gritted his teeth, as shaken as he'd been, he'd follow Sokka's orders at once. He had no intentions of failing his tribe today. I'll go get the others, Sokka said, slowing by the ship's tower's entrance. I'll be back soon. Be quick about it. Katon advised him, his anguished blue eyes gleaming under the flames that burned by the ship's prow. Sokka nodded quickly before rushing into the tower. His father would be at the bridge, and he surely would have seen what had happened to the catapult. Almost on cue, Sokka's race in the tower was interrupted by Hakuda's sudden appearance. He stepped out of the bridge, followed by his fellow warriors, and called his son's name. Sokka! You're all right. Are Haka and Katon? They're trying to get the attention of the skiffs. Sokka explained, grimacing. They're fine, but we need to get out of here, now. Our only weapon is gone, and... They're going to sink us, grimaced another warrior, glancing at Hakuda warily. Sokka nodded. We'll try to abandon ship before it comes to that, he said, gesturing with his head towards the tower's exit. I'll go get the group down at the boiler room, you guys can. No, I'll do that, Hakuda said, shaking his head. Stay up here and organize the escape now, Sokka. Sokka gritted his teeth, an unpleasant rush of familiar dread rearing its head inside him. It wasn't the best of times to recall the chaotic battle against Roan and his people, but Hakuda's willingness to jump into danger, sending Sokka to other tasks, reminded him far too starkly of Azula's choices that day. Still, arguing would waste vital time they needed to escape. His father would be more likely to succeed if he let him deal with this dangerous task without hindering him. Bring the Fire Nation ones, too, was all Sokka dared say, raising a hand to clasp his father's arm. If they fight back, I guess you'll have to kill them. But if they choose to surrender and survive, we'll bring them along. Hakuda nodded and sprung downstairs without another word. Sokka grimaced but urged the rest of the warriors to head outside. Haka and Katon had managed to communicate with the skiff, urging it to come their way, though a rock had nearly struck it as it sailed towards the rogue vessel. A ladder. Haka was saying. He raised his head and glanced about himself warily before spotting Sokka by the tower's threshold. They say the other ships had a ladder. We can climb off that way. Sokka snarled. He had no idea where he'd find such a thing. The warriors scrambled searching for it on deck, but Sokka returned inside, hoping to spot something in any of the nearest rooms, perhaps a storage, perhaps even the now abandoned bridge. After tossing every door open, Sokka finally found a good enough ladder in a closet within the large control room. He collected it immediately and rushed outside, feeling far slower than he actually was. His men were immediately relieved to see the rope ladder in his possession. Sokka wasted no time attaching the ladder to the railing of the ship's stern before tossing the other end of it towards the nearest skiff, for a second one had showed up by then. "Go, quickly!" Sokka ordered the rest of the warriors. He glanced back at the tower anxiously, trembling with dread and anticipation. Shadows shifted inside it, and 3 warriors rushed out, dragging a group of terrified Fire Nation engineers and workers, as well as a single soldier. The rest of the warriors followed, constantly threatening the Fire Nation prisoners with their weapons. Yuro nodded at Sokka upon glimpsing him, and Sokka urged him to approach. Haka and Katon had already climbed down to the nearest skiff, and a few more warriors were following their lead. "Where's my dad?" Sokka asked Yuro, as soon as he was close enough to unequivocally hear the question. He said he had an idea," Yuro grimaced. "He went into the bridge, but he said he'd be quick about." Yuro nearly fell over, same as most the warriors, when the ship suddenly accelerated, with no warning. The warriors dangling on the ladder screamed, and Sokka glanced back at the tower with utmost perplexity. Had his father chosen to amp up the speed of their ship instead of stopping it? However startling it had been, Sokka realized it wasn't a bad idea, though it was a risky one. If it worked, their ship might just ram into a few enemy vessels, taking them out and once more crippling the Fire Nation's forces. But if it didn't work, if the skiffs couldn't pick them up before the crash, there was a chance many of them would take injuries, perhaps even die, as a result of this maneuver. "Damn! Go, quickly!" Sokka shouted down at the ladder. The warriors climbing down didn't let go until the skiff sped up and got close enough for them to land on the limited space of its deck. Still, jumping on the skiffs while both vessels were in motion seemed a rather dangerous gamble to make. The skiffs continued to follow the ship persistently, and the warriors struggled to climb down to each of them. A few warriors forced the Fire Nation men to climb down first, refusing to trust them not to attack Sokka or Hakata if all Water Tribe men climbed off first. Hakata finally emerged from the tower, and Sokka gestured at him to hurry. His father offered him a guilty grin as he rushed towards the stern. Only 10 men remained on deck now, the others either safely on the skiffs or dangling off the long ladder. "I know it might not have been the best idea, but..." Hakata started, but as much as Sokka wanted to retort already, a whistling sound jerked his attention away from his father. A flaming payload flew straight towards their ship's tower. "Look out!" Sokka roared, impulsively moving towards Hakata, only to be yanked back by the arms of another warrior. The rock slammed into the base of the tower when Hakata had barely taken 2 steps past its threshold. Hakata was flung through the air, and Sokka screamed, a hand reaching out to his father, mere instants before the tower's foundations creaked, threatening to collapse where Hakata had landed. The arms restraining Sokka let go of him. The gladiator jumped forward, unconcerned about preserving his own life if it meant sacrificing his father's. His feet glided across the metal at an unnaturally fast pace, and his arms wrapped around Hakata so strongly it was as though his father were weightless. In the blink of an eye, Sokka turned to his right, leaping powerfully between the chimneys of their captured ship. The tower broke off its foundations entirely, collapsing when only 5 more men remained on deck. There was no time to scream, to find out what had happened. Fire burst all around the deck by then, and the desperate warriors leapt down the ladder, as good as climbing together in hopes of reaching safety before the rope ladder burned. One of them leapt into the water, careless about the freezing temperatures, knowing he would have no chance to climb the ladder with the others, at that rate. Fire spread and strengthened, and the warriors did their best to reach safety, but their 2 leaders were nowhere to be found. The flaming ship, with all the damage it had taken, continued to power onwards, forward. "Sokka! Hakata!" Haka shouted, desperate. The last man on the ladder had climbed the skiff's deck by then, and there was no sight of the father and son just yet. The ladder's ropes caught fire, and a sinking feeling spread through the warriors currently occupying the stolen skiffs. They slowed down the pace of their vessels, watching as the burning, flaming ship continued to progress towards the others, past one of the shattered walls where something shifted. Something other than ice. There! Euro shouted, pointing towards the crumbled wall. Amid the fragments of the wall, standing close to the right end of the bay, two bodies had landed on the ice, as safely as possible, under the circumstances. One was unmoving, the other seemed to be in pain, but still capable of holding the other one carefully. "Zuko! That way!" shouted one of the warriors, the Fire Nation prince, steering the second skiff that had rescued most the soldiers, obeyed immediately, powering his ship, and leading the other three, in doing so, towards the unstable remains of one of Katara and Aang's walls. As relieved as he was to still be alive, and to have ensured his father was, too, Sokka shuddered painfully as he clung to the icy wall. Some of the ice shards, protruding from the unstable wall, had pierced his clothes, cutting his thigh when he had landed on them. He had shielded his father from the worst of the impact, hoping to take the most of it on his armor, but Hakata's head bled profusely after the blows he had taken on the ship. Sokka shuddered, disregarding his own pain as he nudged his father, gently. "Why, you okay there, Dad?" he asked. Hakata grunted, and Sokka sighed in relief. "Dad. I am not so spry anymore, he said, with a humorless chuckle. Sorry to burden you, Sokka." You didn't burden me at all, damn it. Just, don't scare me that way again, okay?" Sokka said, gritting his teeth as he embraced Hakata tightly. He had lost far too much as it was, he refused to lose his father next. Had the tower collapsed fully a moment earlier, they would have been buried underneath its flaming debris. Sokka had managed to collect his father and leap out of the way a mere instant before the worst of it had crashed down, cut off from the ladder and the rest of the warriors. Sokka had no choice but to resort to his whimsical, unreliable plan B. He hoisted his father, held on to him tightly, aimed for the nearest shattered wall, and he jumped, hoping it would hold their weight, and it hadn't, at first. They had slid down a stretch of the wall, the momentum almost dragging them down to the freezing waters, but Sokka clenched the ice as hard as he could with his legs, directing their fall until they reached a more stable part of the wrecked wall. He slowed their descent as much as he could by then, but even so, he had nearly slipped off the icy ledge at the last moment. His own weight made matters difficult enough, but carrying his near-unconscious father as well had nearly rendered his efforts useless. By now, he feared even moving an inch might see them both tumbling down into the water. As needles, painful and harsh, seemed to dig into his body after that harsh fall, Sokka glanced about himself, hoping to find any means to reach safety. Ice shards tumbled from the wall still, and other than water, they only had the tall cliff behind them. Climbing all the way there would prove difficult even in ideal circumstances, near impossible when they both were injured. To varying degrees, even loud noises would threaten to shatter the cliffs and walls. Sokka gritted his teeth, bracing himself for waiting in silence and impatience until, perhaps, Katara and Aang could come find them. Then his eyes fell upon the 4 skiffs, manned and held by the Water Tribe forces, sailing their way. "That's, hell." Sokka sighed in relief. Haka and Katon stood on the deck of one ship, waving at them, as another skiff drifted closer to the wall. "Sokka!" exclaimed Katon. Once the ships were close enough, the Gladiator raised a hand in their direction, hoping his gesture would ensure their silence. To his relief, they fell quiet indeed. "This is unstable," Sokka explained as best he could, grimacing. "Our ships can get closer," Haka said, before poking his head into the small command cabin, crowded as it was. Katon flinched at the sight of dark blood spilling down the ice, creating a powerful enough contrast that he could glimpse it even with just one torch to help them identify their surroundings. Sokka gritted his teeth, watching as the nearest small boat approached, reeling as close as it could go. Any closer and they'd bump into the ice, which could cause the wall to collapse further. I can't just toss him there or so," Sokka said, glancing pleadingly at the warrior aboard the ship. "My dad's injured, Oh, hell." The warrior grimaced. Another warrior rushed to climb to the roof of the skiff's cabin, immediately. From there, he was much closer and he might be able to reach for Hakata, but only if Hakata could stretch out to reach him. The delicate operation would be complicated even if the chief weren't hurt at all. Another. Sokka advised the warrior. Get someone else to climb up there with you. Sokka. Hakata managed to speak again, his voice weak. As far as Sokka knew, his father had taken a bad injury to the head, but perhaps he'd received more damage than he could tell just yet. I'll hoist you as best I can, Sokka explained. They'll carry you over to the skiff, okay? Hakata swallowed hard, unwilling or unable to even nod in acknowledgement of Sokka's intentions. Sokka squeezed him one more time, fleetingly realizing he'd held his father in his arms far more times in a single day than he had in years. When there were enough warriors in position, Sokka heaved out a breath before lifting his father carefully by the waist. Hakata grimaced, struggling to make out his bearings, but when a hand touched his own, he clasped it. There you are, said one of Hakata's men, reaching for his forearm now, hoping to offer his chief further stability. Another reached for his free arm next. Sokka snarled, raising his knife with his right hand and stabbing it through the strongest ice near him. It served as a peg he clung to while hoisting his father with his other arm, knowing the warriors would need Hakata to be closer yet to pull him to them. At last, one of them managed to clasp Hakata's shoulder. He nodded from over the chief's head towards Sokka, who grimaced as he eased his grip on his father little by little. The men were brusque, but they had to be to bring Hakata aboard safely. By then, 6 pairs of hands yanked at his parka, reeling him in, until finally Sokka could let go completely, ensuring his father was safe at last. We've got you, said the first of the warriors, pulling Hakata aboard carefully. Now it became apparent he bore an injury on one flank as well, and Sokka winced at the sight of the blood staining his father's clothes. Hakata couldn't stand all that easily, but he made his best effort to do so as his fellow warriors helped him retain his balance. Another one on deck offered to hoist him down. Hakata voiced no complaints and allowed them to bring him down from the skiff's roof. All right, Hakata's safe now, Haka said, from the other ship, glancing at Sokka and stretching a hand towards him. Their own skiff hovered closer to the wall by now, enough that some of the warriors could leap from the overcrowded skiff Haka and Katon were on, and to Hakata's skiff instead. Still, it seemed to Sokka there were far too many passengers on either one. So many people. Sokka mumbled, grimacing. It was a damn miracle those small skiffs still could float, as crowded as they were. Before he could start coming up with a plan, one that hopefully wouldn't put too much strain on his injured legs, a deafening, whirring sound seemed to invade everyone's ears, a crash, and metal scraping against metal, singing a shrill enough song to bring several men to scream, though some, further into the battlefield, screamed for more urgent reasons than over the loudness of the sound. Their hijacked ship had powered onwards, by Hakata's design, crashing against the flank of one enemy vessel. The momentum of the abandoned ship led it to carry on forward, and it only stopped its persistent progress across the water when it crashed, head-on, against one more enemy ship that, in its attempt to drift away from the oncoming crash, had done nothing but expose its flank to the danger. A burst of fire now lit up the frozen bay. The exploding engines and boiler rooms burned as a bright, merciless sun amid further detonations and screams from the desperate and the damned, struggling to find a way to safety. Sokka watched the outcome of his father's plan, breathing heavily. It had been risky, too risky indeed, but it had paid off, to a fault. From what he could see, around 14 ships remained, many of which had lost their catapults through Aang and Katara's actions earlier, too. Most of the fleet had been dismantled by now, but Sokka snarled as he clung to his knife, knowing that what little stability he had found on this strange ice ledge would vanish sooner than later. They wouldn't have it so easy to attack the remaining ships anymore. The skiffs were meant for escape, not for battle. But the last of their forces had yet to finish their appointed task. As much as Sokka's hands were figuratively tied, and his legs too weak to hold him up anymore, the final touch on his plans to defend the water tribe would be delivered by the hands of the 2 waterbenders who waved their hands in timed movements, shifting and changing the water into ice, crafting a sturdy ice barrier. Ready! Katara called to Aang. The wall they'd raised already stood close to the level of the decks of each battleship. It wasn't enough just yet, but it would be, soon. Ready! The Avatar responded, nodding firmly. They hovered at the center of the wall, right behind the last rows of vessels that couldn't easily maneuver their way through the chaos-ridden bay, let alone could they do so now, with their mobility limited further by that wall, which would only become a bigger hurdle for the enemy's forces than it already was. Aang and Katara raised their hands repeatedly, ushering the water to rise with them. They froze every wave that they bent up against the wall, adding new layers of ice, thickening the barrier further, strengthening it against any attempts to strike it down. The walls they'd crafted had already been thick and sturdy. This time, the two waterbenders endeavored to ensure this wall would be much stronger than any that had preceded it. Together, they continued to stir the water upwards and lock it in place, freezing it higher and higher, enough to tower over the heights of the tallest ship tower. The wall cast an ominous shadow upon the sinking fleet. The burning vessels seemed to shine brightly against it, highlighting its sudden presence for the soldiers who, in a matter of hours, had marched into what should have been an easy battle only to find themselves at the losing end of it persistently, facing down enemies so fierce, inventive, strong, and daunting that the powerful forces of a furious Fire Lord could not hope to fight back. Had the Water Tribe been holding back for all these years? Had they always possessed this sort of unbridled power and no one had been the wiser? Or was it, perhaps, the doing of a younger generation, of the leadership of their gladiator? Sokka almost laughed as he watched the persistent rise of the powerful wave of ice. The bay was now blocked entirely, leaving no escape for the ships, just as he had intended it. Perhaps the Fire Nation still had means to fight back, but if the last remaining ships could send no skiffs to request reinforcements from their nearest outpost in Whaletail Island, this battle would be over all the sooner. The gravity of the situation truly didn't seem to dawn on the Fire Nation soldiers until the two waterbenders, riding on the back of the Sky Bison, flew past the massive wall they had just crafted. They were in view once more, and as much as their chests heaved and their efforts appeared to have taken a toll on them, their impact on the battlefield was still far from over. The bison dove down. Together, Aang and Katara continued to freeze the waters, spreading the ice towards the vessels that stood nearest. Ice spikes burst through their hulls, rendering the battleships useless, and moving on to the next one until, little by little, even the last vessels with a fighting chance were utterly overwhelmed and outdone by the waterbenders' prowess. Skiffs escaped desperately, rushing towards the nearest shores. Katara resolved that problem by raising a powerful wave that toppled the smaller ships, flinging them against the cliffs violently after tossing most their tripulants overboard. Aang continued to focus on freezing the ships, albeit slowly, and Katara joined him at it whenever she didn't notice any urgent threats. Ice seemed poised to take over the entire bay, to reshape it into an eternally frozen battleground, where no Fire Nation commander could have predicted the catastrophic outcome that would tear their forces apart. The last remaining ship had an unharmed catapult, but there was no one left on deck. They had abandoned ship, Katara guessed. The flapping of wings, amid the noise of burning ships, of crashing metal, of sinking and drowning and screams of all sorts, nearly went undetected by the waterbender and by the avatar beside her. Yet the shadow crossed the side of her vision and she gasped, immediately recognizing the messenger hawk for what it was. Aang! She exclaimed, startling him. A messenger hawk! Aang gasped, turning quickly to glance in the bird's direction. He snarled before rising up, handing Appa's reins to Katara before picking up his glider. I'll catch it. Try to get back to the others. I think a lot of soldiers have tried to escape, so. Go, Aang. Katara said, nodding reassuringly. Aang opened the glider quickly and leapt into the air. Yes, this would likely reveal to the enemy that the Avatar had been among the Water Tribe, but that was one of the reasons why they had to cut off their communication in the first place. If he could prevent the Fire Nation from learning not only of his existence, but above all else, of the outcome of this battle, the Water Tribe would be safe, if only, for a little while longer. Katara breathed out, watching Aang take off before working by herself to freeze the bottom of that last ship. At this point, she had no idea where she found the strength to fight as fiercely as she had so far, but she knew she'd likely feel the exhaustion down to her bones after she got some rest. She could safely say she had never bent quite as much as she had on that day, and it felt right. It felt like a true calling, like this was exactly what she had been born to do. No matter how exhausting or hard it had been, she knew this was her duty to her people, to her friends, to her family. If she had saved any lives at all, being a little tired was but a small price to pay for it, and she'd pay it gladly. Once every large vessel was frozen, it would have been time to chase the skiffs, but Katara knew she couldn't afford to do so right now. She shook Appa's reins, flying fast towards the area where the captured ship had been attacked. A small group of skiffs, instead of seeking land frantically like the others, had crowded there. She suspected at once that those were captured vessels, much like the battleship that had rammed successfully into 2 more ships earlier. The brightness of the burning ships allowed her to identify blue clothes in those skiffs, as she had expected to, though there were a few Fire Nation armors there, too. She scowled as she urged Appa to head lower, and only then did her eyes fall upon the crumbled wall the ships floated next to. "Sokka! Sokka!" she exclaimed. Her brother winced visibly even at a distance, raising a hand as though to ask her to quiet down. Katara dove down towards him, raising her hands and strengthening the ice he clung to. Sokka yelped but waited until his sister's work was done, and by then, he was safe to sit up without fear of falling into the water, which was now far closer than it had been before thanks to his sister's bending. Katara had lowered the ledge slightly, spreading it towards the nearest ship to give him room to climb aboard, though the warriors disembarked on the ice instead, intending to pick him up. Horror-struck, Katara's gaze fell upon her brother's wounded legs, but she wouldn't have much time to process the sight. Haka and Katon called for her, urgently. "Katara! Your dad is on that skiff, he's wounded," they were saying, pointing at the skiff closest to Sokka's wall, and after that, Katara heard nothing more. She urged Appa to move closer to the skiff in question and leapt aboard, pushing through the warriors until she found Hakata, nestled on a small seat within the skiff. He breathed with difficulty but smiled immediately when his eyes fell upon her. "My girl." "Katara," he grinned. "You're all right." "I am, but you're not," she exclaimed, rushing towards him and cupping his face. Can someone get me a lantern? I need to. Sokka needs some help, too. There's other injured warriors as well." Katara snarled. She would have been a fool if she had expected there to be no injuries, no serious or lasting damage, throughout this battle. And with no one else to take care of those things, no one else with knowledge of healing, that responsibility could only fall to her. She could have been frustrated about it, about no longer having the chance to continue fighting the survivors of the Fire Nation fleet, if only her father and her brother weren't among the injured. With a lantern's glow to help guide her, Katara inspected the 2 injuries on her father's body and stepped outside quickly to bring some freezing water with her, water she warmed by shifting it quickly in place, vibrating its components, though without allowing it to reach a boiling point. Then, she placed it upon her father's flank, the more urgent injury, and the water glowed brightly enough on its own that a lantern no longer seemed necessary. Many of the nearby warriors, some of whom had jumped over from Haka and Katon's skiff, watched with amazement as Katara worked the way she had taught herself to, guided by the words Sokka had offhandedly spoken. A few months ago, she would bridge the chi back together. Her water would ease her father's injury and mend it by doing so. As Katara worked to help their father, Sokka rose to his feet and snarled at the pain on his legs. It wasn't unbearable, but it was terribly familiar, in an unwanted way. Reminiscing on the day when a hypnotized gladiator had sliced his thighs open wasn't something he particularly liked doing. "Sokka! You all right?" The voice belonged to Zuko this time, to the gladiator's surprise. He glanced at the banished prince, who seemed to have been at the helm of the most crowded skiff, and he waved in his direction just as the warriors who intended to help him stepped across the ice. "Still alive," Sokka told Zuko, with a weak grin. Zuko nodded in acknowledgement of his response. The warriors guided him towards the skiff, but the sudden sound of splashing and whimpering froze Sokka cold before he could reach the vessel. He turned around quickly, no matter how pained his legs were, to spot a Fire Nation soldier, no longer wearing his helmet, drenched throughout as he clung to the same ice wall Sokka had landed on. The man surely had always been pale, but his purplish-blue lips revealed he was moments away from freezing to death. Sokka snarled, ignoring his legs and climbing down towards the man. The others gasped, uncertain of what to make of the gladiator's obvious intent to save the soldier's life. "Sokka, you have to save him." "I do. Even if he won't thank me for it," Sokka decided. He raised a hand towards Appa, who still hovered nearby, and he fisted the creature's fur delicately, at first. "Want to give me a hand?" Appa grunted in response, lowering his head. Aang had ridden on his neck, so Sokka guessed that was what he was expected to do. He breathed out and climbed on with difficulty, picking up the reins and ushering the creature forward. "What is it Aang says?" Sokka grimaced, as Appa moved of his own accord towards the freezing soldier. He shook his head, giving up. "Oh, never mind." The soldier glanced at him as the bison loomed closer. Sokka expected the man might attempt to shun him away, to reject his help, but instead he stretched out a trembling hand, desperate for any chance to survive and escape the freezing water. So Sokka clasped his hand and yanked him out of the icy water, trying his best not to be fazed by the man's frigid body. He pulled him up with as much delicacy as he could muster, setting him down on the bison's saddle, where the man winced and flinched against the cold air. "Sokka! Pull Appa this way, damn!" Zuko's voice reached him again, and as much as Sokka wasn't sure at all about how to control the creature, he took to shifting the reins until Appa, swimming on the deadly waters of the South Pole, waded towards the skiffs. Many warriors aboard seemed utterly perplexed by Sokka's choice to save the soldier, but not Zuko. He said something quickly to another of the warriors before jumping up to the bison's saddle, warming the body of the freezing man with his fire bending. "Thanks," Sokka said, offering him a quick smile. Zuko swallowed hard. "I hope this is the right thing to do," he said, unwilling to meet Sokka's eyes. "Most these people won't thank you for your mercy, they'll probably blame you for putting them in this position in the first place. That's a big difference between me and your piece of shit of a father, I'd say," Sokka said, yanking Appa's reins once more. "I'd rather keep them alive so they can chide and hate me all they want. I will only kill them if they give me no other choice. Whereas my father would gladly kill anyone in his way, for good measure," Zuko sighed, nodding. "Well, I can't really blame you for that. Just try and not pick up anyone who seriously looks like they might kill us. You've got a pair of perfectly good swords there, pretty sure you can cut them down before they try," Sokka said, with a tight-lipped grin. "Thanks for helping me out, though." Zuko nodded, powering his fire bending further to heal the freezing man. Truth be told, this one might survive if he was lucky, but he surely hadn't been in the water for that long. They were far likelier to find corpses than survivors, yet it seemed Sokka intended to search the battlefield right now all the same. "You're wounded, aren't you?" Zuko asked Sokka. "You ought to go see your sister." "My dad's worse off. He needs it more than I do," Sokka answered, curtly, steering Appa away from the cluster of water tribe-controlled skiffs. Zuko said nothing to that. The next man they found, as Zuko anticipated, had already died. Sokka gritted his teeth and urged Appa to keep going, setting his sights on the next dark shape he spotted afloat on the water. This time it was an engineer, afloat on debris, trembling violently and gazing at them pleadingly. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me, please. We'll get you out of there if you let us," Sokka said, simply, offering him his hand. "We've already picked up someone else, you're the second survivor so far." The engineer might have been less agreeable if his life hadn't been on the line. He clasped Sokka's hand and yelped when the strong gladiator hoisted him up. Moments later, the shivering man sat by Zuko's side, rubbing his poorly outfitted body in an attempt to regain warmth. Zuko raised one of his hands towards him, a plum of fire dancing on his palm. "Why Yuri, a firebender?" asked the engineer. "Thank you, this is, wait. I'm no one that matters anymore," Zuko responded, quickly. "If you don't want to be helped by me, feel free to jump overboard again." Prince Zuko," the engineer said. Zuko grimaced. "So what?" he said. To think the day had come when he craved to truly bury his royal past out of sight, when in his teenage years he would have given anything to be acknowledged by those he had hoped would be his subjects. Thank you, Prince Zuko," the man said. Zuko froze in place. Had he truly been thanked by a man who should have seen him as a traitor? As the enemy? He glanced at Sokka with uncertainty. The gladiator continued to scout for survivors, guiding Appa past another floating corpse. Perhaps there was wisdom in the warrior's choices, wisdom that Zuko hadn't understood just yet. The Fire Nation soldiers, the engineers, the sailors, many choices had been made for them, long before they even realized it. Their lives had been conditioned by the cruel Fire Lord who determined the course of their future, of their very existence, how many of them would break free, if only they had the chance to do so? How many would appreciate kindness even if it was given to them by the enemy? And how many would be so stubborn as to reject the last chance to survive solely because it was granted by the gladiator? They happened upon one such person after the fourth they'd managed to salvage, a high-ranked official, from the looks of it, shivering as he clung to the remnants of a wall. He glared at Sokka fiercely, and at the men who either languished or sat on the saddle with Zuko. Traitors! Traitors, all of you! He roared. Sokka, naturally, was unamused. Funny, calling the enemy a traitor when he tries to save you, after you've been betrayed by the Fire Lord who knowingly sent you to your death, Sokka said, curtly. The man flinched, doubt tinging his features immediately. But rest assured, there's others out there worth saving. I'm wasting no time with someone who'd rather die to honor his Fire Lord's orders. See you in the next life. And no. Get back. Well, fine. Go on and leave. Get out, I don't need your help. I don't. The Fire Lord. The Fire Lord won't even learn of your death for months, years maybe, if I can get away with it, Sokka said, with a shrug, as he shook Appa's reins. Good luck hoping he'll avenge you, but he won't get a chance to do that at all. The soldier whimpered, splashing in the water, as he watched his salvation drifting away. The others on the saddle appeared guilty, uneasy, at least, the more conscious ones, but no one even protested the gladiator's choices. No one would come save him. He would die, frozen, like so many others had died tonight. Come back. Come back. Come back, please. Sokka breathed deeply, glancing back at Zuko, who grimaced with distaste. Not much room left on the saddle anymore, he told him. We should get these guys to safety first, whether you bring that one bastard along or not. Sokka shook his head before, against his better sense, yanking the reins to collect the man by the shattered wall. It seemed as though he hadn't truly expected them to return, and now, because they had, he'd fallen silent. Sokka leaned down again, yanking him more forcefully than the others and dropping him on the saddle quickly. Why you? The man started, glaring at the back of Sokka's head fiercely. Then he fell silent swiftly when the hilt of a Deo sword struck him on the side of his head. The other rescued members of the Fire Nation fleet flinched at Zuko's violent means to silence the man. Sokka heard the blow and glanced back to find Zuko was back to work at evening the temperatures of the others, sparing only a small amount of warmth for the man they'd just helped. The command for flight is Yip, by the way, Zuko said. Sokka smiled and nodded. Thanks, he said quickly, before speaking the words to the bison. Yip, Appa, let's get out of here. The bison took to the sky, startling the men on the saddle, the conscious ones, at least. None of them had flown at all before, and they panicked instinctively as the creature flew higher yet. As focused as the others might be on the wonders of flight, Sokka's eyes were immediately drawn to the shore, deeper into the bay. Around 5 hostile skiffs seemed to have reached the crumbled area of the cliff he'd stood at earlier, and the soldiers who had made land had already rushed towards the settlement. The fleet's ships were mostly inert or sinking by now, but the battle wasn't truly over yet. Fuck, Sokka snarled, shaking the reins quickly. Hurry, Appa. Zuko gritted his teeth, clasping his swords fiercely once again. He had no problem with Sokka's idea to save Fire Nation survivors, if it was possible, but not until the Water Tribe was safe, and the enemy forces were well and truly defeated. The men on the saddle might even attempt to turn on them now if they realized their fellow soldiers were still fighting. He shot a glare at them all, menacing, the blades in his hands gleaming under the blazing flames of the many destroyed ships below them. The threat was clear, there was a limit to their generosity. If they hoped to live, they'd do best not to cross the 2 swordsmen or they'd pay for it dearly. Appa roared as they neared the scuffle, fire flung from the soldiers collided with shields and weapons held by the warriors. Spears jabbed from either side, but as much as the settlement might have provided the warriors with some necessary superiority on the battlefield, it appeared the soldiers had managed to push them back, past the barricades that now had been engulfed in flames. Sokka yanked back Appa's reins, deliberately making the creature sweep its tail towards one barricade on fire, the air that buffeted the Fire Nation soldiers didn't suffice to knock them down, but the barricade did fly towards them, ramming into the group and giving the Water Tribe warriors a chance to break the Fire Nation's formation. They took it gladly, driving a wedge between two factions of the Fire Nation soldiers, eroding their defenses until their blades had cut into them, but several warriors lay on the snow, even if there were more than twice as many Fire Nation soldiers immobile on the ice. Sokka gritted his teeth before withdrawing his boomerang, casting it powerfully towards the enemies. It sliced one soldier's neck, right underneath his helmet, and he crumbled to the ground as the blood-soaked weapon spun back to Sokka's hand. Zuko had never quite tried to bend fire from Appa's back. He didn't ride the creature that often, to begin with, and performing a kata didn't prove easy, but he conjured a potent enough fire blast to launch at the soldiers from where he stood. When a prisoner whimpered beside him, he broke the kata to clasp his sword anew. The man quieted down immediately. Their support provided the Water Tribe with an edge over the soldiers. The fire caused the men to scatter, confused over the source of the evidently hostile firebending. It offered their enemies the perfect opening that the warriors exploited immediately, cutting down their foes. Sokka caught his boomerang for the third time after the last of the men knelt on the snow. He showed them his hands, pleading for mercy among his slain fellow soldiers. Appa landed quietly behind the man, who was still being threatened by the Water Tribe warriors. "We've got a few other survivors here," Zuko announced, startling the warriors assigned to the settlement. "We can rally the prisoners in the settlement, right?" "Probably," Sokka said, nodding as he gestured at Zuko. "If you get them off the saddle, we can try to find a few others." "You ought to get your injuries checked already, damn you," Zuko told him, shaking his head as he picked up the unconscious officer from earlier and handed him to the warriors below. They collected the man with displeasure, but they understood, without needing to be told, that Sokka intended to keep them as prisoners, at least for the time being. Sokka nodded in acknowledgement of Zuko's words. He did think he could go on for a while longer, but the sooner Katara patched him up. "Sokka!" One of the warriors stepped up, looking at him worriedly. The gladiator raised an eyebrow at the anxious expression. "Things didn't go so poorly," Sokka said, raising a hand to soothe his possible concerns about their venture to capture Fire Nation ships. "The fleet's pretty much finished. We were fishing out survivors. As far as I know, there's not a lot of injured on our side and Katara's helping them already, but they got away," the warrior said, interrupting Sokka suddenly. The gladiator frowned, falling quiet immediately. "We were swarmed, and we managed to push back against most of them, and then some of us gave them chase, but they're on their way to the village." Kino couldn't have spoken more ominous words. He bellowed them with all his strength as he stood at the top of the settlement's tower. His face was a mask of anxious fear, even at a distance. Sokka's stomach sank immediately. Zuko, who had been easing down the last of the rescued soldiers, nearly dropped the man upon hearing those words. While the warriors appeared ready to keep the weakened men under control, a cloud of guilt hung over them all, no doubt, for having failed to stop part of the group of Fire Nation soldiers from marching deeper into the frozen tundra, directly towards the Water Tribe. "Keep the prisoners here," Sokka roared, snapping back into his senses immediately. There was, yet again, no time to waste. "We'll go after them. We can help," said one of the warriors, but Sokka had shouted Appa's flight command by then. The Sky Bison took off without another moment's hesitation, ensuring the warriors would linger by the pole's shore, or what was left of the shore, watching over the men Sokka and Zuko had fished out of the frigid waters. Sokka had no idea how to press the bison on more urgently. He shook the reins repeatedly, and perhaps Zuko would have scolded him for it, told him that wasn't the way to command the creature, but he was even more anxious than Sokka now, if that was possible. His world seemed to be spinning, his stomach sinking so badly it felt as though he had left it back at the settlement. He might be sick at this rate just imagining those soldiers, whoever they might be, however many of them as there might have been, breaching the tribe's walls. "Faster, Appa, faster!" Sokka hissed, glaring at the horizon as though that might help him spot the village, as though he might be able to glimpse the soldiers by it. But so far, all he could see were tracks, footprints. Footprints that were interrupted suddenly by the unconscious or dead forms of two warriors who had pursued the Fire Nation soldiers. Sokka gritted his teeth, yanking Appa's reins back to ease the creature's flight. Zuko appeared moments away from protesting, but he fell silent when he caught sight of the warriors on the snow. Sokka snarled as Apple landed beside them. The gladiator leapt on the snow and flinched at the immediate burst of pain on his legs, but he rushed towards the men anyway, yanking them to the side to check whether they lived or died. "They're still breathing," Sokka said, though the stabbing wound across the ribcage on the second one suggested that might not be the case for too long. He gritted his teeth and glanced back at Zuko. "Zuko! Damn it, fuck the Fire Lord, to hell and back!" Zuko roared, jumping off the saddle to help Sokka anew. Maybe the tribe would be safe anyway, maybe the enemy would fail to breach their defenses, but they had no idea how many soldiers were marching to the village, or how dangerous they might be. The women and older children had been trained to protect themselves, and Suki would lead them, but would that suffice? Would they arrive to discover their victory in the bay hadn't sufficed to protect everyone back home? The chaos by the harbor could be heard in the distance. The columns of smoke that rose from the ships poured into the sky, but they were scarcely visible in the dark night, until the fire began. Suki shivered as she stood by the tribe's wall, clutching her fans tightly. She had to believe in them. To trust the burning brightness in the distance spelled something other than the destruction of her friends and family, of the man she loved. What do we do? One of the women near her, twice Suki's age, glanced at her hopelessly. Should we send someone to? No, Suki said, firmly, but sadly. Whatever's happening out there, we'd do best to trust they're taking care of it. We have the Avatar on our side, we have great benders like my husband and Katara, too. And of course, there's Sokka, too, the woman agreed, nodding weakly. Suki managed a small smile in her direction. The Fire Nation's going to need quite a lot of fire power to beat us today, Suki said. Hopefully, they'll have underestimated us plenty and failed to send their best. Though she spoke the words half-heartedly, if Oze wanted Sokka dead, would he really settle for a weak attack force? It was true that the Fire Nation had countless warfronts to still take care of, and starting a new one in the Southern Water Tribe couldn't be easy. Sokka had appeared confident that the Fire Nation's forces were spread too thin. It was the main thought that brought Suki any hope. Perhaps the Fire Lord couldn't afford sending more than 200 soldiers, or so. Perhaps he'd be so confident of their abilities that he'd think that would be enough. But if he didn't? Hours had passed since the warriors had taken off to the harbor when one of the sentry women spotted a shape in the horizon. "Someone's coming!" she exclaimed. Suki glanced at the watchtower warily. The tone of the sentry's voice didn't sound reassuring. "Just the one?" Suki asked, fists tightened around her fans again. "And no, oh no." Suki's stomach sank. Whatever had happened by the harbor, the tribe was under attack. There's 4, 6, 10. I think it's 12. The sentry counted, grimacing as she glanced at Suki. "What do we do?" "We fight back, is what?" Suki said, glancing back at the rest of the fighters in the village. "Stand ready. We don't know what these foes will be capable of, but they won't reach our families." The women appeared prepared for battle, furnished with knives and spears, yet the fear in their faces spoke for itself. Suki gritted her teeth, turning again towards the entrance, hoping that, by leading by example, she would provide the Water Tribe women with the courage they'd need to fight back. She could see the approaching enemy by then. Their armor and helmets were the same as the ones worn by the soldiers that invaded her hometown long ago. She had failed to defeat them back then, overwhelmed by their numbers, 12, though. She could handle that. They had run all the way to the tribe, too. They'd be tired, and no doubt they'd expect to find no resistance here, for never before had the tribe's women fought back directly. They wouldn't get through her, they wouldn't reach Mari or Zi, no matter what. Yet a pang of fear rushed through her all the same. How had these 12 soldiers trickled past the warriors at all? It was only 12, so it had to mean they'd managed to fight back to some degree, but had these 12 overwhelmed them? Had they slipped through their defenses, simply, or were they in danger? Was Zuko? She snarled, hissing at herself in a way she expected the others might think she'd lost her mind. It helped ground her, however, and it helped her focus on the task ahead. "Stand ready," Suki called, firmly, once again. The women by the walls held up their boomerangs, despite lacking the expertise of many of the warriors in wielding those weapons. The ones on ground level stepped up to stand beside her. They'd prevent the soldiers from getting through the walls, taking advantage of the entrance to generate a choke point from where they'd stop the enemy from pouring into the village. The soldiers continued to power towards them, their running unstable, perhaps revealing a few had sustained injuries or were simply too exhausted to fight properly. Yet it didn't keep one of them from roaring and bending a blast of fire directly towards the women standing within the walls. Suki screamed back, leaping forward to sweep away the flames with her fans. The soldiers were only startled for a brief instant, but not badly enough to stop in their charge towards the walls. Now they attacked anew, but their fire no longer aimed for the women that stood at the village walls, but towards the walls themselves. The sentry women screamed, startled when the flames ate into the walls with ease. Some of them lost their footing as the wall crumbled, and only a handful managed to toss their boomerangs, though none did it particularly effectively. Suki held back from rushing to check on the likely injured women. If she didn't focus on repelling the enemy, their situation would take a turn for the worse. As trained as they were, most the women weren't quite ready to face the reality of war in the most direct, physical of manners. Suki, however, had been ready since childhood. Spreading her fans open, Suki sprinted towards the soldiers. The next fire blasts were aimed at her, but her carefully timed movements saw her sidestepping each burst of flames. She no longer owned katanas, the blades she had true expertise with, but she had been given a set of whalebone knives of her own, and she didn't hesitate before stabbing through the flank of the man leading the group of soldiers. He screamed and she roared fearfully before yanking out the knife and carrying forward. She had never wanted to kill gladiators. Back in the day, she had avoided doing so, until that final match had left her with no other choice. Yet on the actual battlefield, when her family and home were threatened, she held nothing back. She would see each of those 12 bastards fall, and she would never let them set foot within the village if she could help it. 2 more attacked her next, as their leader fell in a heap on the snow. Suki had no choice but to jump back, still ready to defend herself from the fire with her fans, and to deliver as much damage as she could with both the blade and the fans themselves. She had fought against far fiercer enemies, she could do this. Another woman's battle cries reached her. The one who had spoken with her earlier joined her in attacking the firebenders before they could continue melting their walls. Along with her, 5 more women poured out of the tribe, ready to fight even if fear gripped their hearts tightly. What they fought for, however, far outdid their fear. A battle not only for their survival, but that of those they loved, could see them setting aside every hesitation to defend their people fiercely. They knew the Fire Nation wouldn't hold back, they were prepared for it, and they would respond in kind. Suki continued to fend off the attackers, blocking as much of their fire bending as she could with her fans, deflecting it into the snow, preventing it from reaching the new warriors who stood beside her. She had to protect them too, even if they would fight to their best. No one left in the village's premises was as experienced a fighter as she was. She slammed an elbow into the helmet of one of the nearest soldiers and the mask snapped out of place, breaking the man's nose with the potent impact of her blow. By then, Suki had reduced 2 fighters and the other women had taken down 1. She deflected another burst of flames, hissing when the fire scorched the tips of the furs on her coat, but she didn't let it faze her. She leapt forward and kneed the next soldier in the groin. He screamed, and she took her chances to stab his nearest ally's arm just as he was conjuring another fire attack. Then, a spear point nearly jabbed straight into her head, and Suki inched back just in time for it to miss her. As much as the firebenders had been the ones to attack so far, the small group of enemies that had swarmed them wasn't comprised exclusively by firebenders. Suki, however, wasn't exclusively trained to fight against firebenders either. She spun around quickly, yanking her knife out of the soldier's arm before spreading her fan open to catch the next jab of the spear. The non-bending soldier gasped when he found his weapon stuck in the golden fan, as Suki snapped it closed and yanked it forward, pulling him in for yet another debilitating kick to the groin. When the man attempted to reach for another of his weapons, Suki's knife swung straight towards the small, exposed area between his armor and his helmet. 5 down, 6 counting the one her fellow warriors had reduced earlier. The women around her, courageous as they were, couldn't shake off their fear over the attacks of the enemy. Suki attempted to help those to her left, but the ones to the right were vulnerable because of that, and they screamed as the soldiers shot fire directly at them, kicking them down before marching into the village. "No! No!" Suki exclaimed, but the 3 men who had overcome their defenses rushed forward without opposition at first. Then, when a young teenager tried to attack them, dashing out from the side of an igloo, he received a fistful of flames in response. They marched forward, and Suki couldn't stop them. She couldn't do anything yet, not until she saved the women she'd tried to help. She snarled and rushed forth, kicking at the first soldier's legs, breaking his stance just before he could use his spear to deliver further damage. One of the women had fallen on the snow, screaming as blood rushed down her flank. The others had rolled on the snow to muffle the flames, but they were in no shape to keep fighting. 3 more fighters within the village succeeded at hindering one of the soldiers from rushing to the center of the village, but the other 2 powered on, unopposed. Suki snarled, kicking the non-bending soldier again, knocking him to the ground before shouting at the nearby women. "Kill him!" The women were startled by her order, albeit they knew to expect it. They still had 2 more soldiers to defeat, but 1 less enemy would make matters easier. Only a handful of foes remained on their feet. Suki turned to the village and rushed down the small paths between the igloos, after the soldiers that seemed ready to set fire to the tribe, if they could get away with it. They shot flames to the nearest igloos, scorching the huts, and, unsurprisingly, they went for the largest igloo in the village, no doubt pinpointing it as an important location. Suki had just raced past the soldier the women were restraining when she glimpsed the last 2 soldiers by the igloo's door. She screamed, raising her wrecked fan and tossing it ferociously, closed, at one of the men. The weapon bounced off his armor, but it succeeded at reclaiming his attention. Only his, however. The other soldier set the wooden door on fire. "No!" The screams within Hakata's igloo drove Suki's heart up to her throat. She roared as she rushed towards them, willing to stop at nothing to kill the soldiers. The fire would spread through the furs lining the walls. Had they known as much? Had they chosen any other igloo, any empty homes, the damage would have been minimal, but they picked Hakata's, the strongest, sturdiest of igloos, and now the demmed firebender marched down the steps to the burning door, just as the other one turned towards Suki, ready to fight her and keep her from reaching the igloo. Suki didn't slow down to prepare her new offensive. Her movements were most likely predictable, and the firebender cast flames that she received directly on her parka. Whatever damage those flames might inflict upon her, it was meaningless compared to the possibility of losing her children. She raised the knife again just as the soldier crafted a new fire attack, aimed towards her chest. The flames charred her parka, burning the fur dangerously as the blade sank into his skin. The soldier at the igloo door scowled. Something wasn't right. They knew enough about the water tribe's way of living to know their ice should melt under their fire, their pelts should be aflame, their wooden floors as well. Yet upon kicking the door down, and it gave out easily, seeing how damaged it already was, he found smoke, but no flames. Many scared screams and cries within the igloo suited the soldier's intent well enough. Within the darkness of the igloo, he spotted children with large pots, no doubt previously filled with water, with which they had kept the fire from spreading further. They were quite prepared, then, but not prepared enough. Elderly women and men, and lots of children, it would suffice. He could use them as shields, hold them hostage, ensure the gladiator sacrificed himself to save them, and then the Fire Lord's orders would finally be fulfilled. "Not a single move, any of you!" The soldier roared, fiercely, summoning a burst of fire in his hand, menacingly. "I will set this shack of yours on fire again if you so much as dare disobey me. You are to be prisoners of the Fire Nation from this moment onwards. You will be." Movement at the front of the group silenced him when his eyes fell upon a child of pale complexion and auburn hair. Auburn. A rare enough color, but even more so in the water tribe, of all places. Was it the effect of his fire, though, or were her eyes closer to amber than they were to blue? "Stay put, child," he snapped, and the girl flinched. "Or else I will. Mari. Zi." The child gasped, her eyes widening as she heard that voice, so familiar and unusually strained with fear and anxiety. "Mommy!" The child cried out. The soldier scowled, glancing back at the woman who had led the others, the one who had attacked them most fiercely. Of course, their hair matched. Why hadn't he realized that until His momentary distraction prevented him from anticipating the blow that destroyed his intentions to hold the group hostage. Upon turning towards the child again, he was met with a burst of fire, launched from the child's fist. He yelped, falling back, tripping on the igloo's steps, just in time for Suki to sort past the one in whose neck she'd left her knife. She clasped the other soldier's neck with far more strength than she remembered having, clawing into his skin and flinging him violently, powerfully, towards the burnt-down fireplace at the center of the village. He crashed into the charred bones of the last feast, his chest empty of air once he landed flatly on the icy ground. Suki released an anxious breath before rushing to her previous foe. She yanked out the knife, and blood poured from the man's lethal injury as she made her way to the other one. A war cry powered with the fury of 2 decades of outrage, of losing far too much to the mindless goons of a power-hungry tyrant with no remorse, no true strength, with nothing but greed and cruelty to fuel his every choice, left Suki's throat as she stabbed the soldier through the chest repeatedly, tearing through his armor fiercely until finally she cleaved the weapon in the enemy's heart. She knelt above the soldier, clothes charred and stained with blood. Her hair had fallen out of its half-knot, and her breaths shivered as they left her lips. Seeing red as she had been, her world seemed to fall into shape again now, to find that the third soldier had managed to overcome the women who had attempted to stop him. He rushed towards her, no doubt intending to continue what his 2 comrades had started. Suki snarled, raising the knife anew. A burst of fire bending from above caught the man by surprise. An instant later, the soldier's head was lopped off by twin Dao swords. The blur with which Zuko had landed right in front of the shattered fireplace barely registered in Suki's mind. The blood-soaked swords couldn't have belonged to anyone but her husband, yet her heart jolted and raced as though she still had to fear for his fate. The knife she'd held failed to ground her until Zuko finally turned around, his anxious, horrified expression finding a perfect mirror in her own. Suki. Zuko. They spoke each other's names in unison, and the firebender rushed to his wife immediately, gripped by fear he scarcely knew what to do with. She had been burned, she had been hurt, and he had nearly been too late. But he hadn't been, in the end. She was alive, she was in his arms, and tears of relief, fury, and passion ran down her cheeks as she clasped his face urgently, studying his features, seeking to confirm he was no mirage. He had survived and he was truly here, with her. Suki had no time to recognize Appa until now. The creature soared past their position, and another man leapt off the bison's neck, a black sword in tow. Sokka didn't land as safely as he could have, his legs threatened to give way upon impact, but he forced them to keep working as he rushed forth, to the soldiers just barreling through the village's entrance, after defeating the women who had bravely attempted to stop them. Fear froze them before they could continue terrorizing the village. Sokka's sword cut across their weapons, rendering them helpless, yet not so much that they would back down. One attempted to punch him, his reward was a stab through the chest, and the sword slid through cleanly, as though there were no armor protecting him. The other tried to flee, hoping to use one of the injured women he'd left outside the village as a shield, much like the other soldier intended to use those hidden within the igloo. The answer to his flight was the sharpest edge of a boomerang, launched quickly and lodged perfectly into the back of his neck. The soldier convulsed as he fell on the snow. Sokka released a heavy breath as Appa roared again, landing by the village's outskirts. The bison appeared to protect the village fiercely with his large girth, and Sokka could only be grateful for that as he rushed outside the walls, as best he could, ignoring the injuries on his legs. "Are you all right?" He called to the hurt women. 2 appeared to have received flesh wounds, but the other, he snarled, leaning down upon reaching her to find a dangerous spear point was lodged under her collarbone. I. She whimpered, tears streaming down her face. Sokka's sharp eyes studied the injury quickly, glancing back to check on the others nearby as well. Several injured, it could have been worse, but it was bad enough as it was. "Help me," Sokka said, to the other 2. "Gather the injured, help me carry them inside. My grandmother, she can help while I get my sister." "All right." "No, you go get Katara now," said the oldest of the women, grimacing as she struggled to hoist the badly injured woman. "If she can come already, then please. The sooner she's here, the better." Sokka nodded, rising to his feet with energy he wasn't sure where he was drawing from. He approached Appa, but instead of following the woman's suggestion immediately, he lowered the 2 wounded warriors onto the snow. First, help them too, please. Sokka called. The women nodded in agreement, and once the 2 warriors were safe on the ground, the gladiator hoisted himself on the bison's neck once more. Trails of his blood spilled down the creature's pristine fur. He'd have to offer to wash him up once this was over, he suspected. A quick glance towards the village helped him confirm the immediate threat had been dealt with. Dead soldiers by the entrance of the village, and a trail of them all the way to the central fireplace. They had cost the tribe far too much, far more than they ever should have, but they had lost. They hadn't been able to overcome the water tribe. Mommy! Daddy! Mari's voice pierced through the night. Sokka's heart clenched as he watched the child rushing into her parents' embrace, who welcomed her just as urgently as they'd embraced each other. The little girl cried, no doubt terrified, but she was safe still. She was all right. The trauma, the fear she had faced, they'd be at their strongest for now, but Sokka hoped the horror she had faced would fade over time. Scared as she might be, Mari hadn't lost either of her parents in a battle that had caused the deaths of hundreds, if not thousands, in the bay. She still could be held safely by them now. No one else would threaten to bring her, or the rest of the villagers, any harm. He forced himself to turn around and speak Appa's flying command. Katara. He had to find her, to bring her here, to hope that Zuko and Suki could keep the tribe safe now that those soldiers had been defeated. The Fire Nation's catastrophic debacle in the harbor was a great triumph for the Water Tribe, but as much as that was an objective relief, Sokka snarled in unbridled fury, none of this should have happened. Zuko and Suki shouldn't have been in danger of losing their children or each other. His sister shouldn't have been forcing herself to the extreme to keep her father and every wounded member of the tribe alive, or to craft the protections Sokka had asked of her. None of these mindless soldiers should have ever been forced to obey Oze's despicable orders. Sokka urged Appa to speed up, aware that settling this situation would take time. There were many injured, several prisoners, and their fastest means of travel was a sky bison. Perhaps he could have Katara carry the more heavily injured warriors, Hakuda included, back to the tribe on Appa's back, which meant their chances to fish out further Fire Nation survivors would dwindle further. The best he could do would be to walk by the cliffs, hoping to spot any who might have successfully hauled themselves out of the water. For now, though, it seemed the Fire Nation fleet had been well and truly massacred. As far as he could tell, out of around 1,500 soldiers, and who knew how many sailors and engineers, only around 20 men had survived, if that much. Perhaps it was for the best. Too many prisoners meant far too many mouths to feed, after all. If he tried to be practical, this might be the best outcome. Yet guilt and rage permeated his thoughts again. He'd never wanted this. He was sick of the violence, of killing, of the warfare the Fire Nation had started so long ago. How weren't they tired of fighting? How were they so ready to die, to discard their lives, when so many would claw at any possibility of drawing breath for one more day? Oze would have been just as capable of commanding this cruelty even if he hadn't learned the truth behind his relationship with Azula. He was always ready to sacrifice his own men, but he would always mean to take even more lives from the enemy nations. The Fire Nation forces had been defeated for now, but they'd intend to come back, over and over again, whether until Oze was too tired of a pointless struggle to attack any further, or until he'd killed every last one of his soldiers. Or perhaps he'd only stop when it was his own blood tarnishing his regal halls. Sokka's furious glare finally found purchase on the burning ships anew. He and Appa had reached the bay. He could see the destruction, the chaos. He hated and resented it, resented himself deeply enough for having caused it, if just by directing Oze's vengeance to the South Pole. None of the lives lost today had deserved to be wasted. None of the pain, none of the injuries, should have happened at all. But there was only one way to ensure this would never happen again. His father's words, those he'd spoken earlier that day, resounded as war drums inside his mind. I won't hold you back, my son. I won't demand you stay here. I won't expect you to live out your life alone, mourning what you've lost, when it isn't quite so lost just yet. Fire, stronger than that which burned in the sinking ships below, than that which the Benders had wielded to attack the Water Tribe, than the one that blazed fiercely in Zuko's fists, than the one behind which Sokka had revealed himself to the Fire Nation fleet, took hold of his heart, of his whole being. Fire similar to that which had coursed through his chi paths, through his veins, over his connection with Azula. Fire that burned with purpose. With need. With the fierceness of a man who would no longer allow others, not even those he loved most dearly, to determine his destiny. Perhaps he hadn't been born to do this, perhaps he shouldn't have dared rise against an army that was hell-bent on destroying him. There were countless reasons that should have weighed him down, endless factors that surely would make his upcoming journey difficult, many hurdles he could scarcely anticipate, but he chose to undertake that journey, all the same. His father had said he'd understand. He'd said he'd see him off proudly. If he had to walk this path alone, so be it, but perhaps he wouldn't need to do so. His scowl gained strength, watching the flames snuffed out by the freezing waters that consumed them. Fire could burn powerfully, consuming everything in its wake, but it could be tempered and destroyed. When the tinder ran out, when the fuel was spent, only ashes and smoke would remain. The Fire Nation was far from undefeatable. The Fire Lord had but one future, one destiny ahead of himself, a future he'd single-handedly picked by antagonizing him. By turning Sokka into his greatest foe, into the one man he had meant to destroy, and by becoming exactly the same thing for the gladiator whose blood sang with the overpowering urge to raise his sword anew, to bring true justice to this world by cutting down the man responsible for the suffering of so many nations, of every man, woman, and child throughout their war-torn world. He closed his eyes as the fire slowly faded when the ships sank into the water, as darkness spread across the world anew. In that darkness, a memory seemed to take form once again. The form in question was that of a dark cabin he had been so profoundly familiar with, and upon that bed, heartbroken and hopeless, the woman whose heart he owned, and to whom he'd granted his own, spoke words that had held him back until that day. "You have to promise me you'll be patient. That you won't do anything stupid, that as hard as it may be, you'll learn to live with our shared sorrow, and wait until we can be together safely again." 2 months had passed, and the world had only grown worse for it. Patience? How to exercise it at all, when its price was as steep as to cost the lives of the thousands who had drowned in the harbor? How to be patient, when that would only give Oze further chances to destroy the world in his mindless fury? "Don't take unnecessary risks, there's no point in trying to return to me if it'll cost you your life to make the trip, is there?" Doing nothing was just as much of a risk as not taking action, at this point. Every breath he took, every instant that passed, was another moment with his life on the line, not unlike how it had been in the amateur arena. He had been in danger, persistently, constantly, for so many years until she'd found him. And now that was the case once more. Without her, he would be in danger for every day he had left to live unless he took down the true menace, unless he fought back against the enemy that held her in his clutches. "I can live on, I told you so, if I know you still live, too. I can endure anything if you're safe." How he hoped it was true that she would live on, how he hoped she would be strong enough to survive in a world without him, no matter how punishing and merciless it might be. But safety? Neither of them were safe anymore. She had to know as much by now. The chaotic battle today had proven it was so. "Promise you'll wait. Even if it's all those decades, even if it winds up being our next lifetimes, as well. Just promise that, and I'll find peace far more easily if you do." He had made that promise. He had also promised to be her gladiator and nothing more. He had promised he'd keep her safe, and that vow, just as everything else, had been broken. His blue eyes grew colder than the ice, yet they burned, powerfully, mercilessly, the way her azure fire had once burned. The fire she had poured through his system, branding him connected to her in 1,000 more ways than they had understood. Their promise would go broken, then, much as so many others had been shattered and discarded. He could no longer stand by it, not when his resolve, his purpose, had built after so many years until this moment. Once he had been a young boy, childishly clinging to the hopes and dreams that he might one day defeat the Fire Lord. Today, he was a man weary with war and carnage, who understood he had yet to see far more destruction if he hoped to put a stop to the man who sought to hunt him down. Well, he was no prey to be hunted, that was for sure. And Oze was no hunter, just as well, it was the other way around, instead. What had once been a mindless, innocent dream, had become his purpose. This was the destiny he had chosen for himself. The Fire Nation's army would be defeated. The 100-Year War would come to an end. The Fire Lord would fall, and the Gladiator would be the one to deliver his doom. Check the description for the links to the author.